Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
According to what standard? Sudan flicked his finger lightly, and a virtual light curtain appeared in the center of the conference table, showing the landform of Jotunheim on it. Mark it clearly, no, this is the standard. Looking at the resource distribution on the light curtain, the resource units have been accurate to single digits. No one knows when Sudan got this data. The war has been going on for 3 days and 3 nights, and Sudan himself, it has been under everyone's nose all the time. How could it be possible to have time to investigate? What's more, this Jotunheim is still a planet, let alone 3 days and 3 nights. Even if it takes 10 times the time for ordinary people, it is impossible to investigate clearly. Everyone was speechless. Sudan stood up, waved his hand casually. The picture on the virtual light curtain turned around, and a line of boundaries and icons divided Jotunheim, and he said, I have divided it for you, and when you take over we will make a place. 29. Okay, what? What does Mr. Sudan mean? No way are you planning to capture the 9 realms. Everyone's questions were not answered. Sudan just walked out of the meeting room with his hands behind his back, just like an old father who divides his family property. Just when the attention of the whole world was focused on the first cross-border expansion war of mankind, the elements finally got their set. Although the number of the world's armies allocated to participate in the expansion war is not large, only a few 100,000, 90% of the attention of all parties is devoted to this major event. This gave Hydra, who had been suppressed for a long time, finally a chance to breathe. In SHIELD, Nick Fury pulled a black face, and in front of him was the United States Captain Steve Rogers. If you are lucky enough to visit the Antarctic military industry, you won't think there is any problem here, Nick Fury said with an MMP face. Sure enough, Eamon didn't call for nothing. Just because he saw that SHIELD independently developed some weapons and warships relying on the energy developed by the Antarctic military industry, Steve couldn't stand it. I haven't visited and I don't want to. Steve curled his lips. Well, I think I have to explain one thing to you, soldier. You may not know what era you are in now, then let me tell you clearly, now is the 4th Industrial Revolution, and people all over the world are desperately walking forward. Which battleship do you see now? I'm sorry, the country Z on the opposite side may have developed a damn space battleship. It's impossible for you who have come from that year not to understand the importance of these things, Nick Fury said word for word. Steve has experienced World War II, and he was just a thin soldier at the beginning, but a super soldier serum changed his fate. At that time, Red Skull relied on the power of Tesseract to develop various cross-age weapons. Yes, I understand the importance of these things. Steve nodded, but there was no compromise in his eyes, and sure enough, he said the next sentence, but the final winner is me. After saying this, Steve turned coquettishly and left. Nick Fury opened his mouth, unable to speak. He paused and left the underground base. He who was still depressed at first soon discovered something even more depressing. The United States captain's incomprehension, his own failure in SHIELD authority, all things added together. As the king of agents, he can be 100% sure that something big is going to happen. Sure enough, when he was driving on the road, there was a tracking convoy behind him. Mommy Falk! Nick Fury cursed immediately, and when he saw the movement of that team, he already understood that they were going to attack him. Give me the top speed! He slapped the steering wheel and said cursingly. He specially bought this car from Sudan at a low price. Originally belongs to Antarctic Technology, not for sale, and is only distributed as a prize for special events. The car comes with a set of intelligent assistance systems. As for the speed of the car, it is 3.5 times faster than the maximum speed of the current civilian maglev car. Reminder. There are tens of thousands of roads, and safety comes first. Irregular driving will cause tears for loved ones. A gentle electronic female voice sounded in the car. Oh, shit. Turn off this damn warm reminder for me. The road ahead is crowded. It is recommended to be self-isolated. The smart assistant said again. Yes, my humor level is the default 75%. The last words have been recorded 183. Repeat. You damned, you better shut up. I shouldn't be jealous of other people's artificial intelligence in the first place. But it was too late to think about that because the convoy behind had already caught up. Drip. Nick Fury's illegal driving has been uploaded and the violence limit is being lifted. The speed limit has been lifted. Big B asterisk 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 D. Do you have any last words? Can you record them for you? The smart assistant asked unhurriedly Road. However, although Nick Fury was almost P asterisk 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 D off into a cerebral hemorrhage, he was the king of agents after all. While talking sweetly, he made the most calm judgment and drove the car in the direction with the lowest pedestrian density. Nick Fury glanced at the black motorcade behind him through the rearview mirror and hurriedly said, "There is no time, now lift all the restrictions for me, go for me." Nick Fury was so angry that he slapped himself twice. Mud, before he got into trouble in the downtown area, he was going to be P asterisk 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 D off by this shit smart assistant first. Oh Falk, did you just get that? You have a F asterisk 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 G sense of humor. Snapped. Warning, it has been confirmed that 7 illegal vehicles are following behind. Please pay attention to safety, the smart assistant said abruptly. Nick Fury said he was speechless. He doesn't usually play artificial intelligence very much. Is there such a setting? Damn you, you better shut up. I shouldn't have been jealous of other people's artificial intelligence in the first place. Cars are running wildly on the road, and drag racing can often be seen on the streets of New York. This phenomenon is not uncommon. The citizens of New York City have been tempered and their courage is getting bigger and bigger. Now they all want to hold a bucket of popcorn and watch a speed race from a distance. Goddamn tortoise, I saw it, don't need your damn reminder. As an aside, your reaction speed is as fast as a 2G network. I'm sorry, Mr. Nick Fury, you just shut me up. Clap. What's worse, a Dogecoin boy got out of the car window and carried a bazooka. Shet, why are they so fast? Inspecting, the comparison has been completed. The opponent's vehicle is new I-86 off-road type. Do you need to order online now, Mr. Nick Fury? Order you big head ghost. Your big head ghost, the one-time toy has been ordered successfully. Yempercent hash. Boom. The self-aiming RPG developed by SHIELD accurately hit the car in Nick Fury's Hurricane. The original speed of the car was extremely fast, but it was hit by this RPG again and the whole car flew out directly. The speeding car slammed into a stone pillar before stopping. An ordinary car might have exploded right now, but this car possessed an extraordinary quality and even bent only 15 degrees. Fortunately, at the critical moment of being hit, the protective measures activated by themselves which saved Nick Fury's life. Hiss. Nick Fury shook his head, only to be awakened instantly by a sharp pain. Although his life was saved, his arms, body, and head were all severely injured. It was a rocket after all. He was an agent and not a super soldier after all. Injury is nothing as long as you are still alive, you are lucky enough. What are you doing in a daze? Activate the emergency medical system, Nick Fury shouted to the smart assistant. After all, this car is a public lottery prize and the audience was originally some Antarctic game players. Although it is not equipped with weapons, various protection measures for the human body are quite comprehensive. Unfortunately, the smart assistant said something that made Nick Fury die. Due to the blow just now, the vehicle continued to be seriously damaged, and the medical system failed. Please open the medical box by yourself. Damn it, do you think I can crawl over to open the medical box now? Nick Fury complained. After he realized that something was wrong today, he had already raised his spirits and even drove this car with a safety factor. The tallest car in the end fell into the field like today. Mr. Nick Fury, do you need a will? I need to write you a big-headed ghost, and I must complain to Sudan about you. Let him destroy you, you artificial mental retardation. I'm sorry, Mr. Nick Fury. Forget it, quickly open the escape pod. Yes, open the escape pod. Sorry, the escape pod is stuck. Shed. Is there still a good place for this broken car? The radio is still working, dear. Nick Fury felt a deep heartache. Why did he abandon the strategic vehicle produced by the Antarctic military industry and choose this non-sale car with artificial intelligence? Now he can only think for himself. He struggled and looked out the car window, only to see that the convoy following him had stopped and nearly 10 black-clothed men ran down from the top one after another. These were not the most critical. The key point is that at the other end, a long-haired masked man walked towards him. His steel arm didn't look like a good guy, and he must be with them. There are wolves in front and tigers in back. Now that his body is still injured, this is already a desperate situation. However, as an old agent, the desperate situations he has experienced are too numerous to count. Being able to survive to this day means that he has a way to escape in a desperate situation. At this critical juncture, two options appeared in his mind. First, use lasers to cut open the ground and dig a tunnel to leave. But now that the urban planning is reforming, I am not sure if I will be lucky enough to dig directly to the sewers. If I can't, it will be embarrassing. This one is a gamble. Second, use a laser to cut the stuck part of the escape pod and then use the remaining half of the escape pod to escape. However, an incomplete escape pod cannot be called an escape pod, and it may also become a death train. This item is desperate. Between gambling and fighting, he chose the latter, because his damn luck is really bad. Otherwise, how could he meet the current number of artificial mentally retarded? After a long time, he didn't come back to his senses until the siren sounded. He immediately closed his eyes and fled in the opposite direction. Two black ribbons, like black snakes, quickly fixed Nick Fury on the seat, and then the inner cockpit was disconnected from the car frame, and the engine of the escape pod started to start. There are many legends on this sheriff. A long time ago, when New York was still under the control of Jin Bin, the leader of the underground overlord gang, it is said that it was the sheriff who led people to find out Jin Bin's true identity and took Jin Bin killed on the spot. At this time of life and death, the 75% humor setting in the smart assistant did not dare to continue joking, and quickly started the emergency escape procedure. It's not that this tube of new energy can only support 10 seconds, but the hardware he used when modifying can only support 10 seconds. The blue energy is transformed into a red ray through the emission port, and the laser cutting is effortless. Now, take me away, Speed, stop playing with me. Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief, begging. However, there was not much emotion in his eyes. It was more like a beast, staring at the direction where the escape pod disappeared. The iron-armed man on the other side froze, and the target just disappeared before his eyes. But that's not all. After the Great War in New York, many aliens invaded. Some people with evil intentions stole alien equipment and robbed everywhere. This sheriff also came forward to solve it. He decided to do it quickly. He took out his old antique mobile phone from his pocket with his still-moving left hand. The appearance of this mobile phone looked very outdated, but he secretly transformed the battery into a blue tubular body, which is Tesseract, the extracted energy, the new energy sold publicly by Antarctic companies. The New York police quickly sealed off the area. A police sergeant drove a police car alone, broke through the blockade, and chased after the Hydra elements' evacuated convoy. In a matter of moments, the escape pod, which had been stuck due to shapeshifting, came loose. But those 10 seconds were enough to save his life. Today, he is going to start performing legends again. Using this high-intensity new energy source, you can release a 10-second thermal laser from this modified mobile phone. The Hydra soldiers were still approaching with their guns, when suddenly there was a loud bang, and a defective ellipse smashed through the car body, creating a big hole, and they could only see 2 trails of exhaust gas. After the gas dissipated, there was no sign of Nick Fury. Just this credit for eradicating the gangster emperor is enough to make him a super policeman in the hearts of the people. Whether the sheriff is a legend, Nick Fury doesn't know. Because he was taken to a very secluded place by the damaged escape pod, which was a big theater that was about to be demolished, he was taken to a corner. Diddy, the energy is about to run out. Do you want to send a distress signal? Nick Fury thought about it, but it only took a second before he said, "No, don't send anything. Block me all signals." As an old agent, he can pay attention to some details. Think about the usual methods of agents. If he sends a distress signal to any place outside at this time, the enemy will definitely dare to arrive before the rescue team and kill him. After all, the other party is the one who knows and dares to chase and kill SHIELD director. How can those means be higher than SHIELD agent? Yes, the energy is about to run out. I will go offline. The voice of the smart assistant is getting smaller and smaller, and there are even some unstable electric current sounds. It seems that the power is really out. Suddenly, Nick Fury seemed to remember something and hurriedly asked, "Can you send your boss a distress message?" Nick Fury knows that the communication of anyone in the world may be monitored, but only this person 50 will not. Because this person has the most advanced technology in the world and the most powerful Red Queen in the world. Sorry, I don't have permission to apply for communication with the highest level, the smart assistant said weakly, really like a dying person. Hearing this, Nick Fury was full of disappointment. He looked around and started to look for something useful. His body was full of scars and he had to be bandaged as soon as possible. But just as soon as I moved my body, I felt a sharp pain all over my body. I can tell that my right hand is broken and my chest ribs may also be broken. It's swollen like a big bag. Mom F***K, I should have left with that guy earlier. Nick Fury regrets leaving SHIELD with the United States Captain Rogers long ago. That way, even if they are hunted down with the help of Rogers, the two of them can even fight back. Mr. Nick Fury, do you need me to send to Antarctic students? The smart assistant asked again, and it was not allowed by Nick Fury, so temporarily can't go offline yet. Even if the spare starting energy is almost exhausted, it can only continue to run for Nick Fury. Hearing the mosquito-like voice, Nick Fury automatically completed the sentence in his mind. Suddenly, he noticed a key word. Did your distress signal go directly to Antarctic Biotech? No, it was issued to the Antarctic Life Foundation Branch Rescue Team. Oh damn it, when did Sudan start this company again? However, I feel relieved when I hear this name. Nick Fury finally breathed a sigh of relief and said slowly, "Send help signal, confirm." Most people in the world who like the internet know that there is a special network between Antarctic companies, and the confidentiality level of this network is the same as that of Sudan himself. This is also a kind of self-protection for Antarctic companies. Nick Fury is not worried about such security measures because no one can intercept their information except themselves. Sent successfully. After the smart assistant sent this message, there was no more movement and fell into a deep sleep. Nick Fury looked at the dilapidated escape pod in front of him, and for the first time he thought this smart assistant was cute. After Sudan returned to Earth, the Red Queen immediately rushed to Antarctic Technology to check the production status of the game warehouse. Due to the major technological breakthrough proposed by Comrade Banner, after no longer relying on Wakanda vibranium, it was handed over to Antarctic Technology for large-scale production, and the speed was very CJBH fast. In just 3 days of work, tens of millions of gaming devices have already been produced. The calculation of the game warehouse is not based on the number but on the amount available. Some game cabins may only be used by couples, while some large game cabins can even accommodate dozens or hundreds of people. Seeing that the production of the game warehouse was so smooth, he felt very relieved, so he found an empty office to rest. Although he didn't do it himself, after all, he had been the supervisor and commander of the army for 3 days and 3 nights, and he was mentally exhausted. It was a sweet dream but was woken up by a video call. At first glance, it turned out to be Nick Fury, who hadn't been in touch for a long time. "Hey, Mr. Director, what can I do for you? If you need alien goods, you can buy them anywhere in a few days with your relationship. They have tried to infiltrate the upper echelons of big countries and then use the power for their own development. Already, 7 or 8 Hydra elements who managed to infiltrate the high levels of the big countries have been exposed and eradicated. I can't protect myself. Are you hunted down? Then where are you now? I'll ask someone to pick you up. Anyway, your company's name is hung here. I don't believe that there are still people in this world who would dare to mess with you. Nowadays, all countries and decent forces are absorbing the nutrition of Antarctic companies and growing rapidly, but they are the only ones who are invisible and isolated." Seeing this, Sudan chuckled. "Why do you still regard the ward as your protective umbrella? Like half the Hydra molecules in SHIELD, Sudan thought about it for a while. During this period of time, all forces on the Earth are developing rapidly, trying to make transcendental progress in this revolution and become the star of the future." Unexpectedly, Nick Fury said, Actually, I am in danger now, and I don't need any extraterrestrial goods for the time being. Probably that's Hydra's gang of bloody terrorists. Nick Fury raised his bandaged arm and said, I have been saved by your people and now I am hiding in the ward and dare not go out. That is to say, when you are about to die, you will bite back. It was really hit by you. The ghost knows who is determined to put me to death, and now I only dare to talk to you on the internet. If I ask other people for help, my own location will be discovered first. At that time, I might really lose sight of you. But the result was a failure. Antarctic companies supervised very strictly their diversion, even if it was a small stream. Therefore, they can only use their own strength to develop in secret. After all, he had just returned from Jotunheim and Nick Fury called thinking he was asking about something. Who has time to hunt down a marinated egg? You are really shameless, Sudan scolded. Braised eggs, so to speak. I didn't expect his skin to be as thick as a braised egg. Nick Fury was injured, so he just started to act shamelessly. Haha, anyway, I have already paid for the medical expenses and I have also applied for hospitalization procedures. I will be living here for a few days. Let me see Tilda who dares to step on a horse. Come. Aren't you afraid someone else's life for their own? Definitely scared, that's why I called you and begged you to help me. Please. Just talking, Sudan said with a drawn-out voice after thinking for a while. You have paid the medical bills, haven't you? Definitely, other money can be saved, but my own life cannot be delayed. That's good. If you have lived there enough, go back and continue to be your shield director. What? Is it so powerful? Nick Fury definitely understood Sudan's meaning. Let him live enough to go back and continue to take office, that is to say, he will help him settle everything. The strength of this help is a bit big. It's about sprinkling water, Sudan said indifferently. Hydra, that's just a small fight between ordinary people. What is it to him who is standing at the top of the world now? Not even a thrilling flight. After hanging up the video call, Chen Dan fell asleep. This kind of thing even made him unable to cheer up, and he planned to play again after waking up. After waking up, he leisurely got up, washed, and drank tea. Then I leisurely walked towards SHIELD headquarters like shopping. Meanwhile, at SHIELD headquarters, former SHIELD director Alexander Pierce, the head of Hydra's infiltrating SHIELD spies, is thrilled to plan for the future. As long as the Insight plan is successful and those heretics are eradicated, the world will definitely be in control at that time. However, we must first find Nick Fury and let him disappear from the world. These poor bastards. The Insight project is a secret project recently launched by SHIELD. Its content is: use 4 space carriers to monitor the Earth in all directions, and then use special algorithms to identify criminals at the first time. No matter what has happened or is happening or impending crimes will be completely monitored. Despite the rapid development of science and technology, criminal behavior has not weakened. On the contrary, with the increase of superheroes, the number of criminals is also increasing. This Insight plan of SHIELD, if successful, can effectively cure such a disease. However, the above concept is completely false. These are nothing more than ex-SHIELD director and Hydra spy Chief Pierce in disguise. The essence of its Insight plan is actually to use the Zora algorithm to calculate the threats to Hydra, whether they already exist or will grow into threats in the future. All of these will be targeted by the space carrier, and then large-scale assassination. As long as these people are all dead, then with Hydra's current vision, no one in the world can stop it. Sudan must pay the price. Damn Avengers must pay the price too, Pierce said with gloomy eyes. In front of him is the previous video of Sudan attacking a Hydra base in Eastern Europe. Although Sudan's attack was only for Scarlet Witch, and at the same time he didn't kill all the members of the Hydra base at that place, but this can be regarded as his active war against Hydra. The strength possessed by that base, although not as powerful as what Pierce holds in his hands now, is still ahead of Hydra. If Sudan provokes one, he will be bitten by the other. And the Avengers, who claim to be partners of justice and vigilantes of the people, it is inevitable that Pierce will be included in the important assassination list. Pierce didn't know that even if his Insight project was carried out and the 4 space carriers were put in place, it would not be able to pose any threat to the people on Earth. Because of the existence of the Red Queen, who has become a fine artificial intelligence, it will not allow abnormal events beyond her jurisdiction to occur. The Zola algorithm relied on by the Insight plan, the Red Queen only needs to log in and tamper with it, and the target can be converted into Hydra themselves. Beep, just when Pierce was yelling about how he led Hydra to conquer the world, a reminder brought him back to reality. The message is not signed, only a few short words. He is here, it is Sudan. He asked for flowers. This name made Pierce, who was still in YY just now, feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. Long distance YY is okay, but if that person really wants to come to his door, even if he was as calm as him in the past, now he subconsciously becomes nervous. That's Sudan? Although he is not a world overlord or a warlord ruler, as long as he waves his hand, the whole world will follow him. Don't you see, as soon as he said that he wanted to invade other worlds, those countries didn't even think about it, didn't know how to get to the other world and which way to go, so they sent troops to follow. That is an armed army of hundreds of thousands of people. It's not a joke. What are other worlds? Rich resources, scary monsters, all kinds of aliens. In this way he can rest more and more at ease. Didn't it mean that Sudan is holding meetings with various countries at this time? How could he come back so soon? Sitwell, Boo Lock, you guys go meet up first and find out what that person wants to do. How come you come here at this time? Who will bear this responsibility? What if these people died in an extraterrestrial battlefield? Receive. The army was not sent by Sudan but sent by these countries on their own initiative. They didn't even think about what they were about to face, whether they would gain something, whether the benefits were worth hundreds of thousands of troops going out once, so they dared to send hundreds of thousands of people to follow Sudan on an adventure. None of them know this is Sudan. Coincidentally, is Chendan really shopping? Could it be that I came here by chance while shopping? Asking two capable subordinates to investigate the reason for Sudan, Pierce sat on the sofa and continued to fight fish psychologically. After much deliberation, Pierce still decided to stay. This is the Earth, who can escape Sudan's palm. When Nick Fury was missing, he took the initiative to visit SHIELD headquarters. Not to mention whether effective resources can be obtained. Originally, he planned to wait for the Insight project to start, aim at Sudan the moment he returned to Earth and kill him. Pierce has some hesitation. He is thinking, should he continue to act or pack up and escape through the back door? Not yet, I have to call that guy over just in case, Pierce said to himself. He holds a Winter Soldier under his hands. The Winter Soldier was originally a project, but only one of the final experimental products could be controlled and the others became thugs and were frozen. The Winter Soldier under his command is actually from the time when the Captain of the United States was in charge. Due to the relatively successful brainwashing work, that guy is now a handy weapon. If Sudan insists on causing trouble in SHIELD today, then that weapon plus Hydra's influence in SHIELD, it is not impossible to take it down. Definitely, there is also the second situation, that is, with so much power he is still not Sudan's opponent, then he can also send Winter Soldier to entangle Sudan and buy him time to escape. Now there is no 870 solution. Both of these are the next steps which can only relieve the urgent situation and will eventually lead to the failure of Hydra's long-planned plan. I can only hope that Sudan has no malicious intentions this time. Cloth Lock, whose full name is Cloth Lock Rumlow, appears to be the captain of the SHIELD Rapid Response Special Forces, but is actually a member of Hydra. When directed by Pierce to greet Sudan, he silently checked the guns on his body. After confirming that it was correct, he mustered up the courage to walk towards the gate of SHIELD headquarters. To be honest, his current status is not bad. The position of captain of the SHIELD Quick Response Special Forces is already quite high, and he even cooperated with the captain of the United States once. However, as far as he is like this, he has to muster up the courage to meet Sudan even once. Because the two are not at the same level at all, let alone what kind of special forces captain he is now. Even if he is promoted 2 levels, there is no way. On a par with the man standing on top of the world, he is just a small person. Sudan walked outside the SHIELD headquarters, looked up at the building that was obviously backward in scale. Perhaps SHIELD wanted to keep a low profile, but they didn't participate in the urban reform now and they still had the same set of headquarters. Or maybe the real position of SHIELD has moved underground. While still feeling emotional, he heard footsteps. Looking around, it turned out to be a team coming out of the SHIELD building. The guy at the head, he was pretty impressed. Most people may not be able to understand, but Sudan himself is very clear. This person is Locke Rumlow, who will return soon under the name of Crossbones. Why is it so impressive to such a person who is not outstanding in combat power? Because it was an attack by Crossbones in Lagos, Nigeria, defeated by the United States captain. He was about to detonate his bomb vest, but Scarlet Witch threw the bomb magically into the sky, but accidentally blew up on a nearby mobile. Many civilians were killed on the building. This matter is the fuse of the SOKOVIA agreement, and the SOKOVIA agreement is the fuse of the Avengers Civil War. Therefore, he had a deep impression on such an unremarkable character. Definitely, that's all in the future on another timeline. Boo Locke can't be called Crossbones either. He's just a minor character who has faith in Hydra's ludicrous insight program. Hey sir, uninvited people are not welcome here. Boo Locke didn't call Sudan by name and he didn't know why. Hearing the sound, Sudan didn't answer, just walked towards him silently. The two sides were walking head-on, and within a few steps the distance was only 2 or 3 meters away. But at this moment, Sudan laughed. Young man, do you have some kidney deficiency? Why is it that the weather is not hot in April and you are sweating all over your head? Boo Locke never expected that Sudan would say such words suddenly. He deduced countless ways to communicate with Sudan in his mind, but he never expected that there would be such an opening speech. In terms of age, Locke is definitely older than Sudan, it can be seen from his face. But at the moment was called a young man, but he didn't dare to be dissatisfied. Even he is a little afraid to stand in front of this person now. The person in front of him is not only unpredictable in strength, but also in his thoughts. Well, Mr. Sudan, you should know what this place is, although I don't want to stop you, but there are regulations above. No one who is irrelevant can enter. No one else? No, I'm not idle. I came here at the request of your director Nick Fury. Director Nick Fury? Mr. Sudan, do you know where he is? In fact, he has disappeared and our people are trying their best to find him. Seeing Boo Locke's always online acting, Sudan chuckled and said, he is in one of my hospitals and he asked me to come over and treat SHIELD. That's great. Boo Locke realized something was wrong before he could finish his sentence. Although Sudan's punch only hit the abdomen, how could a mere mortal be able to withstand the force of such a blow? His internal organs were shaken into tofu flowers on the spot, his body twitched a few times and he vomited blood. By the time the other soldiers reacted, Boo Locke's breath was gone. Why are you fighting? One punch turned Boo Locke into a shrimp, and he flew upside down, knocking down a group of soldiers behind him. What kind of disease is being treated? It is probably murdered. What does it mean to ask Sudan to treat SHIELD? Several soldiers looked at each other in blank dismay, but they still dared not shoot. Put down your weapons, you guys, maybe you can still live. They probably also knew that the first person to shoot was the next person to follow Locke. I guess that's not what it said. Boo Locke rolled several times on the ground and never got up again. These people are obviously scared to death, although their bodies are trying their best to pretend. Their eyes are trembling. But it was useless. In the face of extraordinary power, an ordinary person like him didn't even have the chance to draw a gun. Sudan took a deep look at them and there was no contempt in his heart but some regret. Seeing this, those short-sighted soldiers dared to quickly take out pistols from their waists and aim at Sudan. Boo Locke is starting to panic. Tom, if you are in the same den as him, then you should know that these pistols can't kill me at all. They can only destroy my clothes, let me lose some money and buy a new one. Obviously this is already the case, but you still have to draw out your weapon. We are just mortals, why should we face such a monster? The first soldier chose to kill himself. The next few are still pending, but the matter has developed to this point. There is no time for them to hesitate. Seeing Sudan waving his hands from a distance, they were hit by an invisible strong wind and they flew out like kites with broken strings. At this moment, Sudan felt something was wrong. As for what was wrong, he couldn't tell, it was wrong anyway. Sure enough, in the next second, a bullet mercilessly hit the back of his head from a tricky angle, and with a bang, the hit was painful. Even the whole body felt a huge force, was pushed a few steps ahead and almost fell to the ground. Sniper rifle, someone shot in the dark. At the moment when the bullet hit, his body also reacted with lightning speed, and the part that was in contact with the bullet was instantly covered with a golden light. If you look at the 1000 times slow motion, you will find that the bullet is about to hit, but it hits 29 times. When it only touches the hair, Su-dan's body has already reacted. This is completely the body's self-protection. He did not deliberately defend himself, it was just the body's instinct. I touched the back of my head and there was no blood, but it hurt a little from being bumped. Looking in the direction, Su-dan recognized the sniper rifle at a glance. The other party did not dare to use the equipment produced by the Antarctic military industry, but used an ancient and primitive Barrett, commonly known as the gun sniper. Needless to say, Barrett's power is, of course, if this shot hits an ordinary person, let alone the head, I am afraid that half of the body will be smashed into pieces. Unfortunately, Su-dan is not an ordinary person. Monster, my god! In the distance, in a window of the SHIELD building, Sitwell agent immediately cursed, holding Barrett's hand trembling slightly. If this is not a monster, then there are no monsters in this world anymore. Even a superhero in the face of a sniper like Barrett, most of them have no chance of surviving. But what happened to Su-dan? From a distance, it looks like someone has flicked the head. Apart from patting the head, there is no fart. This is Barrett. Sitwell touched his bald head subconsciously and began to doubt life. But doubting life can't stop. His goal has been exposed to Su-dan. He must evacuate as soon as possible. This is common sense. However, as if fate was playing a joke on him, Su-dan's Superman-like jumping ability left a cracked spider web in place, and his figure rapidly enlarged in Sitwell's pupils. "Oh, I'm dead," murmured Sitwell. Bang! Su-dan's body shattered the glass on the window, and with a large piece of glass residue it hit Sitwell and knocked him to the ground. This impact, what he felt was not a human body but like a 120-yard truck coming head-on. He didn't kill Sitwell all at once but snatched the Barrett from the side. However, he turned Sitwell's body over with his feet, picked up Barrett with one hand and pointed the gun at the bald head. "Maid, do you know how painful it is to beat someone like this?" Spare. "I know, I will review, I was wrong, I will never dare again," Sitwell howled at the top of his lungs. Originally, this impact made him feel like his body was falling apart, but just as he regained his senses, he was pointed at his head by a Barrett again, so desperate tilde. Unfortunately, facing Sitwell's begging for mercy, Su-dan did not soften his heart at all. These Hydra members can do anything. If you forgive them this second, they will stand up and give you a knife in the next second, so, boom. Barrett's voice echoed in this small house, and in the distance, the footsteps of a large group of SHIELD agents were heard. They probably didn't notice the fight with Brad Locke on the perimeter just now. But Sitwell's first shot shocked the entire SHIELD. How dare someone still shoot in such a place? And according to the excellent experience of the agents, you can tell what type of gun it is from the sound of the gun. The current SHIELD agents do not know that their insides have been completely infiltrated by Hydra, and there may be a Hydra standing beside everyone, but they don't know. However, when they rushed to the source of the sound, they only saw a headless corpse as well as brains and blood all over the floor. The scene was extremely horrifying. Everyone, according to my speculation, the window was not shattered by a bullet, nor was it shattered from the inside out. The former glass shards will be smaller, and the latter glass will not have so much left in the room. And the only possibility, someone just broke in through the window and killed him with Barrett. "Does anyone know who he is?" The female agent pointed at Sitwell, who was lying in a pool of blood. But this headless horseman has become such an obsessive look, and everyone wears black suits at work. Even if his own mother came here, he might not recognize him. "Look, the window is broken, someone jumped out of here." An agent immediately sensed something, resisted the sticky blood on the ground, and ran to the window to check. After saying it was Su-dan, all the agents present calmed down. All they care about is where the shots were fired, who did what, and then they have to be caught. My God, who did this? Wait, that person in 480 seems to be Su-dan. Someone with excellent eyesight quickly recognized Su-dan. If the person who made the shot was Su-dan, then while they were targeting the target, they would also be thinking about the reasons why he did this, and perhaps they would take the initiative to find reasons for him. You can't just bite to death and say that a god kills innocent people indiscriminately. The female agent had no choice but to ignore the decedent's name and continued. There were 2 gunshots in total, but this one was obviously killed by one blow. Sure enough, a female agent found cobweb horse tracks on the window. Everyone shook their heads. Soon his gaze locked onto a figure, and that was Sudan. After Sudan jumped off the building, he threw Barrett aside casually as if such an artifact was like trash in his eyes. It's him, hurry up, move. A person's special identity can always passively give a different judgment angle from others. Such illogical thinking, some novice agents as well as some girls started to have stress reactions. They turned around immediately, lying on the corner of the wall, and vomited crazily. So, it can be concluded that this was the one who wanted to kill the other party at the beginning, but the other party grabbed the gun and killed him back. It is a legitimate self-defense. Now there is only such a reason to say the past. All the agents present felt that what the female agent said was very reasonable and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This is a very abnormal state. Even though the evidence for the murderer was solid, they kept trying to excuse the murderer, and after finding out the reason, they breathed a sigh of relief. Then, everyone should go away, ask someone to clean this place, and then change a piece of glass. Yeah, the glass is all broken, I have to change it quickly. By the way, why isn't our director here today? You're such a newbie. Don't you know what happened yesterday? Oh my God, you shouldn't be here for this job. The crowd scattered in all directions and the bloody smell of Sitwell permeated the small room, but no one cared at all. It seemed that a grasshopper died just now. Everyone symbolically mourned for 3 seconds. After all, they didn't even know who died. But even if the identity of the deceased is found out from the SHIELD system, at most everyone will continue to mourn for a while, and there must be no one who has nothing to do and seek revenge for this agent, Sudan writes. As for punishing Sudan with legal weapons, didn't you hear that? People call it justifiable self-defense. Who would look for it for nothing not only can't accuse Sudan of crimes but also be targeted by the countries that want to curry favor with Sudan all day long, and the next morning he wakes up as a dead man. Go to work with your head on your back. Soon, the identity of the decedent was found out. It turned out to be Sitwell agent. The level in SHIELD is not low. But there is a question, why did the Sitwell agent take out a weapon like Barrett to target Sudan? This is obviously because he failed in the long-distance assassination and was discovered by Sudan, who in turn blasted his head with Barrett. The so-called returning the same way to the other body can be said to be very true. Why do you think there are people in this world who can't think of a meeting to assassinate Sudan? Even if you have 10,000 reasons, you still have no reason in the end, don't you understand? What if Sudanic sex is someone's fiancé? What Sitwell agent already has a fiancé? We can still fall in love in our line of business. Why didn't you say it earlier? I just rejected Mary's invitation to have S*X yesterday. Damn Falk. Are you trying to make me happy? Don't try so hard. By the way, do you think Sudan will fall in love with someone else's fiancé? He waved. What kind of woman is there in this world? Hey, Carter, if Sudan waved to you, would you have S*X with him? I really envy rich people. If I were so rich, I would buy SHIELD and let you work for me. Please call me Sharon Carter, thank you, and get on with your work. Sudan did not leave SHIELD. The reason why he jumped from the window was to avoid blood splashing on his body. The moment he shot, he moved towards the window. At that speed, the sputtering speed of blood can't catch up with him. He just tossed Barrett away and continued walking toward SHIELD's main entrance. There are no guards here, only agents going up and down. He just swaggered into SHIELD. I don't know where Pierce is. The SHIELD headquarters are quite big. If you search for them one by one, you'll have to find them tomorrow morning. Sudan scratched the back of his head helplessly. To be honest, it still hurts a bit. Red Queen, he called softly. On the next side where he was stopped by the Red Queen. The Red Queen's program is spread all over the world. As long as there is a network, there can be a Red Queen. Sudan once improved the Red Queen to a certain extent, making her program more like a seed, buried all over the world, and only needs him to wake up and recognize, and the Red Queen can respond in a jumping manner. Yes, my master. Can you find out which room Pierce is in? Master, if you're talking about Alexander Pierce, then he's on the roof of SHIELD right now and he has 12 more takeoffs. Hearing the sound, Sudan had a look of displeasure on his face. Obviously he came all the way to find Pierce, but now this guy wants to fly away. How can this be reasonable? As everyone knows, a few minutes ago, Pierce sent an order notification to Winter Soldier and then waited in the office, observing Sudan's movements through Shield's camera by the way. As a result, Bullock, who was the first to rush forward, was instantly killed within a second, and there was another coward under him who killed himself. If it is said that what makes Pierce feel like this is only the incompetence of the other party, then writing it down will make him feel cold inside. Boom, seems like something hit Sudan. He quickly adjusted the monitor in the direction. It turned out to be Sitwell. Looking at the guy in Sitwell's hand, Pierce smiled in relief. This is sensible. As expected of Sitwell, agent, better than that idiot Bullock. Knowing that in this situation to deal with extraordinary people, special measures must be adopted. It is indeed inhumane for Barrett to use it on people, but the other party is no ordinary person. Wait, did Sudan pause just now? Could it be that Sitwell has already fired a shot? Barrett's single shot only pushed that monster forward 3 steps. Could it scratch even a trace of blood? What a piece of shit this Sitwell is. Why use this weapon on Sudan? Can't you pull out some stronger weapons? Did you not give you permission or what? Yes. Lee Dezhou. Pierce suddenly remembered the figure of Sudan in the battle in New York back then, that invincible figure of jumping up and down. I am afraid that there is really no one in this world who can resist it. Alas, no wonder there are 2 of them. Now that this guy has no good intentions when he comes here and keeps fighting, then he should retreat too. It's a pity that Sudan moved too fast. The 2 of them couldn't last a minute and the Winter Soldier hadn't rushed over yet. Therefore, he could only hastily arranged for a helicopter, using the shortest distance, to take off on the roof of Shield and escape. As for the insight plan that has been laid out in Shield for so many years, it is time to abandon it. Keep the green hills here and don't worry about no firewood. If we confront Sudan head-on now, not only will we not even have the chance to implement it, but we will also create a community. Under such circumstances, he can make such a calm judgment. He feels that he is very awesome. Master, do you need to stop the opponent's helicopter? You can now remotely jam helicopters. Master, I have been improving too. Sudan nodded with a smile and said, that's a mouthful. After Pierce gets on the plane, let's take off for 3 or 4 meters and then let him stop. Give him a sense of hope. It is said that letting a person see hope and then giving him despair is far more powerful than direct despair. He really wants to know what kind of expression does an old Hydra like Pierce have when he sees despair. After giving the Red Queen instructions, he quickly moved towards the roof of Shield. The people passing by are all staring at each other. They seem to be surprised. What is Sudan going to do when he comes to Shield? Could it be that he wants to dismantle this Aegis? Then they will lose their jobs. That's great. I heard that they have a group of seniors who were personally sent to Antarctic Game Company by director Nick Fury. Now they work easily and earn millions of USD a year. The welfare policy of Antarctic Company. It is even more tempting than this million USD D43. There are basic welfare policies of large companies, and apart from these, as long as you perform well, you can choose any house, luxury car and yacht. Maid, why didn't they have that opportunity? It didn't stop Sudan from swaggering around in Shield, and someone even wanted to hand Sudan a gun to make things easier for him. However, he was stopped by his companions because ordinary pistols are fun for Mr. Sudan and they cannot be used correctly at all. Therefore, a group of agents can only act like spectators, watching Sudan rushing back and forth in their lair. When he was really impatient, he directly punched upwards, smashed through the 3-story ceiling in a row, and finally jumped to the top of Shield. Just at this moment, the helicopter that Pierce was riding in broke down and fell straight down from the sky 5 meters away. Although it didn't cause any substantial damage, it looked very embarrassed. Embarrassed is right. Sudan just likes to see other people look embarrassed. Although you look very embarrassed now when the plane crashed, but you were very perfect when you were strategizing in the office. After CGI, the propeller gradually stopped. Sudan stepped forward and took the initiative to tear down a door of the helicopter, then pulled Pierce out of it. Wait, what are you doing? You, Sudan, you can't act recklessly. This is Shield. Pierce kept shouting. However, Sudan didn't do anything to him, he just picked him up and threw him on the ground. I said, buddy, I didn't do anything to you. I just saw you crashed and rescued you from the plane quickly because I was afraid that you would be in danger. How about you? Not only did you not thank me, but you also took the initiative to scold me. Pierce was taken aback. Which game is Sudan playing? Playing cat and mouse again? His old heart can't bear it. I didn't scold you. Pierce got up from the ground, tightly clenched the suitcase in his hand. I mean, you can't walk around in SHIELD. Definitely, I still have to thank you. Since you thank me, then give me the highest authority of SHIELD. Red Queen, take over. Yes, man. This is not the first time he has come into contact with the SHIELD system. He touched the SHIELD system a long time ago just to protect the SHIELD database. But who doesn't know that the electronic network world is interoperable? At that time, he had already buried some of his own things in the SHIELD system. That small program is very hidden. He can confirm that no one in this world can find it except him. Definitely, so many years have passed and he didn't use that small program. After all, SHIELD is just like that, and it's nothing compared to the work at hand. It wasn't until today that I had nothing to do and ran here to play that I suddenly remembered that there was such a thing. Soon, the name of the highest authority of SHIELD became Sudan. Even the identity authentication was skipped, and the data was directly replaced by force. If you have a Red Queen here, you also need a woolen identity authentication, iris authentication, and the like. Those things are not safe by comparison. Then the iris authentication may be verified by someone else's eyeball. But the Red Queen is different. She is a well-deserved god on the internet in this world. Let alone the Earth. Even compared with other alien civilizations, the Red Queen is still an emperor. There is no other reason. Although Red Queen was originally just a security program of the Umbrella Company, but with the improvement of Sudan's god-level programming technology, who can be against it? This is the safest program in the world. God, what are you doing? Pierce didn't understand what Sudan was doing. In fact, what he didn't understand was the communication between Sudan and the Red Queen. What is even more unclear is that with a single sentence can a mere artificial intelligence seize the authority of SHIELD? It's a dream. If that's the case, SHIELD's authority will be taken away. Then why didn't they take it away earlier? Ha ha, impossible. Artificial intelligence has its limitations. In daily life, in some system operations to help with some work, the power of artificial intelligence will be exhausted here. Also seize the highest authority of SHIELD. Why don't you fly? In fact, Sudan really flew, however it uses wind magic, also carrying Pierce. Feeling his body fly uncontrollably, Pierce started. As the distance between his body and the ground became farther and farther, the entire SHIELD building became a little play toy in his eyes, and he began to scream desperately. Forgive me, forgive me. I beg you to let me go. I know I was wrong. Let you go. As the wind magic that Sudan blessed Pierce's body was released, his whole body fell rapidly like a white pig. The high-speed airflow blew his face into waves, making it impossible to make a single sound. Under this 1,000-meter high-altitude fall, if an ordinary person falls on the ground, the consequences will be very tragic. Snapped. A crisp sound was enough to ensure that Pierce's bones were smashed to pieces. Even SHIELD's sturdy roof apron was smashed into a deep hole. Fortunately, there are steel bars underneath, otherwise it might be smashed through. It's really miserable. I don't understand why I let you go. Sudan sighed helplessly. At this moment he seemed to have a killing intent. Because the killing intent was too obvious, Sudan wasn't nervous at all. Only chicks can release their killing intent so strongly. Sure enough, a strong man with iron arms came out from the gate of the rooftop. The iron-armed man glanced at Pierce, who had fallen to death, and he didn't know what he was struggling with in his eyes, which made him very painful. Then, he raised his head abruptly and locked his eyes on Sudan, who was falling slowly. He planned to use fighting to get rid of this kind of spiritual pain. It's just a pity that he chose the wrong opponent. Why you want to dance too? Winter Soldier kept silent because he was wearing a mask and couldn't see his expression, but from a pair of deranged eyes it could be seen that he just wanted to swallow Sudan alive. Although the strength of this weapon is not bad but his brain is not very good, he seems to have no thought at all why Sudan can fly. If it's Iron Man who relies on the equipment battle suit and relies on technology to fly, then maybe it's nothing as long as the battle suit is removed. The deity inside is still a human with low defense power. But now the situation is completely different. At the moment when Sudan was about to fall, Winter Soldier charged forward with all his strength. Objectively speaking, his impact speed is still very good and has reached the level of the captain. However, in Sudan's sight he was no different from a brash boy, almost the kind of brash man who stared at his head with his shoulders and moved forward. What greeted Winter Soldier was naturally a merciless whip kick. Snapped. The Winter Soldier who was kicked flew out to the side like a dead leaf. In the reckless world I would like to call you the strongest. Sudan smiled and walked towards Winter Soldier who couldn't slow down for a while. The super soldier level physique is not bad. If ordinary people are kicked by him, their necks will probably be broken. However, even though Winter Soldier was kicked tens of meters away fiercely and horizontally, his head would still be dizzy and everyone would be a double image. Sudan stepped forward, reached out and grabbed Winter Soldier's hair and picked him up like a duckling. Your master is dead, can you wake up? Currently no, it should be said before. The former owner of Winter Soldier, that is, Pierce's management of Winter Soldier is very simple and rude. In his opinion, Winter Soldier is an undoubted weapon. Once a weapon is not obedient, it will be served by electrotherapy. Not to mention, this method is very effective. I usually use Winter Soldier as a dog, but now that Pierce is smashed into a true scum, there's no need for that anymore. Woo, ooh, Winter Soldier struggled violently, trying to get rid of Sudan's control. However, he sees people as ghosts, and when he swings his fists, they are all shadows. He may miss even ordinary people, let alone a player like Sudan with extremely fast reactions. Forget it, throw you to the marinated egg and let them deal with it. As he said that, Sudan let go of his hand holding Winter Soldier's hair, and then punched his steel arm heavily. There was only a muffled sound and the steel arm was twisted in the opposite direction and hung behind his back. Immediately, he took out his cell phone and dialed Nick Fury. Hello. Braised eggs, I beat Pierce to death for you and captured a Winter Soldier. You should be discharged from the hospital and come back to clean up the mess. Lying on the hospital bed, Nick Fury's eyes froze and he opened his mouth not knowing what to say. After being stunned for a long time, he asked a little strangely, why did you beat Pierce to death? You have to know that he was the former director of my shield. He was at least a heavyweight. If you said he was killed, he was killed. This blame the blame. Wait, can't he be the culprit? Sudan scanned the phone camera at the kneeling and struggling Winter Soldier and said, what do you think? I suggest you change your head. I don't know how many five-headed snakes are hidden in my situation. Nick Fury definitely knows Winter Soldier. Or rather, Winter Soldier's style impressed him a lot. When the car accident happened, it was this person who blocked his way, and if this guy is Pierce's guy, then it all makes sense. Yes, I think it's time for me to change my head. You plan to give this person to me? Nick Fury asked. Otherwise, what do I need this kind of person for? What I need are technical talents. If you are willing to repay, then send me another batch of technicians. Ask for flowers. Should, Nick Fury said hastily. Originally, if a great god like Sudan was invited to come forward, he was already fully prepared to be slaughtered. Although Sudan keeps saying that he just wants to relax and play casually as a leisure activity, but Nick Fury's emotional intelligence is not low. I don't need your mess, come back and clean up the mess. Sudan refused with a smile, then hung up the phone. Others say it's just for fun, but you still have to ask if they're having a good time. But the world is different now, not to mention Sudan speaking out in person. Even if the second head of the Antarctic Enterprise makes a word, the president of Country M will have to be replaced. With SHIELD's entry test, I couldn't find out at the beginning, and it was difficult to find out later. With the majesty of the Antarctic Enterprise, I'm afraid those Hydra spies will have to run away quietly with their tails between their legs. Add a prefix to SHIELD and the meaning is very clear. Under normal circumstances, it is absolutely useless to directly transform from a State Department to an intelligence department under an enterprise. I'm afraid I won't be a fool. Therefore, secretly transferring SHIELD to the name of Antarctic Enterprise, no matter from which aspect, it is the best result for SHIELD. Hydra sneaked into SHIELD just to do something with the privileged power of SHIELD, not to mention getting a little SHIELD over. That's all basics. Don't talk about sending you a few technical talents, it's not a problem to write a prefix for SHIELD. Now the mess of SHIELD is too big. There are agents mixed with dragons and snakes, although Pierce was beheaded. Who can guarantee that the cleaner below will not be a spy of Hydra? That's hard to accept for Nick Fury, who has spent his whole life on SHIELD. The name SHIELD is just an abbreviation. Its real name is Country Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. If you add a prefix, it becomes the Intelligence Department of Antarctic Enterprise. So now is the best way to shut down SHIELD. Dan chuckled. Nick Fury is an old boy. If he doesn't learn other things well, he will take advantage of others. Nick Fury is such an old fritter. If you don't reject it decisively, you can definitely talk about it until tomorrow morning. Looking at Winter Soldier, who was kneeling on the ground and still struggling, Dan moved his right foot. Just when Winter Soldier thought Dan was going to let him go, he was struck by a hand knife and passed out. Throwing Winter Soldier on the roof of the SHIELD building, Dan leisurely jumped off the building. After the Human Expansion War, a lot of time was delayed. The operation of the virtual game has also been postponed. The next virtual online game, Interstellar, is much richer than the previous version of Jedi. Many people thought that the virtual second generation of Antarctic games would be an online game with fantasy and magic themes, but they didn't expect that Interstellar would come out halfway. In terms of classification, this game can be either a science fiction or a Lords 477 construction. After all, everyone only had one base vehicle at the beginning, so to be a bear commander. Oh, by the way, a certain dark elf didn't have a base vehicle yet. Starting from a base vehicle, develop various constructions, build barracks, build power generation, and compete for territory, etc. Players who have played the Antarctic games Preheating Work StarCraft basically understand this kind of gameplay, and even because StarCraft hung their appetites, it also led to a large number of StarCraft players returning, causing a temporary interstellar craze. And it's not just about games. Due to the fact that aliens have invaded the world, everyone has a strong desire to explore aliens and the universe. This theme originally has extremely high popularity, not to mention that this is a virtual online game released by Antarctic Games. The game warehouse has not been officially launched yet, and the pre-sale alone has reached an astonishing $700 billion USD. This number is already breaking through the maximum number of players in Antarctic game statistics. According to this momentum, don't people all over the world dare to do anything and just play games? Aren't you happy about it, Dan? Hey, that can't be said like that, although I really hope the whole world can play my game, but this is a bit too much. Hey, your self-satisfied look is really intoxicating. Saying that, Liwa bent down. Afterwards, would you like to visit Jotunheim? I'm a little afraid of the cold. Then let's go to another hot place. Where are you going? Fire World Muse Belheim. As the space was opened by one hand like the surface of a lake, the figures of Dan and Liwa appeared in this world of flames. The heat in Moose Belheim is quite different from the heat on Earth. As long as the heat on the Earth is due to the scorching sun in summer, and as the temperature has gradually increased in recent years, girls are basically afraid to go out in broad daylight. And here in Moose Belheim, the heat comes mainly from underfoot. Looking up, this place is like a hell of flames. Liwa is a mutant. When she felt the extremely hot temperature, she immediately used her super ability to project a set of ice blue shorts for herself. It's so hot. Dan smiled slightly, waved his hand, and cast ice magic. For a magician of all schools, ice magic doesn't have to be a large-scale ice blast, but can also be used for practical purposes. For example, create a cooling zone in this hot world. This kind of magic is more difficult than making water in the desert, but for him, it is a little more troublesome. This is still the normal temperature, wait a while it will get hotter. Looking at Liwa, who is dripping with sweat, is still very pleasing to the eye. Why is it getting hotter all of a sudden? Su Dan smiled without answering. In his perception, the terrifying Li Huang was approaching quickly. This flame world looks even scarier than Jotunheim, and from a general scientific point of view, it is not suitable for living things. It's a pity that there are already multiple races coexisting in Jotunheim, and this Muse Belheim will naturally not lack creatures. The Flame Titan is the native here, and Surt is even known as the ruler here. However, after the eternal fire was taken away by Odin, the Flame Titan is no longer a role. But here, in addition to Surt, there is another creature with powerful fighting power, the Fire Dragon over there. It looks just like the Purgatory Lesser Dragon in League of Legends, with a huge body and a lotus body wrapped in flames. Coming. She is really a woman who knows how to manage the house. Now it can be used in daily and actual combat. Before the person arrived, the arrogant voice came out first. Immediately afterwards, the Titan seemed to jump out of the magma. Unfortunately, a square wall appeared out of thin air and blocked the two, and Surt, who was rushing, couldn't react in time. 10 heads hit the wall, looking extremely embarrassed. Su Dan reached out and patted Liva's shoulder lightly, saying, "This is the Flame Titan Surt. Last time I came here, I was attacked by him. I'm going to roast you and eat 2.7 this time." "What nonsense are you talking about, Surt?" "So it's you. You stupid earthling." Surt also recognized Su Dan. "I said before, I don't need your iron lump here, you better get out of here." This is... Liwa was startled and frightened and quickly shrank into Su Dan's arms. After all, it was the first time she left the earth, and it was inevitable to be afraid when seeing such a monster. The last time it was just that he didn't want to bother with this flame-breaking titan, and time was running out to build a signal base station, so the last time he saw Surt coming, he just threw a magic at random, blocked him for a while, and then withdrew. Roaring, Surt rushed towards Su and Dan with teeth and claws. Even though his physical toughness far exceeds that of Thor, once his weakness is targeted, he may not even be as good as Lady Loki. Because he was once an outsider, it is clear where Surt's weakness is. Let me see which murderous person broke into my territory again. This ability alone can save Su Dan almost 100 yuan in condom money in one day. This square wall is exactly what Liva projected using her super ability. Her super ability is modeling. At the beginning, she could only help Su Dan make a game model on the computer. With the changes in her position and the changes in the world, she has more time and thought to develop her super abilities. If he really wanted to fight at that time, then the Surt who appeared now might not have this arrogant posture, and I am afraid that he would not even have the chance to kneel down and beg for mercy. Surt, who was almost face-shifted by the bump, shook his head and rushed towards Su Dan unconvinced. "I'm convinced too, there are still weirdos in this world who want to be trained in the military." As soon as the voice fell, Su Dan went up to meet him head-on. Perhaps other people are afraid of Surt's molten body temperature, but Su Dan is not afraid at all. Not to mention the current Surt, even the Surt under the blessing of the eternal fire, the temperature is not too high. In many people's minds, Flame Titan and Flame Titan, since they both have this name, shouldn't flame be the main ability. In fact, otherwise, the fire of the Flame Titan Surt is simply invisible to the eye. Su Dan has heard too many stories about using fire as power. In his impression, those real fire powers, if they get close enough, the temperature around their body can distort the space. If they fall into the ocean, they will even die. Let's see water evaporate. But Surt's fire at best can be regarded as strong heat, which is 29 times stronger than conventional flames. He can be considered one of the protagonists in Ragnarök mainly because of his strength and energy. He can manipulate cosmic energy and transform it into various super abilities such as flames, shockwave, and the like. So these people now have a clanging name, but they are becoming more and more unprofessional. Su Dan didn't use his fists to meet Surt. After all, in terms of body size, Surt still has the advantage, but his fists are relatively small, and if he hits hard, he might sink into it. So, after accumulating enough impact force, he turned around and kicked Surt's head with his feet. He is not the kind of person who is good at speed, but compared with the Flame Titan Surt at the moment, he is like the speed ability man with extremely flexible movements and extremely agile body. With this kick, Surt had no way to defend himself, causing his neck to bend back at 90 degrees with his body and then fell to the ground like a wolf. Boom! That hill-like body sparked sparks on the ground of Muspelheim. Impossible, stupid human being, do you know who I am? Surt stood up unconvinced. Definitely no, aren't you the one in charge of this bunch of places? Damn! Even Odin is no match for me, you earthlings dare to kick my head. You can brag. Perhaps in some unofficial history, Surt, who once owned the eternal fire, was stronger than Odin, or some people only took the eternal fire from Odin but did not kill Surt, thinking that Odin could not kill Surt. But in fact, everyone is a realist. Just look at who is sitting on the throne of the Lord of the Nine Realms and who is hiding in his own 1-acre 3-point land, and you can get the correct answer. Hateful. Of the 10 fire abilities, 5 are violent. Surt couldn't stand Sudan's ridicule. He was so angry that he was going to explode every minute. Swinging his flaming sword, he rushed towards Sudan one at a time. This time he raised his guard. If Sudan dared to kick him again, then he would reach out and grab the human's feet, let him experience what anger is. It's a pity that this big man's movements are too obvious and he doesn't need to predict the battle. Just from those eyes he can tell what he wants to do. Sorry, I may not give you a chance this time. After saying that, Sudan stood firmly on the spot, surrounded by magic light. Although he is not a professional magician, at least he is a man who knows all kinds of magic. If you want to talk about the magician's battle, there are so many twists and turns and the magic bombing is over. Flame Titan Surt has 2 weaknesses. The first is that it is naturally restrained by water and ice elements. As long as the principle of water defeating fire is still in the normal universe, it will always work. Second, Surt's magic resistance is too low. As mentioned above, although he is called the Flame Titan, his main ability is not flame but strength. He is a warrior with a shell of fire element. The weakness of low magic resistance, no matter how you look at it, seems to be completely restrained by Sudan. With the radiance of the magic power, the surrounding air suddenly became violent with gusts of wind like sharp knives. And in this hurricane, there are ice shards mixed in. Each piece of ice debris has a length of 90 centimeters, like a javelin made of ice. Taking Sudan as the center, when Surt stepped into this field, he suddenly realized something was wrong. This cold wind is to Surt what fire is to Frost Titan. It was the first time that he was afraid of such a weak human being. Why can humans be so? Definitely, Frost Titan is no match for Surt with Ropey. But now, Sudan is not a Frost Titan but a magic master who is 10 or 100 times more terrifying than a Frost Titan. Before Surt finished speaking, that molten body was gradually covered with a thick layer of ice. If there is a big battle between the Flame Titan and the Frost Titan, it will not be water defeating fire, it will be flame melting ice. In the past, he always thought that in this world, only the line of the Aesir Protos Odin could pose a certain degree of threat to him, but he never expected that he would eventually meet such a monster. The moment he stepped into Sudan's magic field, his anger was instantly extinguished into a puff of smoke, followed by bouts of heart palpitations, and then the bouts of heart palpitations gradually evolved into fear and fear. The magic of wind and water can be combined in a certain environment so as to achieve the effect of ice magic. No, impossible, people on Earth shouldn't be like this, Surt screamed in horror. Is the place where the fire reigns. And Sudan is proficient in all kinds of magic. Originally 933 can use ice magic, plus the field artificially created by using wind and water, which makes the surrounding flame world cool down extremely quickly. Then, the remaining ice magic for the Flame Titan, it is extremely deadly. Why do humans use such powerful magic? This is Muspelheim, the world of fire, but such a stupid earthling but with magic transformed this world of flames into a domain of frost. He is the kind of human who can change the sky. The drop in temperature is quite sensitive to his Flame Titan who lives in an extremely hot environment all year round. Ice is like a cocoon, wrapping Surt bit by bit. The breath of frost caused the remaining heat in his body to dissipate quickly, and his whole body also changed from flame-like redness to a pile of coke-like pitch black without the slightest prestige. Well, it is said that if your crown touches the eternal fire, you can be resurrected again. Sudan muttered, flew forward, stretched out a hand and broke off his crown. When I steal the eternal fire in the Asgard treasure curry, maybe I can resurrect you as a spearman. Afterwards, he put the crown of Surt into the system space, the dignified overlord of Muspelheim. He didn't know until his death that he was a pawn being used by others. Even fighting him is fake, then you should be furious. But the moment Sudan put Surt's crown into the system space, the ground suddenly trembled. Boom! Definitely it's not that he d Surt off, but someone else. Looking around, it was a giant beast full of flames. Dan, it's a dragon, it's a dragon! Seeing dragon, Liwa was not only not afraid but danced excitedly. Dragon is not a weak boss in Muspelheim, definitely, the positioning is just not weak. Liva was taken aback when she saw the flame titan, but when she saw dragon, her eyes showed the same look as Trask. Obviously, this girl who once had a repressed youth has always had some rebellion in her heart. He has some very unfriendly thoughts about this kind of dragon that has appeared in many stories. That's a lizard with wings, if you like, I can tame it for you. Then that lizard can be tamed. Sudan didn't answer, just jumped suddenly, charging towards the dragon from 1,000 meters away. After all, a dragon is a beast with not very good intelligence. To Sudan, it is not as good as Surt. His methods of dealing with animals are generally divided into two types. The first is to meet a little guy who looks cute and can please people, then he may be able to teach him patiently. The second type is the dragon, which has a ferocious appearance and threatens and challenges as soon as it comes up. If it doesn't know who is in charge of this place, it will kick its nose in the face. Dragon is desperate for this face-seeking world. It only saw a continuously enlarged black spot, and then a tingling pain came from the top of its head. It was a high-quality long sword that Sudan exchanged from the point Maul in midair. Since it was not a magic weapon, he didn't even bother to read the name. This long sword of good quality sank in half without any suspense. Hold head high, the dragon let out a howl, not because it was too fragile but because the stab was really too painful and the long sword just happened to penetrate half of the midline of its eyes. In humans, that part is called the trigeminal nerve, which is usually used for massage to relieve stress and refresh. But for a dragon, it is not only the most painful place but also the dignity of a dragon. It dived and swayed quickly, trying to get rid of the long sword pierced above its head, but it was futile after all. Sudan didn't use this long sword to stand on top of its head at all. The dragon's body is so huge that even though the shallow impact speed is fast, if it struggles close to the ground, it will easily lose its balance thus. With the tonnage of this dragon, falling to the ground can knock down a small hill. The earth trembled, but the thorn in the flesh was still between its eyebrows. The pain caused the whole body of the flaming dragon to twist. Ito snapped. What greeted it was not the salvation of the Holy Mother but a slap in the face from Sudan. Be honest with me, Tilda. Damn, be honest. Seeing that dragon was still in a rage and even wanted to turn around and bite him, without further ado, Sudan hit dragon's neck with a heavy fist. The power of this punch directly smashed the neck thicker than a human into a hole the size of a sandbag, and dragon's voice is also stagnant, probably stuck. This is so good. Don't yell, you can't resist anyway, you might as well enjoy being ridden. The dragon seemed to understand Sudan's words and immediately felt 100,000 upsets. His wings trembled and a huge amount of wind pressure hit the ground and this huge body flew up again. It's a pity that just as it got up, it was kicked between its wings by Sudan, who was on its back. It felt a sharp pain in its muscles and its body fell to the ground uncontrollably. The scene was too violent, maybe even the most cruel person in the 9 realms would feel pity for Dragon when he came over. Terrible. How did the world become like this now? With a backhand, Sudan redeemed some healing potions from the system credits. Maul opened Dragon's big mouth and threw the medicine bottle into it. That is a rough action. Why are you crying? It's not like you can't digest this medicine bottle. A fire dragon is so wronged. From now on, be an obedient big lizard, have meat to eat and a female dragon to sleep in. But if you have other ideas, I will turn your claws into marinated claws and your wings into fried chicken wings. And as for your head, I will shave it and place it at the gate to ward off evil spirits. Who can stand this? It just yelled from a distance, but it didn't go through the process when it came to the surface and started to abuse directly. and it was already bruised, lying on the ground weakly, staring at Sudan with deaf eyelids. What a grievance. This makes it look less like a dragon than a hen being plucked in boiling water. But this time, it didn't dare to be arrogant anymore because standing next to it was an earthling that it didn't want to mess with for the rest of its life. Thinking about it, it might be the most embarrassing time for it to grow so big. Even death in battle is considered a good destination. But now it is almost crazy to be ravaged by others. Hearing the sound, Dragon was trembling all over. It had no strength. This was instinctive fear. Earthlings are really too fierce. Not long after, a mighty large lizard stood up again. Especially, the human Cayenne Li Zhao in front of him is not as big as half of its head. With the nourishment of the medicine, the injuries on Dragon's body healed at a considerable speed, the swelling also disappeared and the flesh and blood grew back. I don't know how long this torment lasted, but the dragon didn't have the strength to thump anymore. Mr. Boo Lake, what do you think of the dragon hovering over the top of the Antarctic building recently? This represents the revival of myths on the Earth. What does this mean for the future of mankind? The reporter asked. Oh, may I trouble you to ask one by one? I have a bad memory. What was your first sentence? I'm so sorry. Congressman Boo Lake, what do you think of the dragon hovering over the top of the Antarctic building recently? What do you think? In my personal opinion, that dragon is so G cool. If I have the chance, I'd like to get one back for myself. The reporter was embarrassed and asked this kind of question because he wanted to find the black spots of Antarctic enterprises from the perspective of the government, so as to create contrasting news and win the attention of the public. But I didn't expect that even the congressmen were so dishonest. Okay, Congressman Boo Lake, so does the appearance of that dragon mean that some fantasies on the Earth will become reality? Or do these exist in the first place, and the country has been hiding the truth from the civilians? Mr. Reporter, I have already answered your question. The next one, yes, is the beautiful reporter, 257. Thank you, Senator Boo Lake. I would like to ask, what price did we humans pay in the War of Expansion? I'm very happy to answer this question. I can tell you responsibly that in the War of Expansion we humans paid a very high price. We alone consumed a few billions of arms. Oh my god, so much money shouldn't have been wasted. What? Haha, this is a state secret. This little novice would actually ask such a sensitive topic. Yes, how could such a thing be made public? There was a lot of discussion below. The beautiful reporter blushed but asked again, then, is it true that humans did not sacrifice a single soldier in the expansion war? How did it happen? I can assure you that all the troops brought out have returned without fail. As for how it was done, you should probably interview the Antarctic military industry. Thank you for your answer. Okay, next one. Member, I'm very sorry, but I want to ask, are there any natives on the planet where our humans expand? Did the army kill all those natives? If so, then our human expansion is based on the death of the natives. What is the difference between this and the Chitauri group of beasts? Oh my god, look at what a good question this kid is asking. I'm so sorry about that. Your ancestors have been fighting for their lands since they came down from the trees and didn't let you live upstairs until today. Zai, the projection TV is turned off. Master, 12 o'clock is almost here. It's time for you to attend the press conference, the Red Queen said softly. Hey, I'm really enjoying watching. Why did you turn off the TV for me? Sudan complained. Master, this is the first time you have officially attended a press conference in history. The enthusiasm of the players is unprecedentedly high. I'm afraid you can't do it this time. All right. Sudan waved his hand, sat up from the sofa and tidied up his clothes. See if there is anything wrong with my clothes. You still shine today. Come on, who did you learn from? Skin. Sudan cursed with a smile, then got up and walked towards the gate. The press conference of Interstellar was in the previous theater. For this large-scale press conference, the original Grand Theater was deliberately demolished and rebuilt, and now it looks more like a castle full of technological elements. When Sudan slowly walked onto the stage from the flank, there was a wave of sound. Looking around, this is even more lively than a concert of a world-class superstar. The sound was like a sea, and it was impossible to hear what these people were shouting at CJFE, so he had no choice but to raise his hands and press down to let these people calm down temporarily. Well, it seems very popular, Sudan laughed. On this stage there is no need for microphones and earbacks and the sound can be transmitted. Ah. A country can only provide a few astronauts to go to space for missions a year, but this Antarctic company directly gives the top 100 players in the game a chance to travel to an alien planet. That's 100 people? The bumblebee, as the name suggests, is the shape-shifting King Kong's bumblebee, but it is man-made, not a metal life form. For the first time, I knew what would happen if I held these fans back for too long. Definitely, this is just the most basic reward for the top 100. If you are lucky enough to reach the top 3, you will get more generous rewards such as a bumblebee for the third place. After Sudan's voice fell, the holographic projection appeared in midair, allowing the players to see clearly what it was. I had no choice but to say, if it weren't for the press conference on the title today, I would have thought it was a concert. After saying this, everyone in the audience followed suit and finally sealed their mouths. Hoo-hoo. The world of super rich is really hard to understand. But after being equipped with a brand new intelligence, the bumblebee is no different from the real bumblebee, except that it will not be as violent and aggressive as the Cybertronians. Ugh. Because of this virtual online game, we have opened up the alien market. To put it simply, you have the opportunity to meet aliens in the game. My players have always been of high quality, so I hope you treat them as at the same time as competitors they are also friends. Because in the early stage of the game there will be a competition, and the top 100 players in the competition will all receive the same reward, which is an alien trip fully in charge of the Antarctic Enterprise. Playing games to win the rankings will give you rewards in reality, and it's also an alien trip. Probably only such a rich backstage will do it. Well, don't let me say a word, you just cheer once. Are you tired? There is a drink on the right side of your seat. Press the button and it will pop out. Don't worry, it's safe. Many people should have learned about the gameplay of Interstellar from the official website, so I want to tell you here that is just the tip of the iceberg. As soon as these words came out, there was a brief silence in the audience, and then thunderous cheers erupted. And following his joke, the audience burst into cheers again. The voice was too noisy. So much so that he couldn't hear clearly when he wanted to find a few questions as an entry point. Sudan took the opportunity to say, I am here today as a game developer, nothing else, just to talk about the Interstellar launch today. There are stars shining in the eyes of countless players. This bumblebee can be said to kill all men, women, and children. If a boy gets it, it's not a problem to pick up 10 girls as long as the kidney can handle it. If girls get it, they need a woolen boyfriend. But when the players were crazy about a bumblebee, Sudan slowly revealed a heart-stopping shocking news. For the second place in the contest, I'll remove the rich rewards in the game, and I plan to reward him with an entity that is exactly the same as his battleship in reality. That's right, it was personally tailored for him by my Antarctic military industry. You can go there and be a director for a while. Crazy, all crazy. It's fine to reward a bumblebee, but actually to reward a space battleship. Interstellar plays space battleships. If it can reach the second place, then the original battleships are very powerful. But now Sudan's father has let go. If he can win the second place, he will build him a battleship in reality according to the battleship in the game. Not to mention the players, just for such a reward, the heads of state of various countries may organize elite teams to join the game and try their best to reach the second place day and night. That's a spaceship. Even Country Z, which is famous for its heavy industry, is far from reaching the manufacturing threshold. But Sudan's father dared to speak like that. No one will doubt the authenticity of this sentence or conspiracy theories because Antarctic companies never talk empty words. Father Su never talks empty words. Whoever is willing to help me become the second in this competition, I am willing to be his ex-slave for a year, a pretty sexy beauty said in the audience. Go away, woman. I am willing to use a plain cup for the rest of my life. Compared with a battleship, a woman is a hammer. Sister, do you want a date tonight? I can offer you 2 million yuan to stay overnight. Hee hee, sister, you want to sit on the second place just by being a slave of X for 1 year. Sister, I am willing to pay you 3 times the price, be the master car. You sand sculptures with high eyesight and low hands, Grandpa, my old Interstellar top 10, I only want that bumblebee. Okay, then many people may be guessing what the reward for the champion will be, a bigger robot. A bigger battleship? In fact, it's not. Sudan paused for a while and then said leisurely, the reward for the first place, it will be half a planet. Following Sudan's words, a fiery planet gradually rose in the venue. That's Moose Belheim. There was deathly silence in the audience. No one would have thought that a reward for a game would involve a planet. Is that the sun? Asked some people who didn't understand. Don't be silly, everyone says it's a planet. How could it be the sun? Our Earth also has this kind of period. Then what use do we need the planet from that period for? You are stupid. Resources. Do you understand resources? Have you ever heard the phrase, there is a mine at home? Then I still think the reward for the second place is better. Brother Iron, thank you for making me one less competitor. Many people don't think this half-planet means anything. They always think that the space carrier in front is more alluring. Only those with high vision know the value contained in this half-planet. The press conference is here, and it can actually end. To say that Interstellar does not need publicity at all, countless players are already staring at the update of the virtual online game, and countless big forces are also waiting for a big move by Antarctic Enterprises. After all, everyone wants to take advantage of the wave of Antarctic companies to rise. The Nine Realms Convergence event, Human Expansion War, and the New York War that happened before, all these have already paved the way for this type of virtual online game. I came here today to attend a press conference in person, on the one hand because of the strong request of the player group. On the other hand, I also want to talk about the rewards for the players in the initial competition, and the fact that they will encounter aliens in the game. Then, I can announce here that this is just a reward for a competition in the early stage of the game. I can guarantee that there will be many more competitions in the future. Please look forward to it. Enjoy yourself. After speaking, the lights on the stage dimmed slowly and the lights on the seats turned on simultaneously, announcing the end of this lightning press conference. A group of players looked at the back of Sudan's departure full of resentment. Everyone wanted to see this great god who created legends in the human world with their own eyes, but watching for one more second every time became a luxury. Ask for flowers, oh! After Sudan left, the holographic projections in more than 50 simultaneous venues all over the world also ended. He walked straight towards the Antarctic building, and when he arrived, he saw a slightly discordant figure. Wow, the first place rewards half a planet. No one in this world dares to have such courage except you. This person was Nick Fury, and it took only a few days for him to find him. Sudan didn't respond to his flattery, just said, "Your arm healed so quickly." Huh, don't you know, I'm a VIP customer of your Antarctic biological company. Although I'm just an ordinary VIP, I still have some privileges. I can buy some special medicines, right? Nick Fury had a ghostly look on his face. Could it be that he is really cold now and has no place in this young man's heart? He doesn't even pay attention to him taking the initiative to set up a VIP in his company? Sudan shook his head and said with a smile. There are too many people who apply for VIP over there every day. I can remember so many names. Antarctic Biotechnology Company's main line of attack is biotechnology. Although the term does not look very good, the research projects are indeed very high-end, otherwise it is impossible for the researchers gathered there to be a group of perverts. It's a pity, in the eyes of the vast majority of people, that Gautamit has become a pharmacy or a hospital. Since the general trend is like this, there is no other way but to open a VIP channel. The so-called VIP channel leads to the hospital pharmacy in their minds, and those who took up such a project were the former cleaning staff of Antarctic biology. So that's what VIP is all about. Look at the smug look on Nick Fury's face, thinking he paid for something. It's just a quick treatment of fractures and abrasions. If those perverts in Antarctic biotechnology are allowed to deal with it, not to mention fractures, even if Nick Fury is dismembered, his life can be guaranteed. And you can also reinstall him back to 5. So, are you here today to say thank you? I should come here to thank you in person. You have helped me a lot. I have already sent in the person you want, but the interviewer eliminated half of them. Nick Fury's my man trash look. Tang Tang SHIELD agent came to a game company and was screened out every minute. If Sudan hadn't had to wait for something else, he would really be ashamed to stand in front of his company. That means there is something wrong with the internal system of your SHIELD. No one dares to pass with a few young men. Sudan still clearly remembers that in a short story item no. 47. After the Great War in New York, the Sitwell agent just met a couple during the mission and recruited SHIELD just like that. Just don't be too casual. Then SHIELD deserves to be invaded by Hydra 697. I've been thinking about this recently. Now that SHIELD has started to close, I'm going to do a big cleaning. Well, the one you gave me won't contain Hydra molecules, will it? How dare you? Your audit agency is 10 times stricter than the president's bodyguard. If you are screened out, I will slap you in the face. Sudan chuckled. The audit of Antarctic companies is indeed stricter than any organization in the world. Because the reviewer can maintain 100% rationality without any sensibility. Most importantly, a very important technology. This technology comes from a certain neurology expert in Antarctic biotechnology. It can scan the brains of interviewees, but those who have some problems will be screened out. Even the multiple spies brainwashed by Hydra have nowhere to hide here. Poll. Boiled egg, you old boy won't use my hand to identify who of you SHIELD is Hydra. Nick Fury was so frightened that he quickly lit a cigarette and took a puff in his mouth. No, absolutely not. Looking at your expression, it should be. When Sudan saw through his little trick, Nick Fury was so scared that his face almost turned pale. Frightened a black man's face pale, which shows how guilty Nick Fury is now. Brother, things are not what you think. Tell me, how many Hydras have you caught now? Not many, about 20. Sudan showed an expression that was as expected and said slowly. It seems that you are really using my hands to clean your SHIELD. Hearing this, the cigars in Nick Fury's mouth fell to the ground. I have been hunting birds all year round, but now my eyes are pecked by birds. He is a SHIELD director, but he worked step by step from a grassroots agent, not a director transferred by his superiors. The agent has so much experience, but now he is so embarrassed in front of a young man. You lied to me. Oh my God, I'm being so simple. Am I getting old? Nick Fury began to doubt life. No, I must be getting old, or did I hit my head in the last car accident? Sudan was a little speechless. Just pretend. Nick Fury grinned. Hey buddy, don't be like this. Be lenient, just tell me what price you want and I promise to give it to you. I want a head on the Odin page, can you see it? Odin, my God, you're not kidding. It's easier than that if you let me dig my dad's grave. Never mind. In fact, Nick Fury didn't have any bad intentions this time. The group of talents sent to Antarctic Enterprises is already the backbone of SHIELD. He is very clear that the person sent out is like water poured out and will never come back. Even if he contacted secretly, they would give him a bad face. How can working in SHIELD be better than working in Antarctic Enterprise? It's not like everyone doesn't know about the SHIELD system. They hang their heads on their waists every day and often have to work urgently during vacations. Oh no, they die in an emergency. But working in Antarctic company not only has a generous salary, enjoys the most generous benefits in the world, but also does not have to work overtime often. Even if you work overtime occasionally, it is related to world affairs. It makes everyone very motivated. After all, major events that affect the world, you participated and you were a part of it. Glorious. The two are not comparable at all. Even if they are threatened with their positions, they are not afraid at all because they now have an even more impressive job title. Antarctic Enterprise staff. Moved, dare not. The first batch of technicians who joined the Antarctic Game Company not only did not give him any feedback on technology or useful information, they even often discussed business with him. Magden. As for this group, he was mentally prepared. The person who sends it out is destined to be the kind whose elbow has already been abducted to the sky. Now Nick Fury is guarding the gate. Besides waiting for Sudan, another purpose is to target those who have been screened out by Antarctic Corporation. Among these people, except for some who are not good at technology, the rest are naturally not good at thinking. He just sent the agent hiding in the dark to arrest people. This directly made him clear Hydra 4 times easier. Furthermore, this is also for the good of Antarctic Corporation. He can completely ignore the people who were originally sent out, and the screened-out Hydra will become the responsibility of Antarctic Corporation. He became a vigilante. Sudan patted Nick Fury on the shoulder and said, Hydra is deeply rooted in this world, and to eradicate it requires a huge amount of work. It is necessary to dispatch the Avengers. The history of Hydra is much longer than that of Shield. Although the world has changed for the better now, those Hydra who have shrunk are a trouble after all. If you don't deal with these hidden dangers, maybe someday in the future they will poke some troubles. So pointing the way to Nick Fury right now is a very good choice for 1.6. Dang nah, this braised egg is not stupid, and naturally he can think of the future. Hydra must be removed. Yes, I plan to finish cleaning up today's bastards and then inform the Avengers to attack Hydra all over the world. Take the initiative, Nick Fury said solemnly. All along they have been waiting for Hydra to make a move before counterattacking. But this time Nick Fury was scared. If it wasn't for his own fate, he might have been lucky enough to meet God in the previous pursuit battle. There is no time to talk here. The most terrifying thing is that Pierce turned out to be a leader of Hydra. He was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. The power of sitting in this position, Nick Fury knows better than anyone. There are too many things that can be done. If there is another Hydra sitting here, I'm afraid the world will end. Or, since Hydra has infiltrated the top of his S.H.I.E.L.D., what about the top governments of various countries? This is too dangerous. Let me give you a reminder, a congressman from country M is also a member of Hydra. Go and kill that fat pig first. Hearing the sound, Nick Fury was like a ghost, Madam Falk. There really is. Nonsense, nine heads. Drip drip, Sudan hadn't finished speaking when he found his personal phone rang suddenly. Caller ID is Dr. Selvig. Every time this person calls, it is definitely something more important. It's like picking up a living treasure. Could it be that some new energy has been developed? Sudan muttered. What? Nick Fury on the side couldn't hear Sudan's words clearly and asked. It's nothing. Sudan hung up Dr. Selvig's phone directly and then said to Nick Fury, then see you next time, I have to leave beforehand. Antarctic Military Base. Sudan rushed over quickly. Others could not pay attention to it, but Selvig could not ignore it, so after he bid farewell to Nick Fury, he kept rushing towards this direction. Any new breakthroughs? Dr. Selvig? Sudan asked expectantly before he entered the door. But Selvig shook his head and said sternly, no, it's not a technological breakthrough, but I found that Tesseract is a bit strange recently. Such a strange outfit has never been seen before, so I must call you over. Hearing this, Sudan looked towards the Tesseract and found no abnormalities at all with his naked eyes. It seems that it should be from a micro perspective. Selvig made a gesture of invitation, then walked quickly towards his test bench, reached out to pick up a thick stack of documents. The documents were obviously just printed out and still exuded residual warmth, he said. I've got so much data, but I still can't get it right. In physics, if the results of multiple verifications cannot be unified, it is not a correct solution. Sudan looked at the thick stack of documents in his hand. It was densely written with symbols and images. Even a professional like Selvig couldn't understand it. How could he understand it? So he came to a conclusion. Some things may be wrong when written, but if you experience it yourself, you may get the answer. Are you going to? Selvig also turned his attention to Tesseract. He has studied the Tesseract for so long, and he knows what kind of energy is contained in this small cube. He has to be careful when doing experiments, let alone touching it in person. But now, what Sudan meant in his words was to get in touch with him in person. I suggest not to do that. The chance of safety is only 50%. This 50% is very knowledgeable. Sudan laughed and walked up to the research table where the Tesseract was placed. Don't worry, this is not the first time I've been exposed to Tesseract directly. The last time he used the Tesseract in order to establish the only space channel in the 9 realms, the powerful force filled his body at that time, and it really didn't feel good. Usually, there is nothing wrong with a 1v4 when the gods descend to the earth, but after using the power of Tesseract that time, the whole person is so weak. However, the benefits are also very substantial. Hollowing out the body once is nothing compared to the big event of stabilizing the space channel of the 9 realms. As he said that, a blue magic spell appeared on his right hand and then fell towards the age of the universe. The powerful energy shock he imagined did not appear, but this time it was very gentle. Could it be that I was punished last time because I wanted to forcibly use the power of the space gem? This time the power given by the Tesseract was so gentle that Sudan closed his eyes comfortably. In a trance, he seemed to see a piece of purple earth. To be precise, it should be the original piece of land that was eroded by the purple energy in an instant and turned into a piece of purple hell in the blink of an eye, and the whole planet fell apart. Sudan broke into a cold sweat from this power, as if the exploding planet was right in front of him. He hurriedly opened his eyes, exhaled slowly, and adjusted his mood. Purple energy, destroy a planet easily. Is it a power gem? He has always believed that the infinite gems are connected. Otherwise, the Tesseract would not have sent the red skull to the guard of the soul gem. Furthermore, these infinite gems all come from a god. If there is no resonance between them, it would be a ghost. But at this time, Space Gem let him see the scene of the power gem showing its power. What does it mean? The source of infinite gems is too high-end, a height that 720 cannot reach in this world. But at the beginning, none of them knew what was in the magic ball of the universe. Red Empress, I'll be away for a while and I'll leave this place to you. Are you going to leave with the Tesseract? Selvig wondered. In his opinion, Sudan has always regarded this cube as a very important thing. How could layers of blockades easily take this thing outside? Now that the boss has said so, Selvig has nothing to do. Since there are still many sightlines here, Sudan did not plan to use the space gem power to travel through the space on the spot, but walked towards the gate with the Tesseract in his arms. Holidays, the word originally has a lot of temptation. I'm fine, I may have to take this Tesseract away for a while, Sudan said, since the fifth gem of infinite gems has pointed out the direction. If he doesn't go and get it back, he will be a little sorry for himself. After I collected all 4 infinite gems, are these things guiding me to collect other infinite gems? Sudan said to himself. Okay, then I'll wait for you to come back. Sudan, are you okay? Could it be that the old ladies of death have taken a fancy to me? However, Sudan repeated again, yes, to be precise, it took me away for a period of time. During this period, you can take a vacation and rest. When I come back, maybe there will be greater gains. Selvig's concern interrupted Sudan's fantasy. The power gem is sealed in a high-tech cosmic magic ball which was found by Xingju on an abandoned planet. Therefore, the mystery contained in it is difficult for people in this world to explain it with conventional thinking. Later, under Collector's explanation, I realized that it was a power gem representing one of the 6 infinite gems in the universe. Could it be that the power gem has already been born? Yes, Master. Maybe I'll be back in the afternoon, Sudan said jokingly. Immediately, the blue magic spell flickered on his wrist again, and in the next second an irregular space gate appeared in front of him. One step forward, it is already several light years away. Xandar Star. This is a civilization several levels beyond the Earth where multiple races coexist and there is a peaceful atmosphere. The next small goal of the Earth is to catch up with Xandar. With that said, he saved Tesseract into the system space. Looking up towards the sky, Xandar's patrol team was circling leisurely and Ronan's invasion war did not happen. In other words, either Ronan hasn't got the power stone yet or he's on his way. The possibility of the latter is much higher. After all, if you can suddenly perceive the power gem, it must mean that someone has already opened the universe magic ball. In other words, Xingju and others may have taken the cosmic magic ball to meet the collector, and then something went wrong and the thing ended up in Ronan's hands. Sudan chose to wait and see. If you take the initiative to find the Xandars at this time and tell them that they are about to be attacked, don't mention how troublesome it is. Even a 3-no man who appeared out of thin air like him would have unnecessary conflicts with those patrols. It wasn't until a black spot in the sky rapidly enlarged and the long anti-space warship became more and more obvious that the Nova Legion raised the alarm. According to the plot, they received the news that Ronan was about to arrive in Xandar early in the morning, and the time to counterattack was later than the outsiders. Moreover, when facing large warships, they only dispatched a fleet of fighter planes. But even excluding the battleships, Ronan holds a power gem in his hands, and Xandar's reaction is really puzzling. In the sky, the first to fight Ronan's dark asterisk was the Marauder Squad, Yondu's faction. The Marauders are very powerful in the universe. Even though it is Yondu's unit, it also has a combat power that cannot be underestimated. She even temporarily stopped the progress of the Dark Asterisk. If Ronan who holds the power gem lands, then he only needs one blow to destroy Xandar. As a traitor, Gamora is well aware of the facilities on the Dark Asterisk, so she rushed into the Dark Asterisk with Star-Lord and others in an attempt to stop Ronan's Dark Asterisk from advancing. It's a pity that in the eyes of Ronan from at the moment, they are just a bunch of rotten fish and rotten shrimp. Although among them one is the adopted daughter of Thanos who has received professional training, the other is a tree man, and there is even an ultimate B***** D who is a descendant of the celestial race. But in the face of these absolute forces, there is no chance of winning at all. Sure enough, when the flames of war subsided in the sky for a moment, Ronan's subordinates drove fighter planes and made a suicide attack on the land of Xandar. The suicide attack immediately caused chaos in Xandar. Who knows why the Nova Supreme of Xandar didn't order the crowd to evacuate in the face of such a major attack. Most of those who stopped these suicide squads are marauders. I don't know how much favor I owe to Yongdu in this way. A gang of space bandits are saving an empire. While Sudan was waiting for the last opportunity, he discovered that there was a cub with no eyesight flying a fighter plane and swooped down on him. That's Ronan's Legion, damn. I didn't even intend to provoke these little soldiers, and even took the initiative to come to me letter 3005. After swearing, Sudan went straight to the attack, leaping vigorously, causing the ground to crack open. His whole body turned into a beam of light, piercing through the entire fighter plane with the most primitive impact. Boom! The fighter plane exploded behind him, and Sudan continued to cast wind magic, sailing against the wind and flew towards the sky. Wherever it goes, an army of Ronin swoops down. Looking up from the ground where the golden flash went, the invaders were defeated. That's a lion that has jumped into a herd of sheep. A face-to-face, the sky is like 200 firecrackers and it is like a bunch of expensive fireworks. Who is that? Command Center, Supreme Nova asked through the window, looking at the rapidly flashing golden dot with trembling lips. With all due respect, we have one in Xandar, or something else. He didn't attack us. At least that's good news. Order to go down, don't accidentally injure friendly troops. Ma'am, we don't know what that is, so we just treat it as a friendly army. Do it. Obey. Sudan walked against the wind, and all the fighter planes that came towards him were smashed by him. It's not that he doesn't attack Xandar's army, but because Ronan's army is uniform black, which is highly recognizable in daylight. So just rush up according to the oncoming fighter plane. Damn it, she cursed in a low voice, and then a flash of inspiration flashed in her mind as if she remembered something. No matter how you look at it, it is all the power of Xandar. No matter how cold-blooded he is, it really hurts for an army to be quickly destroyed by an unknown existence without making any contribution. Listening to Ronan's questioning, Nebula, who was sent by Thanos to monitor, was also a little confused. With a scream, Xingyun slowly got up from the ground. Although she was transformed into a mechanical body by Thanos, some pain-sensing systems still exist. But now, this golden flash obviously took off from the ground of Xandar and hit the Dark Asterisk. What? She has known the situation of Xandar. Although this civilization is highly developed, it does not have any top combat power, at least not at present. Nate, who is that? Tell me who he is? On the Dark Asterisk, Ronan's lower eyelids trembled as he watched his legion exploded as firework. I seem to have some impression of this fighting posture, Xingyun, Li Zhao said with some uncertainty. The more he thought about it, the more angry Ronan swung his Kree hammer and a shock wave whizzed past, blasting Nebula aside. Even this might be Thanos' order. As a person who became a dog for Thanos, then got the power gem and counterattacked in an instant, he definitely hated Thanos deeply. What? Call it some impressions? Ronan roared word by word. So he felt that this B****ch assembled from iron sheets was playing tricks on him. Then there's time to tell who's Xandar and who's the Marauder. Ronan's blow directly distorted her body, and the pain was not much worse than a normal person's fracture. Nebula is Thanos' person. It seems that there was such a description in the Chitauri's battle report. With a golden flash, destroy an elite mixed commando in an instant. But that seems to be a person from Earth. This is Xandar. How many light years away from the Earth? With the technology of the Earth, how could it be possible to reach Tiantian Tianyu? This is impossible. You beep some. What? Ronan stood up, holding the Kree warhammer inlaid with power gems in his hand, and approached Nebula step by step. I shouldn't have trusted Thanos' daughter a long time ago, except now the same goes for falling. Nebula has seen Ronan's bloodthirsty side more than once. In the past, he admired Ronan's killing very much and it was over. But now, Ronan is targeting her. Wait, you know I hate Thanos, I want to kill Thanos as much as you do. I told you, why are you starting to doubt me now? You kill me now to make your enemies happy. Hearing the sound, Ronan's body froze, thinking about it was also the same reason. HMPH. I'll spare your life first, Ronan snorted and walked forward. I want to see who can be arrogant in front of me. After owning the power gem 797, Ronan has swelled to an unprecedented height, and he turned against Thanos on the spot before, which shows how swollen he is. Definitely, the power of the power gem can indeed bring him the capital of arrogance. After all, Thanos has been looking for infinite gems all the time, but until now he is still a poor man, not even getting a single infinite gems. Originally, he would be a little weaker against the Thanos army, but now that he has obtained the power gem, Thanos counts. What is Xandar? Come on, let me kill you, he roared very subtly. However, Sudan, who was still cleaning up the soldiers outside, did not hear this roar. Besides, the battle outside is so fierce, how could it be possible to hear it? Ronan was very embarrassed for a while. Boss, that seems to be our helper. What helper? I fell to the ground, Yondu yelled into the communicator, very annoyed. As long as he has a helper, he will not be surrounded by a group of enemies. That's the guy who just flew up from Xandar, and he destroyed a lot of enemy troops. What does that have to do with CG Lao Tzu? Just now my plane crashed and he didn't even look at me when he flew up. I'll look for Xandar later, Mad, we're obviously helping them. This is a lie, he is a cosmic bandit helping a woolen Xandar, mainly because of that child Star-Lord, otherwise he would not even be a bird. Boss, wait a minute, I'll help you right away. The whistle blows, I've solved it. Then that's all right. Sudan destroyed so many fighter planes that the follow-up fighter planes did not dare to approach him, and they didn't even dare to fire bullets. They could only form an encirclement circle enclosing Sudan in the middle. Surrounded by a group of fighters, this feeling is indeed not good at all. Anyway, once the fighter planes on Xandar are surrounded and hit by the light beam, they will be controlled. Although I don't know if the accuser has such skills, but being surrounded in the middle is uncomfortable. You hired yourself. Sudan smiled cruelly. Without knowing the enemy's situation, who gave these people the courage to use encirclement and suppression tactics? Do you know that there is a game term in this world called AoE? The surrounding air suddenly rioted, but the change came so fast that it was too late for those people to notice it. Thunder and lightning came out of nowhere. At this time, their fighter planes no longer have the ability to retreat out of this force field. Immediately afterwards, it seemed that the sky was getting darker. The extremely dazzling thunder and lightning exploded in all directions with Sudan as the center, and the terrifying thunderstorm swept across the surrounding area directly. Among the thunder and lightning, the accuser is like a circle of toys made of cardboard. In an instant, it exploded into a sky full of debris. In the dark asterisk, Ronan was stunned. He finally saw the figure of that person clearly. In a daze, he seemed to recall a battle on the outskirts of a blue star many years ago. That time, he led the accuser fleet and finally arrived at Blue Star after many jumps. That is a very backward civilization in every way. It only takes him to order at will and that civilization can be destroyed. But at that time, someone stood up. That was a Kree traitor and an Earthling. He exuded powerful energy all over his body, not only tore up his missiles like today, but also overturned one of his warships with both hands. Is that what people do? Absolutely not. Because of that one person, he made the most humiliating decision for the first time in history, led the accusation group to evacuate from Blue Star in despair. Today, he saw the shadow of that person again in a trance. Damn! How did Ronan know that this person belonged to Earthlings, that sparkling purple spar? Even if the Earth's technology is backward and it is impossible to cross to Xandar, which is several light years away, this person is definitely the original Earthling. He stared at the man with golden fists shining outside the dark asterisk and roared. He is from Earth! Xingyun finally expressed his judgment from behind because the characteristics of this person are exactly the same as those in the Chitauri battle report. It is probably relying on some kind of energy shield as a barrier, otherwise the wind alone can blow people into idiots. I know, Ronan growled. There is absolutely nothing wrong with this. Who knows what method he used anyway? He appeared in front of them. Sudan eliminated the last group of aircraft that dared to surround him with one strike and then turned his attention to Ronan in the dark asterisk. You know me? Unlike Sudan's strength blessing, Ronan just yelled out of his throat. He just wants to use the power of the power gem to regain the place he lost back then. She didn't know that, in fact, Ronan had overlapped the current person with Captain Marvel back then. However, he doesn't bother to think about what kind of technology it is now because his target, the power gem, is embedded in the Kree hammer in Ronan's hand. Ronan! Sudan added strength in his voice and transmitted it to the dark asterisk like Brahma. The Dark Star is not a conventional battleship, it looks like a twist. Peripheral. What do you know? Xingyun asked cautiously. Whether he is from Earth or not, in Ronan's view it doesn't matter anymore. Ronan's name is estimated to be unknown to everyone in this galaxy. However, when he subjectively thinks that the person in front of him is an Earthling, it is a little strange. Sudan didn't answer but lowered slowly, facing the dark asterisk head-on. Ronan, who holds the power gem, is definitely not easy to deal with. Even if he confronts head-on, he may be defeated. After all, it's the power gem, one of only 6 infinite gems in the universe. Different from the psychic scepter that Loki held back then, the Kree warhammer in Ronan's hand was originally a very powerful weapon, and it could already launch vibration waves to kill guests without inlaying power gems. Now, the Kree warhammer inlaid with the power gem is a threat in his hands. Well, it's considered acquaintance. He thought for a while and said, there are many ways to win and confrontation is only the basic method. Fighting back and forth, Ronan with the power gem is equal to unlimited firepower, and there is also a buff that multiplies the buff, so as long as someone goes up to fight him, he will eventually lose. However, if you change your thinking and angle a little, you will find that victory is very simple. Ronan was an idiot, this is an indisputable fact. He will be distracted during the dance between Star-Lord and him, so he doesn't know when the rocket that has reorganized the neutron cannon smashes his Kree warhammer, and eventually causes the power gem to fall off. The power gem that lost the medium no longer belonged to him at that moment, nor would it give him power. With such an easy way to hit Ronan, why not play it up? Using the most commonly used words in the game, the same BP can win, why change? At this point, Comrade Thanos is very smart. He got himself an infinity gauntlet instead of a wireless warhammer or a sword or something. Infinite gems, unlike the artifacts in Magic RPG games, will not recognize the owner and bind them. As long as infinite gems is out, it's not his anymore. It will instantly fall from a god to a mortal. I don't care if you recognize me or not, Ronan suddenly yelled, feeling as if something was wrong with his mind. Please, you were the one who asked me if I knew you, and now I say I do. What about you? While speaking, Sudan used wind magic indiscriminately to divert the smoke from the nearby explosion. At the moment when gunpowder smoke covered each other's sight, he immediately used mirror duplication. The duplication created by the mirror image duplication is no different from the main body. It is impossible for a fool like Ronan to discover it. And at the moment when the duplication appeared, his body became invisible. The invisible Sudan moved very carefully. He first moved towards the rear of the duplication and then moved towards the bottom of the dark asterisk. Every movement of his is carefully, not to disturb a cloud, not to hinder a piece of war residue. Below the dark asterisk, Xingju and others have already entered once, so he will walk on the paved road again without any effort. It's just that he needs to be 10 times faster than Xingju and the others, because no one can imagine how that stunned young man Ronan will react in the next second. Whether he will continue to stay on the dark asterisk and talk to Sudan duplication, or get angry rush up to dry crush duplication. Therefore, we must rush to the scene before Ronan's next sentence, and find the right opportunity to seize the Kree warhammer in his hand at one time or follow the example of the rocket, smashing the Kree warhammer. Anyway, the Kree Warhammer, which looks very powerful, didn't put much effort into its solid material, not even the Earth's vibranium. The invisible Sudan moved quickly inside the dark asterisk. Inside, there are traces of battles everywhere, and there are even corpses of Kree people in disorder. Xingju and others have obviously fought here. Just hope they don't act on their own, otherwise it will be difficult to get ahead. Windwalk has a speed buff effect, coupled with his originally current physical strength. In the invisible state, he is like a gust of wind passing by the cabin of the dark asterisk. I remember that Nebula would have come to stop Xingju and the others, but I just saw that Nebula is still by Ronan's side and has some physical disabilities, so something may have happened. This made Sudan even more worried. The man who punched Avengers Alliance 4 this time don't do anything bad, otherwise sacrifice to heaven, ask for flowers. At such a speed, he quickly found the passage leading to the center of the dark asterisk and rushed over quickly. But before I saw Ronan, I saw the sneaky look of Xingju first. Oh my god, you see Ronan is talking with a man who is full of divine light. Who is that? He's even more handsome than me, Xingju whispered. Delax on the side glanced at Xingju blankly, then poked his head out and glanced outside again. Ha ha ha. Gamora has quick eyes and hands and quickly covered Delax's big mouth. Quiet. My god, for this group of pig teammates, Gamora is really tired. A mother brought 3 mentally handicapped, .0. Rocket Raccoon doesn't appear to be in the team. I'm sorry, but I really want to laugh. Delax whispered close to Gamora's ear. Queel is just a bowl away from being fat and he's actually competing with a god. I really laughed so hard, haha. Sorry. Hey buddy, I was comparing who is cooler. It's not beauty, beauty is a word only women use. Oh, are you sure you want to compare my use of words, Quill? I'm Groot. Okay, UF ***** G shut up. Gamora directly took out her dagger and said through gritted teeth. To be able to stand with such 2 idiots and a dryad who can only repeat one sentence is really bad luck for 8 lifetimes. It's also Thanos' fault for forcing her to do a lot of outrageous things over the years. Listen to me, now Ronan is negotiating with that person. The power gem is on his weapon. Remember, everything is aimed at taking the power gem. If we want to fight Ronan head-on, we may all die in the here. I know Ronan, he will never show mercy. You know Ronan, then do you know me? Xingju became jealous for no reason. However, Gamora just gave him a blank look. Among the 3 sons, Quill, who is only 1 bowl away from being fat, is the most difficult to take care of. It works here, really dead. Get ready, come on. Gamora gave an order and Delax, who had already been eager to try, immediately got up and rushed forward. However, just as he got up, it seemed that he had hit something and he was knocked upside down and flew out. I seem to have knocked over something. Delax shook his drowsy head. However, no one looked back at him at all, but all of them widened their eyes and stared in Ronan's direction. What happened? Delax stepped forward suspiciously. He also widened his eyes because what happened in front of him was too terrifying. 1.5 seconds ago. Sudan rushed forward quickly, and when he saw the signs that the Star-Lord team could not help but make a move, he rushed forward with all his strength and stopped Delax, who had just got up with one hand. Then, 813 ran towards Ronan without any delay. He has no time to wait and see because with Delax's size there will be a strong impact sound after landing, and Ronan will definitely notice it when the time comes. Therefore, there was no time left for him to think about it. He charged forward, and instead of the metal Kree hammer, he decided to hit Ronan's arm. During the high-speed impact, he took out an extremely sharp short blade, and there were some dangerous lights attached to the short blade. A hot light flashed across, and Ronan's wrists were snapped off. At the moment when the blood of the Kree was gushed out, the Kree warhammer inlaid with the power gem had already fallen into the hands of Sudan. At that moment, the purple energy materialized, forming a series of purple whips wantonly crisscrossing. And Sudan's body was also impacted by the purple energy. His eyes were shining with purple light, the blood flowing in his veins had already turned purple, his whole body seemed to burst open. However, with the sudden appearance of 3 circles of purple magic spells on his right arm, the entire scene of energy explosion was instantly closed, returning to Sudan's body faster than the explosion. My god, Xingju almost dropped his jaw in shock. There was a strange light in Gamora's eyes. It turns out that the power gem is not 100% able to destroy the human body. If she can get the power gem with such power, can she defeat Thanos and avenge her hometown? However, if it were really that simple, that infinite gems wouldn't deserve to be called a power gem. It was the energy that Sudan could barely suppress with the use of the safety charm. Otherwise, on his own, he would not be able to withstand the energy erosion of the power gem at all, unless he exchanged that power. It's just that the price of that power is a skill that breaks through the sky, and the points are not enough at present. Quell, do you still want to compete with this gentleman? Let me tell you I'm on his side, Delax asked in a daze. Come on, man, my name is Biku. Then you can't compare. I'm Groot. By the way, Delax, you obviously didn't see anything just now, you only saw what you are now. What are you worshipping? Xingju couldn't help complaining. What didn't you see? From your eyes I can understand what shocking things happened just now. I can figure it out by myself, believe me, friend. I'm Groot. Ah, only then did Ronan's pain-sensing nerves react, clutching his arm that lost his right claw and screaming in pain. After the strength stabilized, Sudan's mentality became much more relaxed. Sometimes, winning is as simple as that. You don't need to fight, just use your brain and you can easily pick the fruits of victory. You are, Nebula reacted and glanced outside. The mirror image duplication has dissipated in the air. How did you get in here? Do I need to tell you? The bald-headed machine girl. Sudan chuckled and waved his hand directly, smashing Nebula flying dozens of meters away with the Kree hammer. This is considered light, and if it was Magneto's turn, Nebula might die terribly. You're like this? No, yes, what a soldier did. I'm not reconciled, I'm not convinced, Ronan yelled angrily, clutching his bleeding arm. Unfortunately, Sudan didn't have any extra money, so he gave him a kick. Ronan, who has lost his power gem and lost a hand, what about the leader of the Kree Empire accusation group? It's not just a tiger with its teeth pulled out, but also its claws cut off and hung up. Doesn't that mean you can bully how you want to bully? It's none of my business whether you accept it or not, but I'm very interested in your battleship, so I'll use it as a mortgage to recharge your IQ tax once. Ronan, who fell to the ground, received an unprecedented humiliation. When he was outside Blue Star before, when he saw Captain Marvel, the two were very elegant and there was no conflict. He was working under Thanos before, even though Thanos was very arrogant, but he was not a vegetarian and dared to kill his subordinates in front of Thanos. Even if it is humiliation, he has won some face for himself. However, even if the grievances he has suffered from the bottom to the top are added up, it is not as strong as it is today. While holding the power gem, he was taken away by others and one hand was cut off. He stole the power gem, not to mention the Carry Warhammer, and even made plans for his battleship. Without any blessings, he is at best a Kree warrior without flight ability. No, you can't do this. I am the leader of the Kree Empire's accusation group. You have to understand who you are facing. Falling down at such a height, apart from death, there is no second picture that can be imagined. This person, he is unreasonable and does not follow the rules. Is this shameless? Is there no dignity? Where is the moral standard? Ada. How can people do this? Sudan glanced outside the dark star which was in the sky above Xandar. A typical QJ for a daughter-in-law, but also for a daughter. Ronan, who lost his arm, was not the worst. The worst thing was that he was thrown from this height. What are you saying? Looking at the heart-piercing Ronan, Sudan chuckled. The accusation group. Then let me tell you, I am the leader of the 0.5 independent group. Boom, definitely if the people of Xandar have a heart attack and are willing to send a fighter plane to catch Ronan, that's another story. While speaking, he walked towards Ronan with the Kree Warhammer in hand and then swung it violently. His upbringing was not like this, however, these pigs have nothing to do with Sudan. The power gem has been obtained and it is time for him to leave. Hey you guys, if you don't want to be brought to Earth by me, get out of the way. Xingju and the others who were caught by Sudan's eyes tightened their chrysanthemums and hurried out from the darkness. You, how did you find us? Queel, you made a pig cry just now, you must have exposed us. Delacus, you can't blame me, we are teammates. No you're not. Sure enough, it is worthy of the Yin dance troupe. Neuropathy is contagious, and it is Xingju. If you continue to make trouble, I'll throw you down here, Sudan said, waving the Kree Warhammer he had just snatched. Feeling the terrifying power that would erupt at any time, the group of people became quiet in an instant. If Ronan was in front of them, they still had the guts and reason to fight. But now such a mysterious person who suddenly appeared and defeated Ronan, they can't seem to find a reason. This guy beat Ronan, right? This person flew up from Xandar, right? No matter how you look at it, you are on the side of them. Therefore, they have no reason to fight at all. Wait, I want to ask, you just said that you plan to leave, right? Xingju frowned, imitating Sudan's tone, and said, "Yes, this war can come to an end. There is no need for me to stay here anymore." Queel, you're imitating his tone, right? Also, can you stop raising your breasts so high they are muscles and yours is only a set of underwear? Delacus, can you let me say a word without complaining? Definitely yes, you can tell me, you still hate me for complaining. Balibalis. Xingju was speechless, even the veins on his head popped. If it wasn't for the sake of Delax's hunk, he would really like to jump up and give him a big headshot. At this moment, a plane suddenly rushed over from outside. It hit the main cabin of the Dark Star directly, and now Sudan, Xingju, and others are from the main cabin. The high-speed impact of the fighter plane is very terrifying. If there is enough speed, the person who bears the brunt will even be melted by the high temperature, so Sudan stretched out his hand to stop it. As soon as he raised his hand, he resisted the fighter plane. Although his figure kept sliding backwards, he still didn't let the fighter plane cause subsequent damage. And the pilot on the fighter plane is Rocket, who is not in the Star-Lord team. It seems that this group of raccoons wisely chose not to follow when Star-Ju decided to invade the Dark Asterisk from below. Otherwise, if Sudan didn't appear, they might be attacked by Ronan again. Beat hard. That's really not worth it. Hey, brothers, I saw the hero disappear. Is it Ronan's fault? I'm here to avenge him. The triumphant voice of Rocket Raccoon rang through the communicators of Star-Lord and the others. However, what greeted him was several awkward faces. Hey, what's the matter with you? Why don't you cheer for me? When Rocket Raccoon looked towards the front, there was a man with an extraordinary look standing in front of the newly launched fighter. With just one hand, he blocked the entire incoming fighter plane. Although the fighter plane had a powerful engine, it only slid forward by one fuselage position. In other words, the raccoon drove the fighter plane blindly to attack, but in the end it did not cause any damage but only drove the fighter plane into the handle of the Dark Star. Like, grab a parking spot, this looks rather comical. Sorry buddy, I thought you were Ronan. Actually, I have always had eye problems, sorry. Rocket Raccoon apologized jerkily. This arrogant raccoon is basically not involved in apologizing. But now he can't help it, he has already seen Sudan's divine power outside, not to mention that he is holding a sledgehammer in his hand and a power emperor gem is inlaid on the sledgehammer. In other words, he can actually hold the Kree warhammer blessed by the power gem. Sudan flicked the dust off his body indifferently. He was planning to leave. Now the rocket sent up a Predator fighter plane for nothing. Wouldn't it be great? Thanks Rocket Raccoon for the plane. You must know that the fighter planes of the Marauders are still much more advanced than the fighter planes on the Earth. Not to mention the weapons, but only in terms of power, their fighter planes can search for jumping points in the universe and then perform space jumps. This alone is of considerable research value. Angry, that's impossible. Sudan is too happy. It's okay, Little Raccoon, take your friends and get out of here. Little Raccoon, are you talking about me? All right. Thank you for treating me like the captain, so... Rocket Raccoon looked at Star-Lord and his party with a proud face. Hurry up, stupid Quill. After being yelled at by Rocket Raccoon, although Star-Lord was a little upset, he subconsciously walked towards the fighter plane that Rocket Raccoon drove in. However, Rocket Raccoon yelled again, "What the hell are you doing, you idiot? Can't see that the computer is broken? Let's go down and borrow Ronan's fighter." Please dude, what's wrong with you today? Didn't you just meet someone who is a little better than me and you treat me like this now? You want to drive me to death and form a team with him? Xingju suddenly not happy anymore. He could see that whether it was Delax's continuous complaints or Rocket Raccoon's obvious desire to show that he didn't have a good relationship with him, it was all because of the man standing not far away. That person is too strong. If he had used his hands just now, he might have torn that fighter plane apart with both hands. This is the premise that he does not use the power gem. If you can form a team with such a person, it will be cool to think about it. Even Xingju himself had the idea of forming a team with that person in his heart, but he didn't want to say it out of face. What else do you want me to do to you? Little Quill kiss tilde come to eat tang tilde mouth area tilde. Mouth area. Enough with you guys, let's just leave. Gamora really couldn't stand it any longer. These teammates are really a headache. She is the one who witnessed the whole process of Su Dan's action. Ronan, who holds the power gem, is vulnerable in front of him, even though he used a sneak attack, but the mind is also a display of a person's strength. Ronan wasn't on the same level as that guy at all. Now the power gem is in the hands of that person. Although she wants it very much, she doesn't have the courage to be an enemy of such a strong man. I can't even raise that thought. As the most intelligent member of the team, Rocket Raccoon also has a strong heart. From the damage of the fighter plane and the strength of the feedback, he can analyze how powerful this person is in front of him. Furthermore, this person flew up from the star Xandar. Although I don't know when Xandars came out with such a #1 character, but he is here. In the face of strong personal strength and strong background, Rocket Raccoon decided that avoidance is the best policy. What kind of power gems can be sold for billions of dollars? First of all, you must have a chance to survive. If it is said that their winning rate in the battle with Ronan is negligible, then in the battle with this person, their winning rate is completely zero. The Guardians of Galaxy, which has not yet been officially named, casually found a flight device on the Dark Asterisk and left slowly. Afterwards, Su Dan's cleanup work started slowly. At present, although Ronan has been thrown off the Dark Asterisk, there are still many Kree people on it. Whether Xing Yun is dead or not is uncertain. First of all, Xing Yun can never be brought back to the Earth. This bad woman is full of bad water, thinking all day about how to ruin other people's good things, so she must not be brought back. Secondly, not all of the remaining soldiers on the Dark Asterisk have gone out to fight. There are still some reserve forces on the Dark Asterisk. These people must be thrown down. Then, the corpses that were killed by Xingju and others also need to be cleaned up. As for the technicians on the battleship, these people are of great use. The Carey Empire is one of the 3 great empires in the universe. Su Dan likes the technology they possess, especially the military technology possessed by the Accusation Corps. As long as these technologies are analyzed, the military technology power of the Earth can explode. Think about the human fleet arranged in a matrix outside that beautiful blue star in the future, exploring the outer reaches of the solar system. What a magnificent scene it is. With this in mind, Su Dan showed his might once again, but the light of magic danced at his fingertips. First, Nebula's distorted body was thrown straight out of the Dark Asterisk, and next there were the Kree soldiers like an ant's nest. Xandarfin doesn't know who is today's savior and where he came from, but he knows one problem: he likes to throw people down from high altitudes. In a highly civilized country like Xandar, falling objects from heights is absolutely forbidden, but no one would have guessed that this mysterious savior actually likes falling from heights. Like rain, Ronan's army, dead or alive, followed his master and fell from the sky. According to this height, if you fall down, it will turn into a puddle of mud. When the pyre hits, it will rot immediately without any pain. As for whether the Xandar military will choose to rescue these powerless enemies, that is their choice, and it has nothing to do with Su Dan. Now that he has finished cleaning the Dark Star, he is planning to return to Earth. Take the Tesseract out of the system space, and unexpectedly the energy of the Tesseract and the power gem has some intersections. It's like 2 galaxies are attracted to each other. Su Dan stretched out his hand and took the power gem from the Kree Warhammer. Holding these 2 powerful power tools in his hands now, it feels like going to heaven. No wonder Thanos gets a cramp every time he places an infinite gem on the Infinity Gauntlet. This power is really cool. Although he hasn't used the power of these 2 gems yet, because he has used the safety restriction spell on the power gems, but just the remaining power emitted by these 2 gems makes people feel incomparably sufficient. The feeling of holding the sun and the moon and picking the stars, but that's it. The group of people tied up in the center of the main cabin of the Dark Asterisk by Su Dan looked at Su Dan as if they were looking at some demon in the universe. The appearance of a middle-energy addict is really scary. After all, their compatriots have already been thrown off the battleship by this man. Devil, tyrant, Monster, waking up from the satisfaction of energy, Sudan directly stored the power gem into the system's space first, and then held the Tesseract and cast the space spell. As Tesseract's power spread under his control, it gradually enveloped the entire dark asterisk, as if a huge amount of hole had been torn from the sky, swallowing the dark asterisk. Disappeared. The dark asterisk disappeared. Xandar was in a panic. These people were not stupid, they definitely knew who saved them. In front of the battleship, in front of the power gem, if Xandar does not use the same level of power, then Ronan will definitely land in the end. At that time, he only needs one action to destroy the entire Xandar. However, Xandarfang only dispatched the Nova Legion. Although everyone admits that these fighters are very useful in peacetime, you can't ignore the gap between the two. Reasonably speaking, these fighter planes are smaller than conventional fighter planes on Earth. Although the technology is advanced, it is impossible to stop Ronan after all. The huge amounts of wormholes seem to have opened a huge mouth from the sky, swallowing the dark asterisk. If this is the case, they will have to negotiate with the Kree Empire again. But who knows, at that critical moment, a mysterious person stepped forward and wiped out a column of Ronin in one fell swoop, saving countless civilians on the ground. They didn't get what they wanted, and they definitely won't leave easily. How about this? Give them some rewards. After all, they also defended Xandarta. However, no power gem was found on his body. On the battleship is the savior in this war. Xandar owes him a great favor. Could it be Kree technology? Although they cannot directly observe the high-altitude battle with the naked eye, they can observe everything from the holographic imaging. Yes, then who are those people? Just now, what is the power that can open wormholes at will? Ha ha ha, a group of people are still staring at the scene displayed on the holographic monitor. Madam, what about the Marauders? This is of great value for future negotiations with the Kree Empire. They breathed a sigh of relief and tied Ronan. Then, dealt with Ronan and finally threw the defeated Ronan off the battleship. The common people don't know, so could Nova Supreme not know? If such a person is swallowed up by the Kree Empire, how can it be justified? They can't figure it out anymore. Ronan is the #1 important figure in the Kree Empire, and the Nova Legion definitely rescued Ronan in midair. Yesterday, Asgard. Heimdall, can you see where Loki has gone? Thor asked eagerly. However, Heimdall just shook his head. Sorry, I've been tracking it down, but I can't find it at all. It's fine as long as it's not on Earth. Thor felt relieved. The last time Loki invaded Earth, the damage caused to Earth is still vivid, especially Sudan's persecution, which made him, Loki's brother, feel ashamed. However, the Earthlings have captured Jotunheim. That must be Loki's doing. He killed the Ice King Lof, and Jotunheim is already in chaos. Thor said hastily. Even he himself didn't know why he was so angry when he mentioned the topic of Earthlings captured Jotunheim. Sensitive, I firmly believe that this is Loki secretly contributing to the flames. Intuition, or something else? There's no sign of Loki in Jotunheim either, Heimdall replied. I'm going to find that **** D Loki myself. Having said that, Thor didn't walk towards the entrance of Bifrost but turned and walked towards the palace of Asgard. I'll go to my mother first and then use magic to find out what that guy's movements are. Sudan returned to Earth, but I was told that some things happened on the Earth. The reason is that after Nick Fury killed the Hydra Fat Pig Counselor, those Hydra who invaded the High Level couldn't sit still. After all, he was a member of Parliament, and the killing of this incident had a great impact, causing the entire senior management of Country M to become suspicious. Even similar situations have appeared all over the world. Under such chaos, those Hydra who tried to protect themselves made a plan. That is to divert the eyes of the world, divert the pressure on their heads. This is a technical job. To say that the most eye-catching thing in the world today is naturally the recently released Interstellar. However, they thought about it and broke ground on Tai Sui's head. Are they courting death? Therefore, 80% of the world's Hydra, which holds a lot of power, rejected such a proposal. The next best thing is to focus on the second hottest superheroes. If you split these superheroes and even guide these superheroes to make some anti-human actions. Thus, an organized and planned action was launched in relatively backward Africa. According to intelligence, a Hydra base has been detected. So suddenly, Nick Fury sent Avengers to exterminate. However, the severely understaffed Avengers are completely following the script arranged by those old and cunning Hydra. In the end, 37 civilians were accidentally injured. Against this background, the Superhero Registration Act was promulgated, requiring superheroes worldwide to sign. This scope is all superheroes worldwide, not just Avengers. The movement involved in this way is too great. You must know that in this world, besides Avengers, there are many folk heroes protecting one side, such as Spider-Man, such as there were so many mutants in the past, more than Su Yang. In the Antarctic building, the envoy of the United Nations stood in front of Su Dan's desk. Mr. Su Dan, in view of your previous performance in the New York War, you have also been evaluated as a superhero. According to the rules, you really need to sign this agreement. Su Dan rested his feet on the desk, leaned against the back of the chair, and casually held up the Superhero Registration Act in his hand to observe. Now this is not the SOKOVIA agreement but the Superhero Registration Act. The former is only aimed at Avengers while the latter is aimed at superheroes all over the world. "What's your last name?" Su Dan asked casually. "Under Wilhelm Dashape." "Then Mr. Wilhelm, you should know that I just came back and I didn't even bother to take a hot bath, so I just reasoned with you here, CJDH. The truth is enough to give you face. Extremely honored, but these are my jobs. Avengers has already signed. I came to you as soon as possible. Avengers, how do I see only Tony, Rod and Natasha Romanoff signed? Why don't you go to Thor? In fact, Steve Rogers, Agent Barton and others have already been included in the list of traitors." Su Dan sneered and directly threw the bill in his hand into the shredder as a blank piece of paper. Wilhelm stared straight at the sight. This person's actions seemed to be more arrogant than Avengers. In Avengers, it was just a few people who contradicted each other, but the people around them just shredded the law like rubbish. While shredding a piece of paper, there is nothing to print out countless copies, but this attitude is very obvious. How dare you? What? Wilhelm was puzzled. Why this gentleman who had always had a good attitude suddenly swears. Su Dan is about to laugh angrily. When he agreed to the United Nations envoy's entry into the company, he had asked the Red Queen to find out the details. This person is clean. He is a real politician who is willing to contribute to the world. In other words, the turmoil caused by the Hydra powerists has instead won the support of many normal people who don't know why. Whether it is a superhero or a super bear, it is a very huge power. It seems that these people in the world have long wanted to hold this power in their hands. In Avengers, he and Tony are friends, so he has always supported the work of the Avengers. And mutant, he arranged for a large number of mutants to live in the city under the sea. Isn't it clear what that means? Mr. Wilhelm, my attitude is quite clear now. I won't embarrass you. You can report back the original things. Tell me who can convict me. Tell me in this world is the Alliance has the final say and you guys have the final say. Mr. Su Dan, I think this may spark unnecessary conflicts. I still hope that you can sign the bill. It will not do you any harm. Oh, poor thing, Su Dan shook his head and said in a low voice. After all, this incident is a conspiracy intentionally set up by Hydra. The purpose is to see the originally harmonious things in this world go into turmoil. Only when the world is in chaos can they Hydra take the opportunity to transfer their power and survive. Thinking of this, he gradually calmed down. If he really got angry, wouldn't he be in the middle of Hydra's scheme? And this emissary is just a poor ignorant person. There is no need to embarrass this person. Although I have always regarded myself as a businessman, I can't help you if you insist on treating me as a superhero. Well, as long as you find Thor in Avengers and sign this document, come to me again and I promise to sign it. This, Wilhelm looked a little embarrassed because besides Su Dan, who else in this world can take the initiative to find Thor? This blank check is going to fly into the sky. However, Su Dan was impatient. See off. Walking in from the office were two handsome men in black. They should have just been transferred from SHIELD and haven't changed their habits yet. Wilhelm was mixed up and sent out of the office. In his eyes, the Superhero Registration Act is like a child playing tricks. This matter can be ignored completely. However, the driving force behind it made Su Dan very angry. Originally, he didn't plan to do anything to Hydra. Those people were weak and vulnerable. Nick Fury would deal with them slowly. and as a result, these moths really didn't care about life or death. After sending off the UN envoy, he called Nick Fury. "Hey, Director Fury, those people who ordered you to launch the nuclear bomb last time, I will only hear the news that they went to see God in 3 minutes." "What? What are you talking about? I get it, it only takes 2 minutes." Last time in the battle in New York, it was clear that the human side had an absolute advantage on the battlefield, but several high-level leaders of the M country ordered Nick Fury to launch a nuclear bomb towards New York. Although Nick Fury refused at the time and even shot down a fighter jet with an RPG, one eventually took off. Definitely, it was finally intercepted by the Red Queen. And the man who ordered Nick Fury to launch the nuke he has now identified is the Hydra element. Launching a nuclear bomb towards a big city like New York and being able to make such an order shows how powerful this person is. Jishin must be killed, and also, anything else? Nick Fury was startled that person's status is already terrible. Now there are. Could it be the president's M******R2? But Sudan said, "Next, I will take over the extermination of Hydra. You don't need to worry about what orders your superiors give you, just kill. If anything happens, hand it over to me. Give it to the Alliance." On the other end of the phone, after hearing Sudan's words, Nick Fury was too excited to speak. Originally, in this line of work, he needed a very strong backing. He just took away that fat pig congressman and he was assassinated, retaliated, and tracked down at least 10 times. Assassination and revenge are fine. He has an elite agent team among the elite, and he is invincible in counterattacks. On the contrary, those investigations from the superior almost killed him. "Man, I told you to add a prefix to Shield's name. You have this ability. Why don't you listen to me? Come on, let's do it secretly. Once it's made public and one of you, Shield, asks for it, there will be the next game of sharp spear and sharp gun. At that time, won't I become a sinner who cannibalize the official power of various countries?" "Okay, I was just joking. I have to hang up. I'm at the door of that B******D's house. Good luck." After hanging up the phone, Sudan took a hot bath as he wished. This is destined to be the beginning of an era of Hydra's demise. Although those moths are weak, the incidents they provoke are not small at all, like they passed a little bill and split the Avengers. No, as soon as he came out of the bathroom, Tony's call for help rang. "Dude, I need help," Tony said directly without being verbose. "What are you doing?" "Things are too complicated. You must come here first. We will talk while we act." "I didn't say I would help you. Please help me this time." "Okay, coordinates. Fat is not an hour." Tony hangs up the phone neatly and then uses his Antarctic smartphone to send Sudan a location coordinate. Many things were gathered together so that he, who usually likes to play games, was very anxious. First of all, because he loves the newly released Interstellar, he didn't participate in the Hydra extermination operation. Only Captain Steve, Black Widow, Falcon, and Hawkeye went, but something happened during the mission, causing a lot of civilians to be injured. Tony thought it was his fault. If he had gone, nothing like this would have happened. He asked for flowers. Next, they passively accepted the Superhero Registration Act, but Steve, Hawkeye, and Falcon, who were the parties involved, disagreed and did not agree to sign. This is nothing at all. He can still buy some time from the United Nations to persuade them. However, at the signing ceremony, an assassin attacked the scene. As a result, a person in charge was seriously injured. Although he was sent to the hospital in time, it is known that he is still in a coma, and his life and death are uncertain. A martyr during World War II. The most painful thing is that this person should have been captured by Shield and was seriously injured, but now for some reason he not only recovered, but also attacked the venue on his own initiative. And opposite, a super soldier, a winter soldier, a falcon, a Hawkeye, but why can't these people understand? In fact, he did not die but was brainwashed and transformed into what he is today. He doesn't want to defeat or kill these people because they are all his friends and he can't use powerful weapons against them, so half of his steel battle suit will be useless. Therefore, the most difficult thing for him now is that in the entire Avengers, only Natasha Romanoff and Rhodes are still on his side. He is just a Tony who wants to get rid of his charges with his friends. When everyone searched for the assassin, they found that this person was a friend of Captain Rogers. Natasha Romanoff is an agent and doesn't have any high-end combat power. Even if he gave her some new equipment, it still can't improve much. This matter will be over when the assassin is caught and the wounded are revived, right? In other words, he may face 2v5, but things are still not that simple. In this battle that is bound to be loud, his chances of winning are really not high, even very low. In order to regain trust, Tony volunteered to bring back the assassin, Steve, and others within 36 hours. In desperation, he could only ask Sue Dan for help. Most importantly, he can only be sure that Rhodes will really follow him. Natasha Romanoff is really not 100% sure. Now, SHIELD and Avengers are in a crisis of trust at the same time. Country. Sue Dan understood after hearing Tony's story. At that time in SHIELD headquarters, he had indeed crippled Winter Soldier's arm and finally handed it over to the SHIELD agent. As an organization with a lot of information, they would naturally be aware of the relationship between Winter Soldier and Captain America. And only Hydra can have the strength to intercept it in the middle and restore Winter Soldier. Obviously, what was supposed to be a frame-up game has now become a fact that Hydra planned and Winter Soldier really took action. The character of Captain America will definitely favor Winter Soldier, so the government has to wonder why Captain America refuses to sign the Superhero Registration Act. That is to say, as long as they are arrested first and then taken back to go through the process of whitewashing, it's over, Sue Dan asked. Tony nodded. It was actually 990 that was his idea. What laws and regulations, what traitors, in his opinion, they are nothing. Yeah, you know, there was nothing wrong with them originally except for that guy. Speaking of Winter Soldier, one has to think of one thing: Tony's parents died at the hands of Winter Soldier Bucky. Although it was officially judged to be a car accident, in fact, it was Winter Soldier Bucky who killed the Starks himself. Definitely, the Winter Soldier at that time had been brainwashed and controlled. He decided to announce the matter to Tony before arresting those few people. It was related to his parents, and he had the right to know the truth before making a judgment. Tony, there is actually one thing I must tell you. Please, buddy, don't waste your time at this hour. Wait, listen to me. Sue Dan stretched out his hand to hold Tony and then said, I got some new news about your parents' car accident. I hope you can keep calm after reading it. What? As soon as he mentioned his parents' car accident, Tony's expression changed instantly. Both the Stark and his wife passed away that year, which caused quite a stir in the world. At that time, Tony was still young and still in the rebellious stage, but he had to suffer such a blow. Now that this matter is brought up again, he feels uncomfortable. But if you don't make it clear here, it will only be more uncomfortable when the time comes. Sue Dan played the video to Tony exactly, and sure enough, watching it, the blood vessels in Tony's neck began to burst violently, which is a perfect description for bursting into anger. Seeing Tony like this, he had no choice but to be prepared for him to rush to the sky to seek revenge from the Winter Soldier at any time. I know it's bullshit to tell you to calm down now. However, I still want to remind you that you have to think carefully. If you want revenge, I can create a one-on-one opportunity for you. If you see the real murderer, then I will help you pack them and bring them back. It's not that Sue Dan is bragging, but he really doesn't take the current strength of the Avengers alliance seriously. Captain America is a super soldier, Hawkeye is an ADC, and Falcon is even weaker. Tony looked sideways at Sue Dan with gratitude in his eyes. Let's go. In fact, Tony has already traced the location of Captain America and others, but due to the shortage of manpower, otherwise he would have rushed to reason. The reason for explaining the matter of Winter Soldier and the Stark couple here is to give Tony a vaccination, so that Hydra will not continue to play around and treat these superheroes as monkeys. No need to explain, I don't need it. Tony closed his eyes in disappointment and said word by word, but anyone can tell from Steve Rogers' tone that he is on the side of Winter Soldier Bucky. As for what the two of them were talking about, they didn't know and they didn't dare to ask. I'm very sorry. Steve kept repeating that sentence in his mouth. Suddenly, Tony closed the helmet again and looked at Winter Soldier Bucky with bloody eyes. Kill for life, you didn't give my parents a chance and I won't give you a chance today. Wait, Tony? When the eyes on the steel battle suit helmet flashed coldly, Captain America Steve panicked. As a teammate who had fought side by side with Iron Man, he knew that this meant that Tony was serious. And Tony, he's my friend. I used to be too. No one knew what kind of expression Tony used to say such a sentence under the steel mask. Tony Stark in the news is playboy, genius, super vigilante Iron Man, 29, but friends in the circle know that this guy takes friendship very seriously. At the same time, the more important things are, the greater the trauma they bring. Steve Rogers was steadfast in his team. Although Tony was prepared, he didn't expect him to be so decisive. If his attitude wasn't like this today, perhaps Tony would have chosen the second option. However, it was too late. Under the big trend of the technological revolution, the steel battlesuit has already undergone a comprehensive upgrade, and now Tony is no longer the battle suit that will be smashed into the arc reactor casually. To be honest, if Tony with full firepower, the 4 people present will all die. However, Tony's heart is no longer that deadly businessman after all. After he came back from that cave, it changed. Even in the face of this father-killing enemy, he still endured those deadly weapons and did not fire them, for fear of accidentally injuring others. Just like the last Hydra campaign, if he was there, even if he unfolded the steel battle suit into a flat surface and covered the bomb with his own body, he would never let the bomb hurt everyone. The speed of the steel battle suit is very fast. With the help of 8 propellers, he can rush to Winter Soldier Bucky from 10 meters away in less than a second. Then he swung his iron fist and blasted towards Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier project is to turn humans into super soldiers. Bucky's reaction speed is still extremely fast, and he wants to block when he raises his iron arm. Even so, he was sent flying more than 10 meters by Tony's thruster punch, but just when he was about to pursue, he was stopped by a force behind him. Tony, stop it. At some point, Steve Rogers appeared behind him, stretched out his arms, and locked Tony's shoulders. Faced with such a situation, Tony didn't care at all, and he didn't care about Rogers who stopped him but turned his attention to Sudan in midair. When he came, Sudan said that no matter what choice he made, he would help him. If he chooses revenge, then a one-on-one space will be created for him. Seeing Tony's eyes, Sudan didn't talk nonsense and just waved a hand, and the power of magic pulled Captain America away from him. Everyone, although I am a businessman, there are always people who push me to become a superhero, so I have to keep my promise. It is best not to intervene in private fights. You can choose to stand aside and watch, definitely, or sit down, come down and watch. No. Mr. Sudan, you are pushing Tony on the road of crime, Captain America shouted while struggling. Sudan just cast some basic control magic. Rogers thought he could break free with brute force, but that was all delusion. The levels of strength are not on the same level. Even if he exerts all his strength, he will definitely not be able to resist Sudan's confinement. I'm pushing Tony on the path of crime? Sudan smiled. That's his own choice. When did you see me intervene? Besides, what if he committed a crime? Will be Superhero Registration Act sanction. And you know he signed the act himself. Sudan smiled and said, "No, soldier, there is something wrong with your focus. First, he promised the authorities to bring you back within a limited time, so his current behavior is legal. Second, although I also poor your friend, even the last time he attacked me, I didn't kill him, but you can't deny that he is a criminal now, and he is also a terrorist who attacked the United Nations General Assembly. You should know what methods to use to deal with terrorists. Third, your actions are not just covering up criminals, you are even suspected of being an accomplice of terrorists." The righteous Steve Rogers was left speechless by the call. Although, in his opinion, one of the 3 reasons is more ridiculous than the other, but that is the reality. He can assume that Bucky was brainwashed and controlled by someone to attack the United Nations General Assembly. In love, everyone should not blame Bucky but should investigate the person who directed Bucky behind the scenes. But did Bucky attack the UN General Assembly? That definitely was attacked. Unambiguous evidence. In front of them, those two have already started fighting. But in front of the law, don't talk about loyalty, don't talk about feelings. Falcon lowered his head in horror. Mad, he just wanted Sudan to let go of Captain America, but he was almost killed. Maybe after going back, Bucky can be proven mentally ill and sent to a mental hospital instead of death row. The law loves solid evidence. He did it, he is guilty. Before Falcon finished speaking, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a strong pressure. He is just an ordinary soldier with special equipment. Sudan can kill him with just one look at Shendu. However, that also needs to be based on everyone speaking the truth amicably. Is he now helping his friend 900 through a difficult time and clearing his name? No matter how righteous you are alone, how much you want to be a partner of justice. Hey, Mr. Sudan, I know you are very strong, but can say that? From a legal point of view, he is covering up criminals, and he can even be directly judged as being in the same party with criminals. He can be killed on the spot at special moments. Even the crimes committed by Bucky under the control of Hydra these years are heavier than the attack on the United Nations General Assembly. I'm sorry, but you don't have the right to speak here yet. However, that is from his personal point of view. On the other hand, Winter Soldier has no chance of winning in front of the current Tony, basically being beaten. The iron arm repaired by Hydra is also constantly damaged, but as expected of the Winter Soldier, the ability to resist blows is strong. After being ravaged by a series of steel battlesuits, he can still stand firm. And when he finds an opportunity, he will fight back. But every counterattack seems to be seen through, and when you reach out, you will be blocked. While typing, Tony also seemed to find that the mechanical arm of Winter Soldier was a bit of an eyesore, and the pulse cannon in the palm of his hand was slightly converted into a thermal laser. He stretched out one hand and clasped the Winter Soldier backwards. When the super-powerful thermal energy laser landed on this iron arm, some pungent smell permeated the air. Ugh. For some reason, it was obviously a mechanical arm, but when Tony used the thermal laser to cut it, Winter Soldier cried out in pain as if what was cut was not steel, but his own arm. Perhaps it was because he felt that it was a bit shameful to be crushed and cut his arm like this. Now he has been awakened by Captain America, and his personality is the Bucky who grew up with Steve Rogers, not the puppet of Hydra. However, fragments of memory in his brain still flashed some pictures from time to time. He remembered that not long ago, when he was unconscious, someone was pressing him down and beating him, and in the end, his entire mechanical arm was crooked. And now that Tony pinned him to the ground and cut the mechanical arm with a thermal laser, he had to recall that scene. Even though the fight with this person is also being beaten, but if you want to compare it with the person in the memory fragment, this is nothing. Ugh. Winter Soldier Bucky continued to struggle, but the strength of this model of steel battle suit was several times higher than his, so how could he break free? Finally, when the red laser light slowly faded, a neat incision appeared on Bucky's left shoulder. Tony weighed the mechanical arm in his hand and then threw it into the air, and then an armor-piercing projectile shot from the upper part of his arm and hit it accurately. With a bang, the mechanical arm was blown into pieces. The Winter Soldier, who was not Tony's opponent, had no chance to fight after losing one of his main arms. But Winter Soldier's temperament is very rough. He always refuses to admit defeat, so Wang Nai beat him like a sandbag. Even Sudan, who was a few hundred meters away, couldn't stand it anymore and silently covered his eyes. This humanoid sandbag is too miserable. Finally, Tony seemed to have finished venting, and the electromagnetic pulse gun in his palm aimed at the head of Bucky, who was lying on the ground. No! Before Bucky could say anything, Captain America couldn't hold back. He knew very well that the defenseless Bucky would definitely be killed by this shot. There is only one life, and it is gone after death. Even if it was the mechanical arm that was removed, but he really didn't want to lose Bucky. He wanted to run up to stop Tony or use his shield to take the hit for Bucky. However, under Sudan's confinement, he can only become a spectator and can't do anything. He can only cry here. "Tony, please, no, please spare Bucky," Steve Rogers yelled, begging for mercy. "When my parents begged for mercy, why didn't he let them go?" "It's not like that, Tony. Back then, Bucky was also being controlled by others, and they should be the murderers." "Yes, you said," nodding his head, "the murderer deserves to die, and he deserves to die too." As he said that, the electromagnetic pulse cannon in his hand became brighter. Bucky watched in horror at the blue-white light swallowing everything in front of him as if there was only this imp left in the whole world. His life began to reflect quickly in his brain some important things. Rogers. Warriors. Rogers. Throughout his life, it seems that there are only gay friends Rogers, yes, and Rogers' beautiful horse. The electromagnetic pulse gun was getting closer and closer so that his world was bright white and there was nothing else at all. In a trance he returned to that night. He personally killed the Stark couple in a cruel way. Sorry. A simple word came out of Bucky's mouth and then he closed his eyes. Boom! The electromagnetic pulse cannon exploded. It seems that the world is clean. Steve Rogers stared in that direction, his most important friend Bucky lying on the ground, Tony equipped with a steel battle suit, palm facing Bucky's head. An electromagnetic pulse cannon stirred up a large cloud of dust and some blood foam. No, Bucky, no. Captain America was on the verge of collapse. Even when Peggy died, he was not so sad. Not only because he is his best friend, but also because he is probably his last peer in this world. Other people of the same age have reached their old age, only Bucky is like him, but now gone. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, lowered his arms, and his back became much heavier. Ahem. Even he himself didn't know why. In the midst of rage, he vaguely heard an apology so that his fatal blow, which he was uncertain of, missed. Perhaps it was the anger that followed the electromagnetic pulse cannon. The hatred in my heart has not diminished, but the anger has calmed down. But at this moment, with his extraordinary eyesight, Hawkeye seems to have discovered something. Sudan looked at Tony, who was walking over. Although he didn't open the steel mask, he could still feel that he had changed under the mask. A fit of violent coughing. Bucky's body, no, the body moved. Tony, Captain America looked at Tony's figure from afar with an indescribable feeling in his heart. Unfortunately, Tony didn't answer. Why didn't you kill me? Bucky asked in pain, which was nothing compared to death. And when this attack, which contained his countless emotions, missed, there was no longer any thought of killing Bucky in his heart. Falcon also looked at Captain America sympathetically. Captain America is his idol. He has always been so good and strong, but the current appearance makes him feel guilty. He can't do anything, call. Tony looked down and one of his EMP blasts passed halfway through Winter Soldier Bucky's face, burning off the hair and skin on one side but not killing him. I don't know whether it's the gratitude for Bucky's survival or the guilt for Tony which made him fall to his knees in a daze. Captain America's shield fell limply to the ground. He felt that he was no longer worthy of picking up this shield. So is that the end of the matter? Not at all. Not far away, a black shadow stopped slowly. His footsteps are very light, like a cat stepping on the ground without the slightest sound. Originally, he was like a hunting Black Panther, ready to rush forward to bite the prey at any time. However, when Tony gave up on killing Bucky, he also suddenly realized something, so he walked forward. Colonel Rhodes knew this person, or rather, he was very impressed with such a battle suit. Ah, the king is here. I'm just temporarily replacing my father. T'Challa's voice came from the Black Panther battle suit. Sudan, long time no see. The appearance of Black Panther made several people on Captain America's side nervous again, thinking that things would change. Sudan looked at the Black Panther battle suit that had been upgraded and smiled with great interest. The last time I went to Wakanda, it was to develop a virtual gaming headset. At that time, the Black Panther battle suit was still a traditional wearable style, just like a perverted uncle's tights. And now it is estimated that it is nanotechnology. Sure enough, there was no movement from Black Panther and the helmet of the battle suit slowly disappeared. It seems that this is not only 417 nanometer technology, but also virtual neural technology. Long time no see, your sister has made you fat like a big brother. Fat? T'Challa didn't understand. He has been training all the time. How could he be fat? However, this fattening is not that fattening. Just in time, Tony, who was a little depressed, came over and Sudan pointed to the Black Panther battle suit on T'Challa and said, maybe you can also refer to nanotechnology. Tony opened the battle suit mask, his expression recovered a little and his face was still pale. It seems that when he vented, his heart was still empty and lost. Wow, I've found the inspiration for my next battle suit. The meaning is clear. Your idea of the Black Panther battle suit is very good, but now this idea is mine. Due to practical needs, Tony has been researching how to make his steel battle suit faster and stronger, and now there is another core concept which is more convenient. He has also studied it before, and the entire battle suit can be reduced to the size of a briefcase. However, such a light steel battle suit is really disappointing. Although it is relatively convenient to carry CJCC, its combat effectiveness is too weak. But now it is different. Nanotechnology can fully supply demand. Tony Stark, Iron Man, Tequila stretched out his right hand towards the back. Mr. Black Cat, hello. I have to say that Tony's mentality is still good and he can joke around so soon. It's Black Panther. Okay, Black Panther. How is your father? The situation has stabilized, but it's still a few days away. Hearing the sound, Dan was surprised for a while. Could it be that this time, the previous generation Black Panther laid down the gun again? According to the information he has, in this Hydro attack, it was not the Wakanda people who were accidentally injured but another African country. As for who the injured person was, he didn't care too much at first, but he didn't expect that King T'Chaka, who lost his identity as Black Panther and quickly gained weight, would still be shot. Destiny, fortunately he didn't die this time. In his opinion, as long as he didn't die, he was fine. I'm sorry to hear that your father is injured or transfer to my Antarctic biotechnology headquarters, Dan asked. For the old man, his impression is quite good. Wakanda helped a lot in the mass production of game helmets before, and there was no problem in letting the Antarctic biological headquarters treat him. No need, our medical level in Wakanda is still very good, Black Panther declined. It's not that he doesn't want his father to wake up, but for such a serious patient the transfer must take risks. As soon as these words came out, both Tony and Colonel Rhodes immediately stared at Black Panther T'Challa with envious and disgusted eyes. What are you doing? Prince T'Challa, I'm afraid you don't know that each of us wants to enter the Antarctic biotechnology headquarters in terms of health. No matter what problems we have, they can be solved there. In a word, as long as you have problems, get out of there and you'll have no problems at all. What? T'Challa looked confused. Could it be that Dan is so good in the medical industry besides the game industry and military industry? Doesn't this one person take it all? As for why King T'Chaka didn't get himself a piece of equipment, Dan didn't know. Maybe he wanted to prove to the world that they had run out of vibranium. T'Challa sent her dad over the next day. It's unbelievable that even our unsolvable matter has been moved in less than 2 hours with you. That kind of defense ability is much stronger than the commercial ultra-thin bulletproof vests produced by Antarctic companies. I have a battle suit. My mother won't play Wakanda and my generals are all experienced in battle. It seems that others don't need it either, T'Challa laughed. Your father seems to be woken up by you, Dan said suddenly, while T'Chaka's various body data in the ward were recovering rapidly. After inquiring some news, he couldn't wait any longer. Wakanda's vibranium technology is so developed that it can even be sewn into clothing and then deploy an energy shield. The ultra-thin bulletproof vests produced by Antarctic companies are almost the standard equipment for government officials. Anyone who does not have an ultra-thin backing is embarrassed to attend the conference. Most of the injuries that King T'Chaka suffered were traumatic, which have been properly treated by Wakanda's medical technology, and there will be basically no scars after recovery. After all, that's Daddy, the King of Wakanda, and everyone needs him in these troubled times. There were so many people and it took a long time that even Dan wondered if it was really a hospital. Don't think about energy resources. My father has always admired you very much. This time it is also thanks to your company's bulletproof vest, otherwise it would be really hard to say. Since it's so useful, why don't you buy a few batches for your country? Dan laughed. Although for an old man, scars are not important, but if you don't leave them, you don't want to leave them. Who would like to leave some unsightly things on their body? Let's say the second generation is still awesome in this world. Pretend is different from others. Antarctic Biotechnology Company is not a hospital. Although it has a branch, many people still regard it as a pharmacy or a hospital. After Papa was safe, Black Panther felt relieved. After a series of explanations, everyone now has a common enemy, that is Hydra. As for the contradictions within the Avengers Alliance, in fact, from an objective point of view, there is nothing wrong with it. Tony had backed down, and after the 4 were caught, Bucky was sent to a mental institution, and the other 3 were sent to a sea prison. Country M made a lot of nonsense about the crime of treason, but in the end they didn't dare to convict these people lightly. They didn't dare to convict, but Dan was different. He tracked back those who proposed the superhero registration bill and excluded some affected people, and the rest was Hydra. The next morning, these people died tragically at home one by one. Hydra managed to sneak into the high-level elites of various countries, and within a short time, almost the entire army was wiped out. With the deaths of these individuals, the various scattered Hydra groups began to panic. Because they understand this is Sudan's shot. These monkey-spirited Hydra quickly started the next step, escape. Anyway, they are constantly secretly transferring bases all over the world so that no one can find them. However, there are always some organizations that will accidentally expose themselves, and what they will encounter will be a devastating blow. Although the remnants of Hydra around the world cannot be wiped out in a short period of time, but now they are also busy fleeing for their lives and have no chance to do any bad things again. It is impossible to establish an exact end time for this campaign of suppression. No one knows how many Hydra there are in this world, and no one knows how deep they will hide. In short, their death is only a matter of time. While in New York in the Antarctic building, Sudan lay down leisurely in the game cabin. As soon as the screen in front of him turned, he appeared in a whole new world. His ID in the game is his real name because I am too lazy to choose a name. As a new account that has just logged in, he is not in a hurry to develop like other players. Instead, the friend channel was opened. Wakanda Foiwa requested to add you as a friend, is it approved? Iron Man Mode's emotional request to add you as a friend, is it approved? Fatal Black Widow requests to add you as a friend, is it approved? Sudan approved these friend requests and then quickly set reject all friend requests. It's not that he's arrogant, it's just that in the current situation there are really players with clear ideas who search for his name. You want to be friended by the ding 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 while playing the game. Afterwards, he pulled the few friends he had just added and quickly established a chat group. Wakanda Foiwa, Sudan, where are you? Send me a coordinate. Iron Man can't get feelings. Wow, my honorable prince, here I suggest you to use the location search of your friends flexibly. Fatal Black Widow, do you have extra clothes to wear? Iron Man can't get feelings. Yes, I have a lot. Do you want to come and find me? Come quickly. Tony's voice is full of perversions. As for what's going on in his head, he can figure it out with his toes. At the beginning of the game, basically every player has a base car. Reasonably, there will be no shortage of the most basic items such as clothes. After all, this is not a traditional magic upgrade online game. But the game is not the same. The game has an intelligent engine which will randomly perform some fine-tuning according to the characteristics of the player. The clothing of female players will be a little bit different from that. The hotter the body attributes, the more beautiful the clothes. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff's figure need not be said, although Opie is not very amazing, but her waist and peach can be described as a must. Such a female player, the game system will clearly arrange for her. In the previous edition, the aliases of Interstellar Kiln or Kiln Hegemony are no joke. Definitely, in order to respect women, the title of Dead House was quickly, strongly opposed and banned by Sudan. Then, the virtual online game version was recreated. According to Black Widow, it appears that Sudan, title warning, at Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Iron Man can't get feelings. I give in to Liao. Wakanda Foiwa, everyone gather at point A, gather at point A. Fatal Black Widow, do you think you are playing CF? Wakanda Buddha Eva. Natasha Romanoff, please don't argue with me, I'm a prince, so save me face, okay? Sudan, collect a word, I only say it once. Iron Man can't get feelings. In StarCraft, the flexibility of the game is still very high. Although the theme is StarCraft, the internal gameplay is quite free. First of all, in the aspect of the player's base expansion, you can even drive the base car around the Earth and then find a stinky ditch to build it. You can also drive directly to Mount Everest to experience a closed tour. The map this time is completely different from the previous version of the map. Most of the previous planets are his original creations. And this time, he mainly added the 9 realms. The selected location not only takes care of the environment but also is very safe. In reality, the 9 realms have been penetrated, so the battle of the 9 realms is just around the corner, and a competition in the early stage also revolves around the 9 realms. Whoever can finally become the new lord of the 9 realms will be the champion. Black Panther's so-called Point A is actually a land with a very superior geographical location. I have to say that the Prince of Wakanda has a lot of knowledge in choosing the location of the base. Even if the three of them add up, they are not as big as Sudan. Definitely, there are other ways to transfer bases, that is to capture other players' bases. Once the base vehicle is deployed, it means that the base is established and can no longer be moved. Sudan, what's wrong with men being older? With 4 base vehicles approaching slowly, this unclaimed land declares the founding of the country. With the voice like that of shape-shifting King Kong, a dark force rose rapidly. Sudan chuckled as the developer of this game. If he doesn't give himself some benefits, then what's the point of playing it? Wakanda Foiwa, hey, pay attention. Pay attention to the game environment. Isn't this dad number in vain? Iron Man can't get feelings. Wait, why is your base car so big? Scandium, Scandium, Scandium. Deadly Black Widow / Shy. If their base vehicle is the size of a conventional car, then Sudan's base vehicle is a transport vehicle wandering the earth. Tony looked at Sudan's black jumbo base car. Some Shen was dumbfounded. Drive the base car to move to the center and then choose to expand. At this time, Black Widow got off the base vehicle. I have to say, this woman is really what, if it weren't for the old aunt, he would have thought about fighting. Those who come out of the Red Room will have their uterus removed, and the absence of a uterus means that they cannot have children. Why do you look like this? Because they, as specially trained beauties, need to perform many special tasks. Among these special tasks, there is a kind of thing. The lowest defensive power of a man is when he is dominated by his lower body. At that time, he will say whatever he is asked to say, and it is easy to gather information. As long as they don't get pregnant, they can perform tasks without any pressure. So Black Widow has been in the agent world for so many years. How many things have he done in detail? Do you understand? It is absolutely not recommended for new drivers to intervene. Oh no, start. 937 is a pity. What a pity. Sudan looked at it and then looked away. Fatal Black Widow, oh my god. Your base is like a dark temple. Iron Man can't get feelings. Well, Natasha Romanoff, can I ask you for a date? Just in the game, you have nothing to lose. Iron Head Boy Tony doesn't seem to know about Black Widow's past. He seemed to have lost control of his lower body since the first time he met Natasha Romanoff. This playboy who slept with countless magazine cover goddesses may not live long because he was hollowed out long ago. Women are poison, so what's the point? Boring. Sudan and Black Panther looked at each other, agreed and appreciated each other. Natasha Romanoff put her hands on her hips and gave Tony a speechless look. She wasn't joking, she was really old enough to be Tony's mother. If the roles are reversed, it may be the uncle and the little lowly. At most they are called gentlemen. But now that she was like this, she just felt a little psychologically uncomfortable just thinking about it. Deadly Black Widow, Tony, I recorded just now and I will play it back for Zaya Ojiali. Our relationship is still very good, Tilda. Iron Man can't get feelings. What? You two have a good relationship. When? Fatal Black Widow, never underestimate women. Black Widow gave a bad smile, then turned around, twisted the big peach and boarded the base vehicle again, turned around and moved to a suitable corner and then chose to unfold. Her base against the background of Sudan's base is like the kind of little Menxin trembling in front of the dark forces. Not surprisingly, so are Tony and Black Panther's bases. Fatal Black Widow. Well, I never thought I was so small. Sudan, you are no longer young. Every ordinary player's base is about the same as a 100 square meter house, and it was like this at the beginning. With subsequent upgrades, the base will slowly expand. Sudan's Dark Temple is actually a manifestation of a high level. As the base vehicles of Tony and Black Panther were deployed beside them, a reminder popped up in the system. It is detected that the base of the player Deadly Black Widow is attached by default. Do you want to accept this faction? It is detected that the base of the player Iron Man can't get feeling is attached by default. Do you want to accept this faction? It is detected that the base of the player Wakanda Foiwa is attached by default. Do you want to accept this faction? For these reminders, Sudan will definitely only choose yes. A few of them went into Interstellar to hack, just to integrate the base together. Let's develop together. It doesn't matter who integrates, the important thing is that he likes to integrate. You are the first player to conquer other forces. Reward materials *10, economy *100. You are the first player to conquer other forces. The system will announce the whole server. Do you want to hide the name? Hide. If the players knew that Su Dan's father had come in to grab a meal with them, wouldn't they be blown up? Don't say that in this world they will come to respect you, want to get in touch with you or something. The life attitude of young people nowadays is spoofing. Don't care who you are, even if you are the president of country M, as long as you're playing this game, you have to let go of your airs, because these players have an unprecedented tacit understanding, and the whole server chasing you to kill. Chasing and killing you in the game is actually not malicious, just to interact with you. If the shelf is too big to play, then don't join the game. Definitely, this is under normal circumstances. Once something major happens, such as a national war or a world war, these players will explode into an unprecedented cohesion. That's what this generation is. Full server announcement. Player Asterisk is the first player in the whole server to conquer other forces, and will be rewarded with materials *10 and economy *100. When this announcement went out, the game area exploded in an instant. What do you mean this game can also conquer other forces? Little brother, you are not mentally handicapped. Don't you think this masterpiece can only play house with you? By the way, who is this person? Only by widening the level difference can he have the function of annexing other forces. Can he upgrade to the second level base so quickly? Yeah, I've been picking up garbage for so long and the supplies haven't gathered enough for one unit. This person has already started to conquer other forces. This person can't be a building block. It is not difficult to form gangs in the game. Online games on the Earth have been developed for so long. From small games at the beginning, it has become a trendy area to play games in groups today. Most players have fixed teams. No matter what game they play, they like to form cliques, which is a trend. With the current players, it is not difficult to annex other forces quickly. As long as it is discussed with the brothers who open the black, then the annexation can be completed. The only difficult thing is to upgrade the base. As long as your base level is higher than that of the opponent, the regiment can be annexed as a subordinate force. Otherwise, the same level can only cooperate or fight against the same level. Even if they finally blow up the opponent's base, they cannot annex 4.4. It is very difficult to upgrade the base level, not only need various materials but also need a certain amount of economy and base construction. All these conditions are indispensable. Materials can be collected in the game and the economy is a fixed value in the base. Everyone has a little wealth and the extra way to get it is through trade and smelting gold mines. It is not difficult to collect and it is not difficult to develop the economy. Players will soon get a sense of fulfillment. However, if you want to accumulate enough upgrades, it becomes a difficult problem. Furthermore, base construction is the place to test the player's true strength. Basic power plants, barracks, factories, mines, etc., all of which require players to use their own wisdom to develop. This is not a magic RPG game. It cannot be done by operating a reckless man. It needs to use brains. Because someone kept it on in less than a day, the joint base became a real dark force. When other players were bear commanders, Su Dan already had millions of troops. And the 3 generals in the base also lived a life with no game experience. They definitely have no experience because they are so numb. When the game was launched, or in the previous version of StarCraft, they more or less understood the difficulty of this game's development. In the early stage of the game, everyone worked harder than primitive people. Although it is possible to have a base car, it is not a base car at all to support the owner. What materials, energy, etc., just collecting them is very difficult. This is still in a normal developmental environment. If the world randomly encounters 1 or 2 disasters, the whole person may have a nervous breakdown at any time. Interest and difficulty coexist. But when someone turns it on, the difficulty is killed and only the fun remains. Difficult to collect resources? He only needs 1 copy code and he can make thousands of copies of a unit of materials just collected. 29 energy consumption is a headache. He only needs 1 code to make the energy bar always be 99,999. The conditions for making barracks are very harsh. The basic units are rubbish. The first thing he created was the golden unit. As only working under Su Dan, the 3 of them felt that they were going to heaven. This is an online game, not a standalone game. If you play this way in a standalone game, it's nothing to say, but if you do it in an online game, you will definitely be banned every minute. Definitely, only Sudan in this world can be regarded as changing his own program. He can even turn off the self-testing of his own game system, that is to say, his base does not exist in this game. If there is no detection, there will be no notification for the entire server, otherwise the StarCraft players may be scolding their mothers. Looking at the millions of soldiers below, Tony stroked his stubble and said after a long while, "It would be great if such an army were in reality." The combat strength of this special high-level unit is no less than that of Asgard's warriors. If you have such a powerful army who would dare to bully the Earth, if it was put on Chitauri's gang of scumbags back then, his father would not even know him. Putting it into reality, it's useless and unnecessary, Sudan said with a mysterious smile. What? Tony was very puzzled. Dude, are you out of your mind or are you cheating on yourself? How dare you say such an army is useless? In fact, it is useless. Already owning TIE particles, that is, Reality Gem, he can embed Reality Gem on the server at any time, and then open a virtual gathering to bring it into reality. In this way, these million soldiers can definitely appear in reality. There is no suspense. But what is the use of this, for a man who already owns gemstones, a mere million soldiers? If humans are really required to fight, isn't this human player with a unit of hundreds of millions much better than those with millions of units? So, now that we have enough troops, what should we do next? Black Widow asked suddenly. As a woman, looking at those mighty soldiers, she feels a sense of accomplishment in her heart, as if she is the queen above 10,000 people. So, what can so many soldiers do? Sudan gave the answer. Let's play some small ones first. For example, knock down an Asgard. Wait, isn't that Thor's old home? Are you talking about that Thor? Oh my god, aren't you friends? Why are you attacking someone's lair now? This isn't that good. Hey, why are you so excited? Seeing the three people whose faces changed in an instant, Sudan slowly shook his head. Just looking at yours makes no sense. This Asgard is not that Asgard. Besides, don't you all want to see what Odin looks like? Yes, I agree with Sudan's statement. Hey Tony, don't fall so fast. When are we going? I suggest leaving now. If at the moment Thor is lucky enough to be here, he may see the superficial brothers of the Earthlings, and people still say that everyone is a good brother, so he will hit his hometown after changing hands. Fortunately, this is only in the game, and the Asgard side has not yet activated Interstellar, and they are still playing the original League of Legends. It's not that the two games are superior or inferior, but the types of games are different. The game settings of Interstellar doom players to embark on a road of hegemony, because if you don't F***K others, you will be F***ed by others. That's the reason. 893 Moreover, the area of Asgard, he refers to Asgard in reality, which is not as huge as the Earth. Therefore, he chose to march in batches. However, Sudan's special units are no joke. The army entered, and before the attack was launched, the Asgard defense alarm rang through the sky. In the game, the fighting power of the Asgard warriors is an insurmountable gap for the players on Earth at this stage, which is the same as the god-level boss. And they are still in groups. These millions of soldiers rush to Asgard at the same time. It is very likely that Asgard will be blocked. Now, the relatively weak Earthlings are coming to invade Asgard. The first phalanx leaps onto the land of Asgard first. The war between the two armies sounded instantly. Although Asgard is a very noble place among the 9 realms, there are quite a few invasions here. Sudan looked at the millions of soldiers below and silently gave an order. This is just an ordinary Asgard soldier, not to mention some serious characters here. But this is an army of millions, almost all over the entire line of sight, and it takes quite a long time for these people to board the battleship alone. The soldiers stationed at the gates of Asgard attacked without even an order. Individual combat effectiveness is basically on par with Asgard soldiers. An army of this size is definitely very eye-catching. In reality, there is a space passage from the Earth to Asgard, but there is no such a secret passage in the game. But as long as the technology develops to a certain level, you can directly drive a battleship and jump directly to Asgard. With a flash of light, this dark force appeared at the end of Bifrost. As the commander-in-chief of the army or even the supreme monarch of the entire Dark Force, he will not personally participate in the battle. After all, the attribute of this game is not to allow the player to fight his own blood, and even in many cases, the attribute of the player is not as good as a soldier in his own camp. It didn't take long for the battle, and the soldiers of Asgard were outnumbered. But Sudan couldn't be happy at all because he saw the warrior generals of Asgard galloping forward and the oppressive figure in the distance. Of course it is Odin. I saw the eternal spear in his hand sweeping across from a distance. A ray of light hit the front of the army and immediately exploded into pieces of the army into basic data. Damn it, is it so fierce? Tony was shocked. Before he could see what Odin looked like, he discovered that the army had suffered countless casualties. That is the majestic lord of the 9 realms, the father of God, king of Asgard, Sudan teased. If Odin didn't have such a small skill, how could he rule the 9 realms? Besides, this is just a random skill which is equivalent to a magician's direct fireball destroying nearly 100 troops in front of him, so one can imagine how strong Ding Ding is. Similarly, Sudan, who took the initiative to march into Asgard, knowing the approximate strength of Odin, how confident he is. Do you think we have a chance of winning? An army of 1 million. Can kill that boss with energy consumption? T'Challa was a little uncertain. As a member of the African royal family, he had seen many troops. Although the millions of soldiers under the Dark Forces are very shocking, but think about it, they can only be like cannon fodder under the hands of Odin. The burly boss came over like chopping melons and vegetables with a long gun. If this continues, really work? Facing Black Panther's questioning, Sudan smiled mysteriously. How can it be possible for an ultra-modern army to fight with only human heads? As his voice fell, I saw a flash of light on Bifrost, and the next army phalanx appeared instantly. The equipment on their bodies has not changed much, but the weapons in their hands are somewhat terrifying. Every soldier holds a gun that is almost half the size of his own body in his hand. Judging from the structure of the gun, it is still the kind of pulse energy gun. The function of this gun is not to destroy, even hit the ground. It is not as destructive as traditional shells. It is specially used to kill people. When the orange energy bombs slashed across the sky of the battlefield like a torrential rain and landed in the Asgard camp, it immediately knocked down a large area. Those who were hit by the pulse energy shells did not have any injuries or disabilities at all and all died on the spot. Hit is death. The big boss Odin quickly felt the threat. Although he could easily evade these attacks, the soldiers of Asgard couldn't bear it at all. This is not a battle but a massacre, so with a loud roar he immediately flew towards the rear of the formation. Seeing that the eternal gun in their hands was about to unleash that devastating lightning again, the army of the second phalanx immediately raised the giant pulse cannon in their hands, and at the same time pulled the trigger towards the sky. However, this time it wasn't an attack, and such an attack was just harmless to Lee. They are mainly for defense. When those energy cannons hit together, a transparent energy shield is immediately formed. Odin's Spear of Eternity hit the energy shield and the spellcasting action was interrupted on the spot. It was just such a short gap. Due to the lack of Odin's suppression in front, the stormtroopers of the first phalanx immediately defeated the soldiers of Asgard overwhelmingly and rushed into the real gate of Asgard. Why haven't I seen that we still have this kind of equipment? This is amazing, Tilda. Tony was a little surprised. As a genius with profound knowledge in weaponry, he added various weapons to his steel battle suit. All kinds of fancy weapons. The electromagnetic pulse gun in the palm is one, but compared with the weapons in the hands of these people now, it is simply a younger brother. Now he is even thinking about quitting the game and going to the lab to replenish himself. The EMP on the arm may have an asymmetric caliber. Well, add some extra gear to the back. By the way, isn't it necessary to study the nano-battle suit, then use nanotechnology, make it into a levitating one? Unbeknownst to Sudan, he suddenly gave Tony the inspiration to develop the battle suit in Avengers Alliance 3 in advance. It seems something is wrong. Sudan, look, there are people coming over there. Following the direction of Black Panther T'Challa, he saw a figure flying towards the battlefield. People in Asgard often call themselves gods, but there are very few people who can really fly. Thor, who relies on Mjolnir to barely achieve the purpose of flight, is one of them. That figure is exactly Thor. Thor's combat effectiveness is obviously not as good as Odin's, or it's far behind. Thor in this period has not yet passed the test. Even if he can smash a soldier into the air with a single hammer, there is no way to cause an instant kill. Although Thor is said to be a dragon, he is a member of the Avengers Alliance after all, and the internal conflicts of the Avengers Alliance have not dissipated. For this teammate, she is quite rare. Black Widow couldn't help but smile, recalling that in the daily life of the Avengers Alliance, Tony liked to tease cats and dogs and would be held up by the grumpy Thor every now and then. Doesn't this millionaire who grew up with a golden key in his mouth lose face? How thick-skinned, shaking him. Are we sure we want to attack him? She asked again. At that time, everyone thought it was inappropriate and adults wanted to save face. Just two phalanxes put Asgard into a melee, and just like that, the phalanx behind is equipped with more advanced weapons. But due to Thor's identity, no one dared to say anything. Wait, isn't that Thor? Black Widow also recognized Thor. Then there will be a constant force of troops to surround the right. However, every time I found that Tony got it was relieved very quickly. With that said, Black Widow also mobilized a team to attack Thor. However, before Sudan could answer, Tony had already commanded a team to rush forward. Let's go then. A phalanx has 2,500 people, and he has a total of 400 such battle phalanxes. She was instructed by Shield to observe Tony Stark for a long time and found that it was not the case. Come on, Natasha Romanoff, they're just a bunch of data here. Well, actually, I've been wanting to hit that big guy for a long time and strangle me at every turn. It's just that this person likes to sacrifice himself for the team. My gosh, what kind of operation is this? But it's too confusing right now, whether it's Black Widow, Tony, or Sudan in this battle. Each of them felt that, in fact, this war should not have happened. It was just internal conflicts that started it all. But how to do this matter and how to deal with it, in fact, they themselves don't know now. It's just that there is a fire hidden in everyone's heart now, but everyone doesn't speak. Just thinking about how to vent my emotions. So that led to the embarrassing situation now. Black Widow, in fact, they already had a slight feeling of indescribable feeling about the differences between them and Captain America 867 and Tony Iron Man last time. It's just that Black Widow doesn't know which camp he should be in. It's just that the current situation of stalemate may not be what I want to see. Thor, now he is still fighting hard there. Maybe Thor himself doesn't even know what he's doing. Now both sides of Asgard have fallen into chaos because they themselves don't know which camp they are in this war. Is it Captain America holding a shield, or Thor holding a hammer, or that Black Widow who doesn't know how powerful the attack is? Everyone charged me. Black Widow was the first to charge and then confronted Thor head-on. All of a sudden the sky and the earth thunder and lightning. What? With a roar from Thor, the thunder and lightning in the sky instantly ignited. Suddenly, the whole world seemed to be split open. Countless people are being bitten endlessly by this thunder and lightning as if their souls have been emptied. But this didn't stop Thor from stopping his fight. He was still using his power constantly, still throwing thunder into the sky. Thor, I think all of this is not what we want, but I think now all of this may only be resolved by fighting. CJBC. Black Widow strikes Thor first. What's more, the person in front of him is just a woman. Black Widow hits Thor in the left cheek. It seems I did underestimate you. Thor suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Even though Thor has his hammer, he still can't bear the Black Widow's desperate attack. But her unique fighting style, her tough and unyielding character, and her deadly attacks? Thor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up again holding the hammer. Black Widow doesn't have any weapons though. That's not it. Do you think all women are only worthy of being a kind and virtuous person? All these things, I think what we say between us now, can't be explained. So it's normal for Thor to vomit blood now. Perhaps Thor's left tooth socket, the left tooth, has already said goodbye to his own tooth root. When Thor was handing over to Black Widow just now, although Thor avoided it in time, Black Widow punched him back. Okay, then use fighting to solve it. If it's a head-on confrontation, think about it in another way. If this is a boy, then it is conceivable that it is definitely Thor himself who has fallen now. Oh, really? Although the two of us are partners, it's different now. I tell you, that's not necessarily the case. In your opinion, women may be relatively weak, but... Black Widow stopped talking and then she rushed forward and gave Thor a hard blow. Women are not easy to bully. Black Widow showed a faint smile with the corners of his mouth raised, very charming. Originally, Black Widow revealed a feeling of inaccessibility. 240 plus at the moment she was still fighting there, the whole person felt full of female hormones, which was particularly fascinating. Thor is the prince of Asgard, the son of Odin, the father of God. In fact, he had imagined this battle, but now facing so many people in Asgard, they are dead and wounded. Thor, I really don't want to see at the moment like this. What's more, the relationship between him and Black Widow is not so serious and full of problems. Just saying that maybe a lot of times time limits the freedom between them to want to explain. In addition, each of them had their own problems in their hearts. So what can be solved by fighting can only be solved by fighting. Maybe like that time when Iron Man and Captain America fought. Until both of them are wounded and beat each other to the ground, maybe both of them will calm down and explain it well. Only then will we know what caused the current situation. Perhaps it is not suitable to explain the situation now, but the casualties of Asgard's people are too serious now. Add some very young children and some elderly grandma's age. No matter how ignorant Thor is, these things will be seen in his eyes. Okay, I admit it's time for this fight to end. Thor put down his warhammer first and then said to Black Widow in compromise. Then he looked at the thousands of people under him, Black Widow, and immediately understood what Thor meant. Those fierce fighting scenes actually appeared in front of him now. Sudan was talking to himself. Sudan came back to his senses all of a sudden. He knew what he should do. Sudan really finds it incredible, those scenes that I have only seen in TV dramas. Sudan watched all this silently. But sometimes, in a certain place in a certain 2.0 picture, I still feel so indescribable and inconceivable. Only now it has happened. Maybe what I should think about now is not this, but how to deal with this matter. Besides, the identity I am in now is also very ordinary. Okay, now they've quieted down and the fighting has basically stopped. Those pictures that could only be watched in a movie theater with dozens of audience members. I have almost adapted to this identity, but no matter how I look, I still feel a little weird. Those Marvel heroes who can be seen in every window on every street, although the Marvel universe has been around for a while. It may be said that I was not able to speak up for a while. All of this can only be described as what comes and goes. But now I am really in this environment and I have seen that charming Black Widow with my own eyes. In a game recently developed by Sudan, there are actually some ideas, but they are not particularly clear. I think back to the 21st century I lived in back then. Whether it was the legend that was popular all over the world at that time, or the later League of Legends, or the later King of Glory, and now the Peaceful War. Each of these games, perhaps in the world I am in now, is a boutique. But how to develop and how to make it completely? This is indeed a problem for Sudan. Although I often play games, I am also a computer professional. No matter how you say about these games, you have your own unique insights. It may be said that even if the invented game 29 is close to 10, it will still be a little bit worse. Because every game when it is made, whether it is from the initial imagination or to the later production process, still in the process of gradually realizing it. In fact, all of these, every game comes out, also needs post-production, planning, and improvement. However, this takes a lot of time. And it is necessary to test each game to see if there will be any problems, and how much memory each game occupies on the phone, and what is the difference between running it on a computer and running it on a phone. There is also whether there is a charging phenomenon in each game. These one-by-one questions, just like the words in the book, one after another, row after row. So a game is from the original developer's idea to the later creation process. It will take a lot of effort until it is successfully listed. Although Sudan himself is no stranger to these games, how many of them have studied and understood and have their own unique insights into some of the problems existing in those games. But now into this world, and basically those games that never show up to play themselves. Both Glory of Kings and Peaceful War are very popular games. As for whether it can be popular or not, can people like it? Then, now relying on my own strength alone, I want to complete a successful game. As well as the later glory of the king and peaceful war, this is not a small challenge for Sudan. The popularity of these games might really be worth a question mark. This might still be a problem, but there are always some places where you may short-circuit your head. Until now, I want to develop League of Legends, such a feeling. Although Iron Man Tony is everyone's idol, it is also a symbol of every technological development. But for Sudan, from the original king of boxing game successfully developed and broadcast. Although it can be seen from the perspective of people in the 21st century. It may be said that having the research technology and research results like Iron Man Tony may be recognized by more people. Also have confidence in myself. But a game is always a game, he is not real. But in the current Marvel world where there are basically no games, although in Sudan's view he has great recognition for his computer science and game production. In a world where only Superhero 627 exists, no matter how you look at it, it is still a special trouble. You helped me find out what happened in Asgard recently. S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury was sitting on a computer chair, talking with his back to his assistant Mary. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been managed by Nick since its establishment until now. Although it is said that Avengers was also established by him. Whether it's Iron Man Tony, whether it's Thor or Black Widow or Captain America or later, the new member Spider-Man who joined in. In Nick's view, all these members are indispensable. They're all part of the Avengers. Definitely for Nick, internal conflict is undoubtedly a symbol of death. But now for what happened in Asgard tilde. For Thor and Black Widow, the conflict between them. Maybe Nick himself isn't particularly clear, because although the Avengers are indeed established, they cannot restrict their personal freedom after all. When Avengers was established, it was also opposed by the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigation. Many people also think that since Avengers is established, it should be managed by their federal bureau. After all, each of them has extraordinary skills and each has their own abilities. If they are allowed to play freely like this, I don't know how much disaster it will bring, but since there are different powers, why should we limit others? Since you need help from others, why do you need to ask others in turn? So in the later question of whether to restrict personal freedom, Iron Man and Captain America had a big disagreement. Although I said little Spider-Man, I also feel that the possibility of restricting freedom is indeed a bad thing. But he also stood on Iron Man's side without hesitation. Although Captain America said that he also has a lot of dissatisfaction with this matter. But after all, as a leader, he can only obey the arrangement of his superiors. After all, Captain America himself was born as a soldier, and the duty of a soldier is to obey orders. From the initial player duel to the later two players fighting alone online. Glory of Kings is a fair game between 5 players and 5 players, then be a talent like Tony. But Sudan may not know it himself, but no matter what, their purpose is to research technology and development. Asking for flowers, Sudan himself has successfully developed the King of Fighters game, sometimes a sentence or a certain innovative point of his suddenly inspired Tony's innovative thinking. What Sudan wants is very simple, he just doesn't want to live up to his current identity, whether in terms of hero design or hero skills, and then League of Legends and Peace Wars. Now the next thing to do is to develop the glory of the king, win it, and then develop the legend. Sudan himself also knows, maybe in their eyes, he is just a simple technical talent similar to Iron Man. Although the thoughts of Tony and Sudan are not on the same line, Sudan now just wants to develop a new game as soon as possible, and people who have already died once can't die once again. But for Sudan now, he just wants to develop this game, then market it and then be recognized by people. As well as rewards for players and lottery activities in the game of Glory of Kings, merchants seem to be a money-making skill. In fact, for the game of Glory of Kings, most of Sudan already understands how to make this game. It's just that at the beginning he didn't realize nor imagine that he would go to another place that didn't belong to him. And this place still exists in the TV series. For him, the world of definitely Marvel also belongs to that kind of unreachable thing. Although he said that it is impossible for 857 to become a national hero like Iron Man, and it is impossible to become a person with leadership like Captain America. He can only do what he is supposed to do, which is to use his abilities to the fullest. Well, game development is Sudan's forte, whether it is now or in the future for Sudan, as a game designer, as a game developer. This is what he dreamed of. From the very beginning, I chose to study computer by myself. When learning this part, most of the reasons are because I like games. Sudan's attainments in games are also quite high. When he was in high school, he also imagined being an esports player. But later, for some reason, he gave up this decision. Although I am doing well in this place now, and I am also a relatively famous game producer. Definitely being tricked by someone he himself is not feeling well. But no matter how you look at it, you still have to get rid of the current situation. Be sure to maximize your reputation ability. Now both Black Widow and Thor have calmed down. Then we had a good chat. In fact, they themselves knew that it was just a misunderstanding. It's just that the other party didn't explain clearly, so it caused the current situation. Thor, I'm really sorry for causing so much trouble to your hometown this time around. Black Widow took a sip of Asgard's specialty red wine. This is a specialty of Asgard. Generally, people in Asgard will use this wine to entertain distinguished guests from outside. Usually it is not taken out. Although the people of Asgard just now saw Black Widow fighting with the leader of their own country there. But everyone knows exactly what happened between them. It's just that everyone is reluctant to make it clear. After all, this kind of thing can only be understood but cannot be explained in words. It is indeed a very embarrassing thing, to put it bluntly. This wine is really good, Black Widow added. This wine is really good. Although Black Widow has been an agent for so many years and has tasted countless fine wines, such authentic red wines are really rare. Definitely this is a specialty of our place. You are treated as a VIP. Thor himself took a sip of the red wine and put down his glass, looking hesitant to speak. Black Widow takes a look at Thor. What about 4.7? Don't you feel uncomfortable if you don't speak out when you have something in your heart? Black Widow took the lead in opening the beginning of this topic. After all, she clearly knows that maybe Thor thinks the same thing as herself. Ha ha. Thor glanced at Black Widow. Black Widow also smiled, and then the two of them forgot to look at each other, and a kind of self-evident feeling arose spontaneously. It seems that you and I think the same. He really has a problem. Black Widow knew what Thor was going to say. It's just that he hasn't said it himself. After all, it is indeed a very bad thing to doubt your partner like this. Black Widow recalled it carefully. In fact, he knew that the ghost was Loki. Loki is just an indecisive person, a person who is always swinging back and forth. After all, the god of weirdness is not called for nothing. Although he is Thor's younger brother and the prince of Asgard, but every one of his decisions, every on-the-spot reaction, everyone doesn't know what is he thinking, but Black Widow didn't know what caused the accident this time. After all, he couldn't possibly be suspicious of a brother of his friend, and Loki was with them a lot of the time. Black Widow is just clear. Remember, that day was also after I went out to eat with my friends. I saw Loki on the way back with someone who looked very familiar. But this person, Black Widow, knew clearly in his heart that he must not be a good person, because his attire looks like the former enemy of Shield, Hydra. Hydra, though, said to have disappeared at that time, but some remnants of the party survived. It's just that they hide so deeply that it's hard for people to find out, but Black Widow didn't think much about it at the time because it was getting dark. Then I drank a little more wine. Maybe I had hallucinations or something. Not necessarily. After all, this kind of thing is not something that can be said nonsense. As Black Widow has been an agent for so many years, all things are paid attention to evidence. Otherwise, how can we reflect the characteristic of being an agent? So he can't say it absolutely because of his own thoughts. Misunderstand a person because of one of your own prejudices or other reasons. It also made Black Widow realize a lot of things that he didn't realize before. As a child of Odin, as the future heir of Asgard. Maybe for Loki, this time is just a wrong decision of his own, and then make the whole thing extra complicated. Maybe he is still agreeing to a certain thing, but the next moment he will take another action that is contrary to this thing. He has occasional ideas from time to time. However, Black Widow also heard about Thor's brother. Definitely Thor is also one of the best friends. Black Widow has been doing missions for so many years. Enter Avengers until now tilde. After all, it was not what he wanted for Asgard to become what it is now, although there is a sister and a god of death on top of him. But for Black Widow and Thor, it's not as simple as it is now. Maybe for this time, Loki himself didn't want to make it so complicated, but Loki didn't imagine killing his people. 733 No one knows what he is thinking. It's just possible to say that not much is known about Thor's younger brother, Black Widow, knowing such a group of friends plus the interpersonal relationship of the director of SHIELD agent. Loki doesn't actually have much affection for Black Widow and his big brother Thor, because after all they are just adopted children. My own father has long since ceased to exist. Despite years of adoption, Loki still remembers it in his heart, but after all, the god of lies is not called for nothing. Loki likes himself this way too. After all, others can't see through you and you can't see yourself too. Sometimes he feels like a big villain, but sometimes I feel as if I am the incarnation of that Justice League. But Loki has long coveted Odin's throne. Loki also clearly knows that he is a child of the Frost Titans. When I was born, I looked much smaller than ordinary race humans, so my father hid himself and didn't show his true face. So at that time, very few people knew that there was another little prince in the Frost Titan clan. Although it is said that the Frost Titans are born with infinite power, but they have a huge amounts of Achilles' heel, that is the fear of heat. Their race is also the realm ruled by the celestial Odin, enemies of Asgard. Odin originally wanted to conquer the Frost Titans. After all, expanding his own territory is the ultimate goal that every leader wants to have. Definitely Odin is no exception. He just felt that in his own field, expanding his territory and enriching his people was what he should do. Later, during the fight with the Frost Titans, he won without a doubt, although the winning concept. For Odin, there is indeed no doubt. After all, no matter how he fights or in terms of the number of people fighting, he is many times more than the Frost Titans. Then everything changed without any suspense or warning. That time after Odin finished this war, he was in the process of sorting out. The less you want, the more you get. All of this turned around suddenly, found the only child of the young Frost Titans in the Frost Titans palace. So far that we can no longer touch our original appearance. Leela's, whether it's brotherhood, love from mother, or love from father, Loki has never had it. But many times what we want becomes more and more ordinary and simpler, and all this will be farther and farther away from what we originally wanted. He just thinks it's all good. It's good to be able to grow up safely by yourself. This person may not know how much power he has, but he just happened without warning. At that time, Loki actually didn't have much feeling about these things, nor did he have much feeling that he wanted to be a leader. There will also be many other people who will appear unexpectedly at this time. It's just that many times, many things are unexpected to us. Be able to really transform all of this into the look you want. Also, a child of royal blood, and that child is Loki, deliberately planting flowers but not blooming, unintentionally planting willows and willows to make shade. Maybe this is what it looks like. Loki himself has never experienced any kind of love since he was a child. Loki is a clever, cunning, sometimes very kind, sometimes very evil person. When you feel that he is righteous but he goes to connect with the villain. When you think that he may be with you soon, he immediately stands in the opponent's camp. Yes, you can never guess what he wants to do. What exactly does he want? 370 may often be unclear even to himself. Who is right and who is wrong in this decision? It was only at this moment that he subconsciously judged it. All he wanted was this result, this ending. Loki has lacked paternal love since he was a child, and he doesn't know how to play with his friends. So he always lacks this trace of fatherly love in his heart, and those blank feelings that have been suppressed in my heart for a long time. A lot of times created Loki's often cloudy and unpredictable changes. That sometimes dark, sometimes wise, sometimes terrible look. Loki loves to play pranks. He likes to see other people make a fool of themselves. He felt that he was so unhappy, why should others be so happy? Later, although he said that he was adopted by Odin and became the Prince of Asgard, this father is also very good to himself. Although he is an adopted child, Odin also loves him a lot. But no matter how hard Loki tries, how he wants to bloom himself and let his father recognize him, Let the father feel that he is the only child who can inherit Asgard, but his big brother Thor is so powerful. In every respect, big brother Thor has thrown Loki away. Loki is indeed inferior to his big brother Thor in many ways. It's just that none of this will be the way Loki himself intended it to be in 1.2. However, the person with the photo, this is what Asgard has recognized and known. Loki has found some interesting things recently, some interesting people, interesting things. Loki knows that all this needs to be achieved by himself. The hammer owned by Thor Mjolnir means Mjolnir. It is tailor-made for Thor. It seems that something interesting will happen today. I can go and see her. Only Thor has the ability to protect all the people of Asgard. In their view, those who have supreme power like Thor, those who can summon thunder and lightning, are the ones who have the ability to protect Asgard. Thor is Thor. No matter what it is, as long as it can make him stronger, Loki will change his mind immediately. But it's so familiar. No matter how many wishes Loki has, no matter how much he wants, but all these are still beyond his desire. Loki sat on the swivel chair looking at an old photo on his phone that was almost yellow. Later, this feeling gradually turned into jealousy and hatred. Although Loki has his own divine power, his ability is not enough to protect all the people of Asgard. In the eyes of the people of Asgard, only Thor has the right to inherit Asgard. Loki is a clever, cunning, sometimes very kind, sometimes very evil person. When you feel that he is righteous but he goes to connect with the villain. When you think that he may be with you soon, he immediately stands in the opponent's camp. Yes, you can never guess what he wants to do. What exactly does he want? 370 may often be unclear even to himself. Who is right and who is wrong in this decision? It was only at this moment that he subconsciously judged it. All he wanted was this result, this ending. Loki has lacked paternal love since he was a child and he doesn't know how to play with his friends. So he always lacks this trace of fatherly love in his heart, and those blank feelings that have been suppressed in my heart for a long time. A lot of times created Loki's often cloudy and unpredictable changes. That sometimes dark, sometimes wise, sometimes terrible look. Loki loves to play pranks. He likes to see other people make a fool of themselves. He felt that he was so unhappy. Why should others be so happy? Later, although he said that he was adopted by Odin and became the Prince of Asgard, this father is also very good to himself. Although he is an adopted child, Odin also loves him a lot. But no matter how hard Loki tries, how he wants to bloom himself and let his father recognize him, let the father feel that he is the only child who can inherit Asgard. But his big brother Thor is so powerful. In every respect, big brother Thor has thrown Loki away. Loki is indeed inferior to his big brother Thor in many ways. It's just that none of this will be the way Loki himself intended it to be in 1.2. However, the person with the photo, this is what Asgard has recognized and known. Loki has found some interesting things recently, some interesting people, interesting things. Loki knows that all this needs to be achieved by himself. The hammer owned by Thor Mjolnir means Mjolnir. It is tailor-made for Thor. It seems that something interesting will happen today. I can go and see her. Only Thor has the ability to protect all the people of Asgard. In their view, those who have supreme power like Thor, those who can summon thunder and lightning, are the ones who have the ability to protect Asgard. Thor is Thor. No matter what it is, as long as it can make him stronger, Loki will change his mind immediately. But it's so familiar. No matter how many wishes Loki has, no matter how much he wants, but all these are still beyond his desire. Loki sat on the swivel chair looking at an old photo on his phone that was almost yellow. Later, this feeling gradually turned into jealousy and hatred. Although Loki has his own divine power, his ability is not enough to protect all the people of Asgard. In the eyes of the people of Asgard, only Thor has the right to inherit Asgard. Today is the second week that Sudan has locked himself in the room, although before that he had been in the house for half a month. However, there are less than half a month left until the game is produced. In the past half month, Sudan thought a lot. He thought maybe he is really not suitable for making games. But whenever I see that one on TV, Iron Man Tony flying in the sky, he felt that all of this could be solved with technology. Teacher Tony can do it, so can he himself. nothing can stop your progress. All of this unless you want to stop, otherwise no one can make yourself stop. Sudan spent a lot of effort in the production of this game, although the King of Glory produced in the end is similar to the one I played before. But it still feels like something is missing. As for what the missing piece is, Sudan himself doesn't know. After all, he has tried and searched for half a month, but he still hasn't found the problem. Today Sudan is still the same as usual. He entered his office early after breakfast. Then put it into your own project. Most of this King of Glory game has come out now and it is ready to go on the market. But for Sudan, everything needs to be perfect. Otherwise, even if there are a lot of loopholes after the launch, there are many places that are not recognized by the game audience, or there are places that are considered to be flawed, then this game will be a failure. No matter how brilliant he was, how popular he was, but it depends on which era he is placed in and who actually uses him. It is impossible to say that a person who studies accounting can say that he is very good at mechanics. Definitely for Sudan, maybe in the computer industry, in the aspect of computer, if we say. They know that Sudan is indeed a rare talent, and instantly made a lot of money. After all, things that can be solved with money cannot be solved with violence. Then I am also a fan whose social status has skyrocketed, and he has received a lot of career help in an instant. After all, Sudan's computer ability is obvious to many people. And I have gained a lot for my work, and I have been recognized by many people. Many innovative and creative things may seem ordinary to ordinary people, but to Sudan, they are business opportunities. You ask for flowers. It can go and help you deliver fresh vegetables to your door and then clean up for you. It's just that you may need to pay a processing fee. Or sometimes, if you don't know how to get this vegetable, you can also ask someone to come and clean it for you. In the 21st century, Sudan once invented a piece of software, yo-yo. His attainment is very far-reaching but also very impressive. So at this opportunity, Sudan discovered this business opportunity. If you want to eat delicious food and are willing to spend this little money, it may be said that there is nothing wrong with it. He is only ranked second, and no one may say he is willing, and no one dares to say that he is ranked first. Then make delicious meals and appear on the table. Yo-yo is a software specially prepared for those who stay at home, or because of physical reasons, it is not convenient for people to go out. At the beginning of the establishment of this game, it was actually just a very inconspicuous moment. It was only because of a word from Sudan's mother that Sudan discovered this business opportunity. Then after an extension, it evolved into a software. Now this software is also an indispensable software on everyone's mobile phone. It is also a must-have soft 977 piece for every home who does not want to go out. Later, Sudan gradually learned how to develop a piece of software and how to find a business opportunity. Although all of this, whether it is from development or production, is extremely difficult. But for Sudan, as long as he wants to do all of this, nothing is impossible. It can be said that there will be many setbacks on the road of this choice. Then, I may have thought of giving up. But as long as you are not afraid and don't give up, this problem may not exist. Into the world of Marvel, Sudan himself, in fact, also imagined that he might not live for a long time at all, and then he would be eliminated by the times. But what he didn't expect was that he actually became a person at the forefront of the times. Probably because I live in the 21st century, I may be a little more advanced than others, but it is only limited to knowledge and brain. Sudong, do you choose to list this software today? The one who came to ask questions was Sudan's personal assistant, Mary. As for whether this game is popular or whether it can be favored by the public, this is not a question. Not that kind of liking, but the real spiritual adoration of Sudan. Mary actually adores Sudan. It is really rare that so many business opportunities and so many ideas can be contained in a small head. In fact, I think there is still something missing in the game this time. If we blindly launch it now, it may lead to huge amounts of risk in the later stage. After all, Sudan is a boss, and Mary is just a personal assistant. What can such a small person like him do? When Sudan suddenly asked, Mary didn't know what to say for a while, but Sudan always felt that this game seemed to lack something. Mary is a foreigner. Although she is a foreigner, she really likes Huxia culture in her head. No matter which aspect it is, in fact, Su 3.6 Dan's appearance cannot be seen. but there are huge amounts of energy hidden in his tiny body. But I can't imagine it for a while and I can't find it out. What is missing? Although Sudan may seem very tall in the eyes of locals, but in the Marvel world he is an out-and-out little dwarf. Sudan feels that the game is almost ready now. Mary, we can wait for the listing, can't we? Actually, boss, you think it's fine. I think I like every piece of software you have, boss. I really think Sudan is a very powerful person. But boss, in my opinion, once the software is developed, you still have to go public. So, Sudan instructed Mary to continue talking. In fact, every time Mary speaks, Sudan feels amazing. Mary is actually an out-and-out student master, graduated from Yale University and later continued his studies at Cambridge University. Although it is said that in the end, he did not enter the ace company he wanted to enter, but he embarked on the road of no return to start a business. But Mary is still not suitable for the path of entrepreneurship, and Mary herself discovered it. But by a very coincidental chance, 29, Mary met Sudan. Sudan was a very popular character at that time. Every company is scrambling to get him because he is really a technical talent, and he's an out-and-out hacker. No matter how powerful your defense system is, no matter how powerful your regulatory system is, as long as it is under his invasion, all defenses will be reduced to zero. So, the Americans at that time did not mean that they just wanted to recruit him. In fact, they were really afraid of him, because as long as he is allowed to invade the other party's system, then no matter how many business opportunities or secrets the other party has, they may all be discovered. Definitely before this, definitely need to spend a lot of money to buy this person, so that is the best way. After all, it is not a bad thing for such technical talents to be used in one's own company. Not only can you grow your company, but you can also bring unprecedented wealth to your company. Mary met Sudan when she was at her lowest point. Then Sudan gave Mary a hand and Mary became the most sought-after personal secretary in every company. But everyone knows that Mary is loyal to her current boss. No matter who goes to corner the corner, whoever spends a lot of money to hire Mary, Mary will only say one word: no. Since this software has cost you so much energy, if you can't let it go public and make it known to the public until the end, then your initial efforts will be in vain. In fact, Sudan knew that Mary was feeling worthless for herself. But in Sudan's dictionary, things with such uncertain factors are really too risky. But now he has not found any problems with this game so far. The system has been running for nearly a month and there are still no loopholes. Actually, I don't think what you said is unreasonable. That's it. Sudan touched his head. When you appear in front of the homepage of this game, tell every player that if you can find any loopholes in this game, then the company will offer a reward of 3 million yuan. Okay, Mr. Su. Go out after speaking. Today, Sudan actually feels weird all the time and always feels that 467 is particularly panicked in his heart. Then, the eyelids also jumped very fast as if something big was about to happen. But I haven't waited for any news until now and nothing bad has happened. Is it because I worry too much? Sudan told himself silently. Maybe it was because he was too busy during this time, so he didn't have a rest, okay? However, it was true that he himself hadn't had a good night's sleep for several months in order to quickly launch this game. Now he has a beard and a mess of hair. The shirt on his body has not been changed for nearly a week, and he himself feels that he is very sloppy. Now Sudan wants to tidy himself up as soon as possible and then finish the next job properly. Then take a good rest and sleep well. Wait for your own software to go on the market at 12 o'clock tonight. In fact, this software Sudan also understands in his heart. Perhaps for people nowadays, games are only a small part of life. After all, everyone lives in a busy job and lives in the superhero. Don't waste too much time on the game. Unless your own game is different from other games, there is something more eye-catching than superhero. Otherwise, it is impossible for his game to survive for too long. Time may say that it has just been listed today or it will be off the shelves tomorrow. Just because of the simplest reason that basically no one wants to use this game software. Sudan didn't want this kind of result. What he wants is for everyone to have it downloaded on their phones. This game can't be said to reach 100%, but it must at least rise to more than half. Just like in their world, King of Glory is available on almost everyone's mobile phone. Tonight, Sudan couldn't sleep all night. because his software will be released in 2 hours. He felt very nervous and he didn't invite any spokesperson for this software. To introduce my own product, I didn't make corresponding promotional activities, nothing, just like this, it went on the market quietly. The most important thing is that it is very popular. However, the energy invested in this software and my own labor are much more than the crude King of Fighters that was launched on the market at the beginning. I didn't want to drink. Iron Man, Spider-Man, Captain America fans are not so crazy. Sudan is also very speechless to himself. In fact, he doesn't know in his heart, well, what is he nervous about? Hey, I can't sleep, letter 3005. So he walked into his room that he rarely entered. When the first software developed by himself, King of Fighters, was launched, he didn't feel much. In fact, he himself didn't even know what he was doing. A place dedicated to drinking where precious wines from various countries and regions are stored, as well as champagne. Sudan is very clear in his heart if this software is sold out. Sudan talked to himself while drinking wine and talking about the factory. At that time, I didn't do any publicity, and that game is so inexplicably listed. Then this will be a historic opportunity for him to improve his status, and it will also be the best opportunity for everyone to recognize himself. I hope my software can win everyone's favor. Sudan got off his tatami bed, opened the refrigerator and drank a glass of milk, but the milk didn't seem to have any effect on making him fall asleep. Sudan drank a lot that night. He didn't even know how many bottles of champagne he drank. It's just that I vaguely feel that I think of myself at that time at the beginning. At that time, I often went to the river to play with my friends and then caught loach and crayfish. When a few friends are free, go out and chat, then sneak a little wine. The days of May 7th were really very happy. I won't be under a lot of pressure like I am now. Then it feels like my head is swollen too, but I can't help it. After all, it was just once. I don't know how many years have passed. I can't remember clearly, I just have some vague memories, and it was only when I was drinking that I really remembered it. If you don't feel that you really can't bear such a big pressure this time, maybe you won't think of it. Bring back those good memories, just like what my grandparents used to tell me. No matter how good the memory is, it is only once. Maybe he is just a memory, a beautiful fragment. It will tell you from time to time that life is not as bad as you think it is. In fact, you still have a good memory supporting you to go on. Oops, what a headache. The sky was bright, and a ray of dazzling sunlight shone on Sudan's face. Last night, Sudan staggered to the study with a bottle of wine that he drank only one sip. Looking at the photos of myself playing with my friends before, a person was foolishly happy and then fell asleep. The software of Glory of Kings was frantically clicked and downloaded frantically when it was launched at 12 o'clock last night. Many people have commented that this game is really fun. Really, I have never played such a fun game. Moreover, 2 friends can fight online and there are a variety of characters for you to choose from. And after the level is raised, different skills will be released and you can also choose equipment by yourself and then grow yourself. I won't say that there are some super big wild monsters and then get rid of myself. It just means that many friends can go together to kill the same big wild monster. Then get rewards together, get gold coins, and improve yourself together. And there are healers, assassins, magicians, and many different professions in this game for players to choose from. So after downloading this game, many people recommend it crazily and forward it crazily, saying that this game is really a work of conscience. I also don't know how the inventor of this game, Sudan, came up with it. Later, someone suddenly said that, in fact, this person not long ago. A game called The King of Fighters was released just 3 months ago. So one by one searched in the memory and said, it turned out that he was the inventor of King of Fighters 0.9. Later, the game had been downloaded tens of millions of times in less than 2 hours after it was launched. Maybe Sudan himself doesn't know how popular the game he invented now is. However, his secretary Mary didn't know how many times he called him. But Sudan's mobile phone is still lying under the quilt in his bedroom on Wall Street in America. A man about 1.78 meters tall in a white shirt and slacks was walking down the street. The man pushed his glasses and looked at the phone in his hand. Yes, here it is, but... The man made a puzzled voice with an incredulous expression. Hey, Banner, long time no see, good guy, those days during this time. Banner's good friend Lowski suddenly put his hand on Banner's back. "Hey, you are here. I said why I haven't seen you for a long time. It turned out to be behind me." Banner and Lowski have been good friends for many years. The two of them met in college before. Although they have only been together for 4 years, the relationship between the two is indeed very good. 29 After Banner went back to his hometown last time, he stayed for 3 years. He and Lowski hadn't seen each other for a long time either. After graduating, Lowski became an investor on Wall Street and he is doing very well now. He is also a very famous investor on Wall Street. Definitely, Banner is also very good. He has become the most famous physicist in the world and is known as a genius of physics. This time Banner dropped everything around him and came to Wall Street to meet his own Lowski. "Definitely, if I can be seen by you, how can I show my intelligence?" Lowski nodded his little head. He also instantly raised his head at a 45-degree angle. That way, it might really be a bit like a proud white swan. But Lowski is indeed very popular in the United States. And it's in demand all over the world too, after all, as an investor, as long as your investment is successful. No matter how you look at it, the value of this company will increase dozens of times. It may range from hundreds of millions to tens of millions or as many as hundreds of millions. When Lowski was in college, he was also an unknown fool. At that time, it is no exaggeration to say that many students thought that he might be a fool in learning. In addition, Lowski's family conditions are not good. Therefore, many students felt that he was shivering and did not want to make friends with him. At that time, Banner's family conditions were quite good. They felt that although Lowski said that his family conditions were not good, he was in no way inferior to those students in the class with good family conditions. Then continue to do his work and pay attention to his study. But 50, what is particularly surprising now is, and no matter what others say or how they laugh at him, he just smiles lightly and doesn't take it to heart. "The only thing I remember is, Banner, he thinks Lowski is a strong man. In fact, the teacher and the others also liked Lowski very much. In fact, he and I were classmates before and he and I were classmates for 3 years in college. Although it is not enough compared to the top, it is more than enough to compare with the bottom. He always said with a smile, I have basically forgotten all about my life in college." The former group of nervous and unknown students all stood up and said, "Those classmates in your university said that when you were in college you were very humorous, funny, and extroverted. They all said that they liked playing with you." At that time there were always reporters asking Lowski to say, after Lowski became a well-known investor on Wall Street. Although it is not as good as those who have mines at home, his home also has farm conditions. Whenever a reporter asked Lowski what he said, "We have a great relationship." At that time Banner admired Lowski very much. Yeah, it's like that a lot of the time. Those so-called friends, they are your friends after you really become famous. However, before that, who was who recently may not be clear to everyone. The only thing I remember is that there was once such a poor boy in our class. But what is the real self, the real fresh memory, actually? Maybe they don't even know it. Maybe I saw it on TV one day or saw it on a certain news. Oh, this classmate seems to be someone from our class before, and then you will be affectionately called by all the classmates in an instant. He used to be my best friend. At that time, Banner gave Lowski a lot of help. Banner did everything in his power to help Lowski both financially and in his emotionally void. No matter what conflicts or unpleasantness there is between them, they will all speak out frankly, but such conflicts are rare. At that time it felt like everyone was invisible and blank. Teachers, friends, and classmates often see that the two of them are often together as if they are real brothers. Later, Banner wanted to deepen his degree to complete his degree certificate, and then Lowski chose to work. The two of them separated, but the time and place will not limit the communication between them. Nor will their feelings fade. On the contrary, the relationship between them is getting better and gradually getting closer than before. Every night, no matter where they are, whether they are free or not, they will open video chats with each other. Continue to work, both of them will be facing the computer. Then work together, even if it is said to be silent for one night, the other party still has an indescribable joy in his heart. It was as if they had never been apart. This time the two of them met because each other had free time at work, and it's not particularly important, so I chose to make an appointment, then come out and meet. Sure enough, this time Banner. He asked for flowers. Still no Lovesky. When I was in college, Lowski said that Banner is not good at hide and seek at all. Even if you are hiding behind his back, he may need to turn around a few times. Only then can you catch you immediately. It feels like you have learned too much physics knowledge and then you feel a little lacking in theory and practice. At that time, Lowski would always say to Banner with a smile, "Ah, our physics genius can't even play hide and seek. How are you feeling recently? How are you doing?" Luvsky said to Benna, put his hand on his shoulder and ushered him into the restaurant of his choice, Luke's Lobster. Luke's Lobster is a very famous fast food chain on Wall Street and its price is not expensive and the food is very delicious. Lovesky, though said now, is a high society figure. But when it comes to food, he has never positioned himself on price. He doesn't think it is necessary to say that delicious food must be particularly expensive and unpalatable food must be particularly cheap. For him, delicacy has no price. Not that it can be measured in money. This Luke's restaurant was discovered by him a year ago, although at that time my economic ability was already able to eat in this restaurant. But he always felt that this restaurant may only have such a large queue due to the large number of people. Later, Lovsky still tried to go to the May 17 restaurant. Then at noon that day, he ordered a lobster roll, a crab meat roll, and a shrimp ball, and then Lovsky has been coming to the restaurant every week since then. Every week goes to a different taste, or rather a different type of food. Although a year has passed, I still haven't gotten tired of eating, but I feel that the more I eat, the better, and the feeling for this restaurant has not diminished but increased. He always felt that maybe he could invest in this restaurant and let him expand it bigger and bigger. Finally reached a very large proportion, but Luke, the restaurant's founder, politely turned Lowsky down. He said that he is very satisfied with the current business model of his restaurant. If you need to operate in the later stage, you can contact Lovsky, but for commercialization, Luke does not agree. He feels that every lobster roll or crab meat roll is made after a series of procedures. After temporary commercialization, its quality or taste may change to a certain extent. Definitely, he is very honored that Lowsky is optimistic about his restaurant. However, this was not his original intention, nor was he the original idea for the restaurant that he wanted. Definitely, Luke was very happy about the arrival of Lovsky, because who doesn't know the famous investors on Wall Street? They all know it for sure. Moreover, Lovsky is already a regular customer. Every time he comes here to eat, he will pack a lot of food, then share it with your companions and share it with your colleagues. Later, the boss, Luke, specially applied for a membership card for Lovsky. Then get 20% off every time you eat in. Although to Lovsky this amount of money is nothing at all. But this can be regarded as the boss is happy and delighted with his arrival, so he accepted it very calmly and felt very happy and honored. So this time when Banner came to Wall Street, Lowsky's first reaction was, take Banner to eat the restaurant's signatures, lobster rolls and crab rolls, because they are really, really delicious. And it still belongs to the kind of food that is never tired of eating. And they also have special red wine in the store which is really delicious when paired with this lobster roll. Don't underestimate this store. The lobster rolls in this store will definitely make you want to eat more. Lovsky raises an eyebrow at 3.0 Banner. I really trust your vision. I believe this restaurant will be very delicious, and you know I like lobster very much. Haha, he really is a good brother. Then did you find out that the name of the founder of this restaurant, Luke, is really familiar? Banner thought about it silently in his heart. It turned out to be Hulk. Black Widow stayed in his apartment since he came back from Asgard that day and never went out. It's been almost a week now and he has had no response. Until this morning when I woke up to find that the fridge was empty and there was a bit of a mess everywhere. Hey! Black Widow just woke up. Now I go to the kitchen and want to find something to eat and I feel very comfortable recently. There are no tasks and there are no arrangements for SHIELD. Recently I just feel so bored I don't even go out. 29. How do you feel that the house is in a mess? It's time to go out. Black Widow tidied himself quickly. I painted my usual high eyebrows, wore a little black dress, and paired with a pair of red high heels, looking extraordinarily elegant. How about it, buddy? It tastes good. Lovesky asked Banner after taking a bite of the crab roll. It is true that this crab meat roll is really delicious, especially this shrimp meat roll. It is really delicious, don't mention this wine. Banner took a sip of the red wine and then added, it's really much better than the Lafite that has been hanging out for many years. Isn't it? This restaurant, I was also a hesitation at the time, and it's been a long time since I came here. Later, I just ate and ate. The more I ate, the more addicted I became. And I think the taste of the food here is really very authentic. I think it's really rare to find such a delicious and inexpensive restaurant on the commercial street of Wall Street. I think maybe I won't get tired of eating it for 10 years. Oh, it's so delicious. Lovesky ate the rest of the crab tacos in one gulp. There are still crab meat particles left in the corner of the mouth. Mary, we're going to Luke's today. Sudan looked at the file and said suddenly. What? Mary was a little confused for a while. Maybe Sudan has been quiet for too long. It has been quiet for an hour. I said, let's go to Luke's today. Okay, do you need a reservation? Director Sue. Need not. Sudan turned a page of the document, but it was already the last page. I've dealt with it here. We'll go right away. We won't ask Zio Liu to come over and drive today. You can be the driver today. Sudan sealed the file. Okay. Sudan stood up and said, let's go eat. Okay. However, Black Widow at the moment is also very tiring from shopping. Although I walked for a long time, I still have 100,000 wishes in my heart. She's so hungry, I need to find something to eat. Indeed, after all, it was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. However, Black Widow, until now, no water has been added, no rice has been installed. I feel like I'm going to be starved and crazy, similar to the one with my chest stuck to my back. My soul no longer belongs to me. Luke's restaurant. Black Widow stopped by Luke's. In fact, Black Widow has more or less heard of tourist restaurants. After all, this restaurant is indeed famous. Among so many restaurants, he is able to stand out, and he has been able to maintain it for so many years, opening more than 70 branches in a row, which shows that the taste is also very unusual. Although Black Widow is a pure American resident, she really rarely comes to Wall Street, a commercial street, let alone the food here. After all, I usually have tasks, and most of the time I basically have to eat with the help of others.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.